seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team pick. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Omni Knight.
Sven stands ready.
Oh.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, and
Radiant team bad.
it's super durable. You get bonus strength from Heavenly Grace, Sven and Joy strength added on. When he pops God strength, he's going to be really strong. Stat resist is amazing. Added healing as well. It's going to make it really hard to hold the Sven down. Royale 5, they do go into the Shadow Demon. So they've got at least one way of trying to hold down the Sven. Stat resist is still going to make it annoying. But you'll have Demonic Purge up, you'll have Disruption to hold him back, at the very least to buy your team some time and break off that initiation, and use Sven illusions against himself, so the Shadow Demon has that utility going on here. I think you also, of course, managed to start stacking up with the Shadow Demon. You could look for a pause 1 to kind of go at the same farming pace as the Sven would, if you want. And you kind of take away that utility from top team because they don't have a way of really smoothly stacking yet with an Omni Knight. We're going to need to look for that in their next support. For Royale 5, I think the Venge is likely to be offlane. As you mentioned, it tends to be more popular there. I don't feel too good about Venge support, even though it's where it originally was before it started to be played as core. Right now, it doesn't feel like you have the best presence on support. It does feel like as the game goes on, you will need items. You want the Ags. You want maybe Helm of the Overlord, as we've seen specifically KP do on his Venge. So you do need items, and I think that just means support Venge is not going to be something you see too much, but it remains a distinct possibility for Royale 5 if you want. I do feel like just having the Venge gives you a very strong Overlord here in the offlane, because you do have that natural aura on hand. You don't farm particularly fast, but you're not a very slow farmer either with a minus armor. So you can just kind of steadily build up, get the Dominator, hold the lane. Against the Sven, and the Sven might have some ways of just melting that creep. He does have pretty good base damage, but at the same time, early on, you're not just going to pop God Strength in lane to clear out a Helm of the Overlord. It's a bit circumstantial there for the Sven, so should still be able to go for that Zeus strat if you want in the Venge.
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Points away.
Radiant team pick.
Earth Shaker.
Yeah, it's one way to kind of make it difficult for the Pangolier to roll around. If you drop a good fissure, Rolling Thunder, you could block off a couple of bounces around. It gives you some good team fight as well.
10
Control
seconds
is decent.
remaining.
You're not going to look for... I mean, you don't have illusions to kind of hope for a giant slam
5
on.
seconds
But those are
remaining.
Cream Melee heroes right now from top team. Relatively easy to start clumping them up in tight spots and getting a slam from there. The one thing with the Shaker is... sometimes it feels like in lane it just kind of soaks. You can be aggressive, but your spells are expensive. You know, your early laning presence can be hit or miss.
Dire team
Depending
pick.
on your lane partner. I think that's something Royal 5 will have to watch out for. They're going Morphling Shaker in 2021. Ha. Huh.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Mars. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Dire team
We've seen
ban.
a couple of Shakers pop out. We've seen it picked a couple of times now, I believe, if I'm recalling right. It just feels... it takes a
Radiant
while.
team
I think
pick.
it's just... when you go back to the pacing of the game, it feels like, you know, Humphrey Overlord with heroes like the Coddle. The pacing is a lot faster. A support like Shaker, you're looking for a Blink, maybe a Soul Ring or Arc Boots as well, to really start get going. It just takes a lot of build-up to hit those spikes, and can be a bit
10
slow. I think that's
seconds
just my one
remaining.
concern. And going back to the Morphling Shaker as well, like you pointed out, it's
5
always nice to have that
seconds
damage. It's
remaining.
just... you know, it faded off for a reason. Morphling, as a hero, since the attribute shift changes, just doesn't feel amazing. Now, you don't have to worry about mana burn here. Probably not going to build the Fusel. I mean, Pangolier could on paper, but if it's a support Pango, I don't know if you're going to have room for it. We'll have to see. The Morphling should be a bit freer here, considering the core matchup. I mean, worst comes to worst, you just always play around with your Shaker form. You build the Ags, turn into Shaker. That's it. It's just a ride into Ags that might be a bit longer, and talked about the E-Blade possibility there as well. It's a lot of farm Morphling needs to build
Dire
up.
team
Fortunately,
pick.
with a Shadow Team, you can kind of build that quick. They go with a Lina mid here for Royale 5 to close out with, so like we've got the Venge off, Lina mid, Morphling safe. Pretty good synergy, I think, with the Venge aura around, you should be able to get some deep. You can clump up early as 4 if you want to. Get a
10
push going.
seconds
Your
remaining.
tempo here for Royale 5 is going to be off the Lina.
5
The team
seconds
fight in Royal
remaining.
5 is decent. It's not as amazing as like the Arena plus Rolling Thunder from top team, so I expect that in a big 5v5 clash, with the Omni Knight backing them up, top team should be very comfy here.
Choose your hero.
Oh, God bless.
The next level play. The next level play. Easiest money of my life.
Tinker mid against the Lena's actually pretty good. Like laser spam's gonna be annoying. Just making her miss for right clicks in general means that she's not gonna be trading as much. She's gonna be relying on Dragon Slave, and that's very mana dependent. So rune control is very important for the Lena in this case. Tinker as well to an extent. But once you hit level 6 on Tinker, I think that's where things get really interesting, right? You've got potential to fight early. You can't really flash farm. His March of the Machines is locked to 20 minutes in. The Yag Shard, so you should see more activity coming through from a top team, and I think that ties into what their draft wants to do. As for heroes, they kind of just want to run around, force a team fight with their big spells. Whereas for Royale 5, they don't have that much presence. True, you've got Laguna, you've got some control, the Shadow Demon Shaker, but it takes a bit more effort to really get that locked in, and I think Royale 5 will have to watch an aggression from top team.
Fair enough. We'll get into it. Game number 1 of the Qiu Sports Series number 2. Yeah, this one does go. Of course, shout out to Val for adding the voice lines everybody wanted. You know, every pub we play, John, I've been seeing these Lakat Matatag voice lines being spammed out constantly. Very, very good to see. Very happy to see them back in the game.
Yeah. It's yeah, I mean, all that we all know what happened to Duno, and this is a great way to kind of celebrate his contribution to Dota. Always great to see. We'll never forget, of course, and hopefully for the years to come, we'll always have that voice line. So great to hear.
Oh, absolutely.
It brings us into the TI spirit as well, because apparently it's a month away. You know, TI is a month away. Who would have thought? It doesn't feel like it. It just feels wrong. It's in October, but hey, you know, it is what it is.
Did you get your tickets, John?
You think I could afford tickets?
Battle.
Oh, I was making a joke, you idiot. It was on Twitter. Did you not read the post? Right. John, no.
No, but I've gotten questions from everyone. People are pre-buying flight tickets already. People I know.
Oh, but I set you up so well. I set you up, John. You ruined.
I got like 5 questions this morning. It didn't even pass me as a joke because they were serious questions. It's like, hey John, are you gonna set up? I'm like, no, I can't afford it.
Aegon. He might not be able to afford to die right now, but he may have no choice in the matter. Eld's Rebuke gonna connect. It won't be enough. They'll have to let him go. I believe Yassi ended up not really connecting the shield crash there, so they didn't get the slow. Now, that may have cost them a kill. I mean, either way, it was going to be a rather difficult to get it kill to get anyway, but, you know. Bit unfortunate here for team, for the Dire side.
You miss some. Still, they just go back to lane, pretend nothing happened. We are watching the mid. You see Hung on that Tinker, playing with a level 1 laser, annoying Wonder Boy just a bit. Now, it's not going to be too bad. The cooldown on laser level 1 is fairly long, so Wonder Boy is going to have a lot of uptime to play with his right clicks anyway. Play around with Dragon Slave. The Tinker does have surprisingly good base damage though, 66, 63 to 69 swing. So Hung can actually hurt a little bit more than Wonder Boy if he does go in and get trades off. That's something for Lena to consider. But overall, I think it's going to be easier for Lena to wave clear. You do have the natural spells, whereas Tinker really doesn't. He only has like hero harassment now.
Yeah, thankfully. Of course, top lane, Wayne going to be there on the Earthshaker. He's going to have Xuen, or I'm just going to call him Shen. I think that's what he wants to be called here on the Venge. Of course, against a bat on the Sven, and you've got, of course, it's Shen versus Sven. Against Sven and Eris. This lane, I mean, it doesn't feel like either side's really going to struggle too much. But do you think one should have the advantage of the other, John, or should we expect... In fact, never mind that. They are going right into Eris, but he's going to make his way out of the tree line. But he's going to interfere, but overall, nobody's going to die.
Yeah, I think when it comes down to it, you have to consider that you have multiple stuns on the side of Royale 5, whereas for top team, they only have the Sven stun. Now, they can sustain themselves with the Omni Knight, sure. Purification's there. Down the line, you'll have Heavenly Grace, but the Omni Knight can't really help you apply that same pressure early on, especially at level 1. So this is the moment for Royale 5 to kind of pull ahead. Just be aggressive in this level 1, level 2 spikes and just kind of prevent that free farm for a bot.
Well, bot lane's where the first blood does occur. Yassi able to pick up Aegon, so he does eventually get the kill, and now Mango really playing on the edge there on the Morphling, does get himself out just fine. Yassi just a couple ticks of damage away from securing the kill. And of course, Yassi, he's there with Ashes on the Mars, and you've got Aegon and Mango there on the Morph and the Shadow Demon. This lane, I mean, I was going to ask you who it favors, John, but I do feel like it's probably going to favor top team until you at least hit that level 3, level 4 mark here on Mango.
Yeah, it's going to take a while for the Morphling to have that laning presence to be able to survive through some of that initial burst coming through from top team. There is the potential for saves from Aegon. Like, he could look for disruption to save, maybe stall out for Mango to just buy some time, get the shift off if he was stunned up. That is one way to kind of get it done, but I think you're going to have to accept that this is going to be a pretty aggressive lane if top team chooses to. They have kind of toned it down for now. Yassi's just going back for a bit of a reset, building up some stacks while he can. So there is some solo time, but even then, with Ashes at level 3, with a spear up and running, he's just going to be able to kind of secure himself stable farm anyway.
Mid lane, Hung could be in pretty big danger. Fisher to set up. Wayne looking for the right moment. Does get it, and Light Strike Array going to be more than enough. In fact, Wayne's the one to take the kill on the Earthshaker, interestingly enough, but I think that's perfectly fine. Like, with this hero right now, while it is slowly coming back into the meta, because, you know, it's TI season and this hero has to make a reappearance every single time, I think it does need a bit of a faster way to secure that Blink Dagger. So giving him the gold like that, perfectly fine here for Wayne. And I don't think the lane is going to mind too much. I think Wonderboy, he's got more than enough farm on this lane already.
Can't even imagine.
Yeah, just has to be cautious about the spell spam from Hung, but just finding that initial kill gives him a huge boost. You can see the CS difference between these two heroes building up, like 9 CS above for the Lina. Tinker just has a pretty rough time of it now, building up the initial farm. He does have to look for that early aggression. Once you hit 6 on Hung, that's where things could get interesting. But for now, it's definitely going to be a slower start, and that's something top team should be ready to sort of rectify. Either get themselves set up for the Tinker 6 and start playing aggressive, or just look to really build up some stacks for him to clear up down the line to share with Sven.
I love this Omni Knight hero, John. I've been playing Omni Knight so much recently, and this is literally all you do. Like, you secure the lane, you make sure your carry's having a good time, and then you just run around the map harassing people. And they can't do anything about it, because you've got this level 1 Heavenly Grace that just dispels everything. But look at him, he's just running, just making sure you can't stack. He was taking farm off Wonderboy before. Nice little block there by Wayne, but it means nothing, because Eris can just infinitely heal himself up. And he's just going to keep doing this. He just doesn't need to sit in lane. He'd rather go soak XP from another lane and just be annoying.
Yeah, and the beauty is, you know, once you start splitting the supports up, the 1v1 lane for a bot's a lot more manageable. Sure, he's got a range disadvantage versus the Venge. The Venge could try spamming out the Wave of Terror and trading right clicks, but Sven can also just counteract with Warcry, taking off a lot of the Wave of Terror's minus armor anyway, and just focus on his own wave clear with Greater Cleave. So in the end, a bot's pulling up just a little bit better in that solo lane. Of course, you are getting free farm on Shen for the most part. It doesn't feel as scary to consider that timing on the Venge. Shen is rushing the Ags, so he is going for more of that fighting off-lane Venge, focusing on just using spells, throwing his body in team fights. If he does get a decent timing with that, and they play aggressive here on the side of Royale 5, that could give lots of openings for them to keep buying space out for Mango Rose.
Here comes Eris again.
Regeneration.
Just running through the river. You'd think this man, I mean, he needs an Ocean Heart, this Omni. Just get him an Ocean Heart. You'd never see more value from that neutral item than when Eris is playing it on this Omni Knight. Just constantly sticking around Wonderboy. Light Strike Array, Laguna, he just stick charges up and he's gonna be alright. See you later. No, never mind. He's gonna die. Dragon Slave is out. Wonderboy's finally got him. Eris, he does get punished. And I thought he may have barely gotten out with his life intact, but turns out Wonderboy, he's a bit too strong at the moment.
Lots of burst on hand on Wonderboy. He's got a nice level lead now. The lane's been really easy for the lead to manage. Hung does hit level 6, but not really finding opportunities yet to fight. It is really early on. We're just about to hit that 7-minute mark.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Until
attack.
you start to see some opportunities open up, maybe with the arena being off cooldown again. Not going to see that happen. Wayne being chased, but nice easy kill.
Yeah, it's Sven just pop a God Strength, get a stun off, and you're probably going to secure the kill. Just does it by himself as well. Mind you, Abad is actually slightly behind Shen in terms of farm right now on the Venge, and I think for Shen, that's going to feel very good, because he's not really going for anything but the Ags Rush. Just goes Treads, Wand, right into the Ags Rush, might not even bother with the Wraith Bands, which, quite frankly, I wouldn't blame him considering how great his farm is right now. While that was happening, down on the bot side, Aegon does die. Mango apparently dies to Ashes as well on the Mars, so a couple kills happening across the map. Pretty bad news here for Royale 5, losing 2 heroes like that, especially their Morphling. Pretty darn great news. The top team, though.
Yeah, and they're having a great time. Their stacks were sort of spotted out with the positioning of Aegon earlier on, but there's no way to contest this right now. And they just managed to keep trying to build up, keep trying to set up for the Sven to clear out. I think when it comes down to it, the timing of Sven versus Morphling, it's going to be a timing of farm. And with the Sven can clear out these camps a lot faster, he can flash farm quicker, hit a power spike earlier with items. Whereas the Morphling, slower farm rate, rushing the E-Blade here, gonna be a while longer. And even once you have that E-Blade, you have to find kills. You can't just sit back and farm to get yourself up and running. That could take a while.
Oh, Aegon. Disruption there to try and save himself here from Ashes. Ashes, he does eventually land the spear, but the arena's already down, and now Mango's going to kind of intercept. Ashes, he wants to keep playing here with Aegon and might actually get the kill. Stick Charge is out. It's not going to be enough. Stun is there, but Mango, nice dodge with the waveform. It won't matter though. They get Ashes out, but he's only here to clear the stacks. So I think Yassi's been kind of telling him to come over and clear them so he can stack some more. And with the God Strength, it's going to be quite easy. And right now for Royale 5, they just don't have the objectives to be able to intercept and try to invade this this triangle. So they're going to kind of have to accept the fact that Abad, even though he didn't have the perfect laning stage, is almost certainly going to be top of the net worth board now.
Oh yeah, he's just got much earlier flash farm potential. It's a Sven. Nothing else on the map compares to it right now. Maybe the Lina can match that pace, but Wonderboy has not really been given as much. I mean, there's a couple of stacks in jungle, but not as big. They are being aggressive up top, though. Eris
is under attack.
Eris been caught. Gets his heals off. Probably won't survive, though. Shen should have plenty of damage here, and they've locked him down long enough.
Under attack.
Or have they? Eris? One more hit will do it. Shen, he can't reach, but they get him eventually. Wave of Terror will be enough. You don't really want to die as the Venge, though, if you can avoid it. It looks like he doesn't really have much of a choice, but Fisher is there. He will use the pig out. And eventually Shen, I mean, unless he can juke out very nicely, will end up going down, and Yassi does indeed get the kill. Fun fact, by the way, John, there's a reason why Yassi's holding the pig stick or the pig pole. You can use it during Rolling Thunder. You can roll as a pig.
I've got to see that. Yassi's got to show us at that point. I've never seen that yet. It sounds very hilarious. Keen to see it. And
it is.
Move speed is hilarious as well. So lots of options there for top team now, and they're building up 3-6, 1k lead. Their jungle is very secure. Their ancients have not been contested, except that one time saw Aegon scout out. Wonderboy is getting a decent shove mid. The right click he does have on that Lina, and the side of top team. They're kind of posturing around now, but the damage has been done.
Yeah, see? Not pressing the pig pole, getting very upset here, John, as Wonderboy, he does go down.
There you go.
Yeah, there it is. I was going to say, because people in the chat, they're not going to believe me. They're going to be like, oh, this idiot caster doesn't know what he's talking about. Happens every time, but you saw it, ladies and gentlemen. You can use it. It's a bit of fun. It's having a pig kind of stunning everyone as Aegon. A bit of an unfortunate rotation there from Aegon, trying to protect that mid-tier 1 tower, but they had plenty of catch there from top team, and well, the best they could do is try to, I suppose, get some other towers across the map, but there's not really much they can do. Mango, he's going to have to be very careful as Ash is going to try and chase him down. No arena up, but he might be able to land a nice spear here onto Mango. But no, you've got the adaptive strike there. Hung, he's still rushing forward, but Mango, he's pretty healthy now. As Wonderboy, no Ashes, he jumps through the light strike array and actually makes it out.
He's under attack.
He uses Tumbler's toy and actually just avoids the light strike array. That was a really nice play from Ashes.
Yeah, I don't know if he was expecting the LSA or if he was just trying to gap close with Morphling, but kind of pays off. Neither side finds the kill. It's a bit more time expended here from Royale 5 because they drag down Wonderboy. So top team with the Tinker, of course, you can just kind of use that keen conveyance for free, get out, keep farming, look for other kill opportunities. The top tier 1 was taken out in downtime. So you are getting some room out here on the side of Royale 5. Shen, very close to the Ags, pretty much just 1,000 gold away. Once you hit that timing and avenge again, the map opens up a bit more. Fight opportunities start to shape up because you can just throw the Venge forward, not care about the life really because the illusion's going to be up. And I think that's something Royal 5 shouldn't be able to play around once the timing is there. They are also kind of playing the slow game really well because Wayne is able to farm into the blink. He's at 1.5k gold, about 800 away. And once you do have that blink, the slam opportunities for Wayne, maybe an aggressive swap forward from Shen into the team. There are lots of ways to play around with that now for Royal 5 once those items are up.
Yeah, I just don't understand. In fact, hold that thought for a second, John, because Aegon is going to get caught out here by Yassi, and I don't think there's much of a way out for him. Yassi's just going to kind of lock him down, but he's got help on the way. Light Strike Array is going to be out onto Eris. Aegon does... No, he doesn't. He got the kill on the Tinker, but now he's trapped up in a very awkward position. Still Guardian Angel might find the time and does. He blinks out of there. There's now Wonderboy. He'll get a nice Light Strike Array and back off. Eris will die, but no, Wonderboy, he turned back around. Yassi, he's just going to go for a nice easy kill, and now they've got the Morphling as well, Mango. He's going to try and run. The Heavenly Grace will buy him a bit of time here, but is it going to be enough? Looks like it just may, but about is around. Mango could not finish off Yassi's life. He's just going to try and run. Spear back from Ashes, though. Going to lock him down the Morph, and he's gone. And it all starts with the Shadow Demon, Aegon. He's respawned. He's going right back to the Shadow. No, he is. Ashes, he gets the kill. Back to Bart, he finds another. Shen goes down. Nice Fisher. Will at least cancel the TP of a Bart.
Middle tower is under attack.
But John, going back to my point that I was trying to bring up before that team fight started. Who came up with this Aghanim Scepter on Vengeful Spirit? Like, you have no downtime. She spawns an illusion. Unless you kill it, it still gets XP and gold. And then when you respawn, she respawns to the Venge illusion. Like, who thought of this?
War has come to Radiant's bottom
it's
tower.
pretty hilarious. I mean, it's been there for a while, right? Like, this Venge Ag has been such a
Radiant's
nuisance.
towers are fortified.
I mean, the funny thing is that you feel a lot better in your illusion form because you have 20% move speed, so you're even faster. You're hard to chase down. I've had this in my games where my team just chases down a Venge and they don't catch it. Now, there are plays where we have seen people just hold off the Venge illusion, stop it from running away, and just killing the Venge again when she respawns. That has happened. It's a bit of a double-edged sword, but for the most part, it's such a strong tool because you're basically like a raid king. Right? Like you basically have 2 lives. You can be up front. You can cast your spells, and you don't really care.
Now Wayne, he's going to drop here on the Shaker. Meanwhile, they also found the Venge. Aegon, he's going to try and help out. Disruption is there. I don't know if it's going to be enough, but he does get the swap away. Wayne, he does finally drop on the Earthshaker. And thanks to Aegon, they get Shen out of there. So he is able to now pick up the Aghanim Scepter. However, Wonderboy, he's an even bigger kill on the leader. He's going to try and run, blink away from Ashes. Wonderboy, he's got too many rockets chasing him. There's no chance in hell of getting out. The top team, I mean, they just keep up this aggression. There's a 5k net worth lead now, and quite frankly, with their draft, the fact that they've got this kind of meta draft going on with this Omni Sven, it becomes very hard to see Royale 5 being able to push it back, but I suppose they do have some power spikes coming up, including the Blink Dagger on Wayne. So maybe they can make use of that and make a bit of a comeback in this game 1.
Yeah, I mean, they're also close enough to just finishing up the E-Blade on Mango. I believe it might be flying out now. They should be able to have more presence in the Morphling. Roach will fall though. No contest coming through from Royale 5. Side of team, top team is a bit too strong to handle there. With the Aegis over to Bot, so he's got a second life going. His SNY is almost done, so he's got a lot of stats to play with as well, and this is the back and forth time you were talking about. A Sven will always outfarm pretty much almost any core, especially something like a Morphling, which has no really good ways of just killing down huge stacks. E-Blade is up, so we'll have to see if they can play around out now.
What they found, it's going to be Eris. So not a bad kill to get started with here on the Omni Knight. Looks like they might force a smoke straight after. They are grouped up.
Radiant's middle tower is under
It could be
attack.
considered a little bit of an obvious play, and they're not going to bother going for it anyway. They're just going to kind of hold out, push out some waves. Top team, they're just going to sit back, relax, and wait for Eris to respawn up. Yeah, the Ethereal Blade, I mean, the shotgun's always nice on the Morphling. I just don't know whether it's going to be enough. Like, who do you really blow up here? You can disarm the Sven with the Ethereal, but again, he's going to have S and Y up, and you've still got Heavenly Grace available on Eris. I don't believe you'll have enough damage to blow up Hung. It's an interesting pick to be made here from the Morph.
Tower is under attack.
Not opting to go for the Ags build up for the Shaker combo. They hold that door because they found a massive target here. Abad is all by himself, blocked in by the illusions of the Fisher. He's gonna drop. He's gonna Shadow Blade, but they should have enough control to take him down. He'll pop that Shadow Blade, but no, they lock him down more than enough, and there you go. Mango able to put that shotgun to use immediately, securing a kill onto a bot. A bit of an error there from our Sven John, losing the Aegis and his real life like that.
Yeah, I mean, top team found Avenge in exchange, which is alright, but, you know, Shen's just going to be farming with the illusion, getting some EXP up anyway, so doesn't really have too much downtime there in the Avenge, whereas Abat's gone, you know, he bleeds out a lot of gold to the way of Royale 5 in that sort of exchange as well. And even with its lead for top team, you don't want to give openings like that to Royale 5. It is still a Morphling. Right now, it doesn't look amazing with just the E-Blade, but once it gets more items up, once it's more protected, once it can maybe even opt for the Ags down the line, this is going to be a very tough combination. Shaker Morph is still strong in the right hands.
Yeah, see? Gonna break the smoke there of Shen. He's gonna be careful though. Wayne is gonna be out with the Fisher. Swashbuckle, it did come out in time. Can they actually try and fight back? Echo Slam was committed. They finally get Yassi down, and it looks like now they've got the Mars Ashes. He still gets Aegon in a bot. He's gonna show up. He even does the neutral creep before he kills off Wayne. And Shen, he's gonna try and run, but no, the shotgun Mango is gonna try and turn this one around, but Abad is still cleaning up. They finally take him down. Shen able to secure the kill with the magic missile.
Visibility.
And in the end, in Royale 5, they still end up losing 4 for the 3 kills that they did get. But the gold and XP change do favor them.
Radiant's bottom tower.
I think you are fairly happy about that for Royale 5. I mean, you'd probably be happier if you didn't lose your Morphling, but your Lena's building up, your farm distribution's starting to line up, you're holding back against the early spike of top team. I think they still have a lot of room to grow, especially on this Tinker. Down the line, once Hung finishes up his initial Dagons, the spam is going to be sight to behold on Hung. Keen to see if he does go for the laser upgrade with the Ags. Down the line, that would be nice, and of course the Ag shard to help him farm. It is the 20-minute mark, so if he does want March of Machines, he should be able to pick it up, but it looks like he is actually just holding off. He just wants a fast little source of nuke damage, and up against the lineup of Royale 5, that could just work out.
Oh, absolutely. Ashes. Oh, misses the spear there on Aegon. Wonder Boy gonna move in. Wayne gonna help lock him down. Yassi, he's still trying to rush in here with the Rolling Thunder. Does land a stun onto Wonder Boy, but that's about all he's gotten here. He'll have to run his way out. Royale 5, I mean, things going really well. I mean, if you're looking for a comeback here for this team, it is well and truly on the way. It's becoming interesting with top team, right? Like, they had such a decent lead going. It almost felt like they were unbeatable at one stage. And now they've almost just thrown it back the way of Royale 5. In fact, Hung, it's these things, right? Like, people getting caught by themselves. I realize it's a Tinker, and this is what Tinker does anyway, but it's a bit of an obvious spot there, that little tree line, and it's not like he's got the March of the Machines anyway, so he has to spend a lot of time lasering down creeps. It's just not optimal.
I'm just curious why Hung, again, opted to rush Dagon 1 instead of just getting an Ag shard and keep this farm game up. He does have the burst on hand. They need to play with that burst. Lena's hitting some good spikes though. Like, you've got the silver edge up. You managed to bounce back on this Lena, but after a slower mid start, or fairly even start considering you're against a Tinker.
Radiant's
Top team will try to
bottom
smoke
tower
up,
is
but
under
a little bit careful.
Oh, but you're by yourself, sir. Oh, here they come. The cavalry is here. Maybe they can make a fight happen, but a big echo away. He's in, and he's got all of them. The Light Strike Ray out as well. They just locked them down. Ashes gets Laguna bladed out. Yeah, see, he's gonna try and run, but there is no chance in hell. Oh, what a beautiful Echo Slam out from Wayne, and the follow-up Light Strike Array from Wonderboy. It's just perfect. Perfect counter initiation from Royale 5. Top team, I mean, again, John, I feel like they're rushing.
Yeah, they're just forcing these issues where it feels like they shouldn't have
Dire's
to.
bottom tower
A
is
bot
under
taking
attack.
point like that, Hong we saw earlier, just kind of standing with the Tinker like that. They need to be a lot more careful with these specific
face
heroes.
down in the
They have to
Dire's middle
protect their
tower
Sven
is
and protect
under
their Tinker. You can't afford to just jump in and die, Hong.
He's going to try and burst out Mango, but there is help around again. It's one of those solo kind of plays here from Hung. Is he going to be able to survive through it? Disruption is there. No, he's been stunned off. He will get blown up as Ashes is going to try and move in. Shen, he'll go for a swap onto Eris. They do eventually go on the mask. Can they actually blow him up in time? Mango, Adaptive Strike's not going to be enough, but Shen, he wants to go for more. They almost went for the purge there, but they don't bother throwing it out. Instead, Ashes, he's going to go in again. They've got a bot moving in. They might be able to clean up Wonderboy. The buybacks are coming, but no, he doesn't die. The shotgun's there, Mango. He'll buy more time. As Hung, he's brought back into this team fight. They'll try onto Mango. He does not make it out. They do manage to get him down in time as Shen. He will be the fourth to get caught. So top team, they do manage to push it back. But you had to commit some buybacks for that, and it was still a very messy fight here from top team.
Radiant's top tower.
Yeah, it cost them a lot to take that fight. They still lose their Q2 tower mid, so their mid lane still sort of opened up for an eventual high ground push. The lead has swung over to Royale 5 with those buybacks. You are still top in that word here on a bot. The Sven is still going to hit the spike with the Ags coming through, so you're going to have Supersman Sven up and running. I think the BKB has to come out for a bot next. Like, it's all about the spell control, the spell damage they have. Royale 5 eating through the Sven. They don't have anything like a pipe coming through to kind of mitigate that, and of course, magic damage just doesn't care for Guardian Angel, so you're going to need to protect the Sven somehow with that item. Let's see if a bot opts for a BKB this game after the Ags. But you are seeing, again, Royale 5, not just the execution, but the fact that they've caught up like this, the fact that they've got the 2k lead, it's worrying for top team. It's not dire straits yet, because again, you've got Tinker, you've got Sven. These guys can still try to keep farming up, build an item advantage. At some points, you run out of slots, though, and the opposite team starts to also catch up. I'm not sure if that item advantage on these heroes will be enough down the line.
Absolutely not. I mean, Abad, he's still hitting very, very hard on the Sven and is moving on to the high ground. In fact, he's still top of the net worth board. However, Hung gets Aegon in the mid lane, so a nice start to his high ground pushes now. Top team, they might be able to get a free tier 3 tower. They'll try for the racks as well, but Abad, he's going to back off. Rest of the team doesn't feel safe about this one. Roshan, though, in the meantime, is going to drop the way of Royale 5. Shards will go the way of Wayne on the Earthshaker, and of course the Aegis is on Mango. So you take a tier 3 tower, but you give up a Roshan. Do you think one's more worth than the other here, John? Like, it does feel like the Roshan is a little bit more important.
Yeah, I think the key thing with that Roshan is that it was Rosh number 2. So you get the free Ag Shard as well. No cheese now, of course, but just the Ag Shard and the Shaker gives a lot more presence to Wayne, and that's something that could throw these team fights off for top team if they're not careful.
Stun in, Abad, shotgun out immediately. Meanwhile, Ashes is there with a nice arena around. They're trying to keep Abad alive here on the Sven. Make sure he doesn't drop. They'll go on to Shen instead, but he's actually a pretty tanky boy. With that Heaven's Halberd out, they can't kill him in time. Eris, he's going to drop first. Mango, he's still being jumped on, but I'm not sure that's the target. If they blow up the Sven, and now the Echo. Wayne is there. Onto 2 heroes. They just continue to just shred the side of top team. Oh boy, it's just a cleanup. They got nothing.
Under attack.
And I've got to start questioning these stuns out from Abad here, John. I mean, interesting targets to keep going into this Morphling. He has the Lincolns, he has the Aegis. He tried to go onto the Venge as well, but with the Heaven's Halberd, that evasion. Really, really annoying for the Sven, and it seems as though they don't have the answers.
It's that. It's all the magical control coming out onto a bat. It's all the magical damages coming through as well. They can't protect the Sven enough with the Heavenly Grace and the defense matrix even. It just doesn't feel like it's doing anything to keep a pot alive, and that's always going to be the big issue. If this Sven can't stay alive, everyone else is sacrificing their farm for him.
Yeah, nice swap back, Shen. He's going to make sure Wonder Boy stays alive as they just didn't have the damage anyway. Rolling Thunder's there. Yassi, he's going to try and clean this one up, but Aegon's here now to make sure he is staying alive. Shen does at least go down to the base. Yassi probably won't be so lucky to get out. Meanwhile, Mango, he does move in and kills off Ashes and Eris. He's also going to drop Yassi. I don't think he's quite safe. He's going to blink away. Wonder Boy, Dragon Slave, not quite on target.
Under attack.
And eventually they'll have to leave as now the Sven has respawned. Or at least Wonder Boy will. The rest of the team, though, going to move right into that mid-tier 3 tower. That'll be the tier 3 going down very simply as a butt. He's going to have to find a way into this fight now. But the buybacks are not flying out, and it looks like top team, they're just going to kind of allow this mid-ranks to go down. The side lanes, they have their tier 2 towers available, so I suppose they just accepted the fact that they're not going to be able to defend this mid-ranks.
Yep. They know they can't lose any more racks just yet. Top tier 2 and bot tier 2 still stand. So they're not... They've still got an opportunity to just respawn, defend the next set of racks, and take a fight from there. Issue is they're lagging severely behind now in that court. 14k lead for Royale 5. They're hitting all these good spikes. They've got the BKB up and Mango Rose. So any control you have is not going to be there. And Hung?
Yeah, Hung, he just gets blown up. Absolutely blown up there as Mango now. I don't think he's afraid of dying. Disruption's there from Aegon to make sure he remains safe. And now they can just keep moving. Eris, he's been caught. He'll drop as well on the Omni. He's got buyback, but they're looking for more. They will blow up Yassi to boot. There goes Yapango. Mango, he's popped the BKB. He wants to keep going for even more kills as Ashes. Yeah, oh, that's a nice waveform. Dodges the spear around. He's still got the Aegis up as well, so he's not really afraid of dying here as the bot is going to move in. Onto that vent, the Shen is not dying. Aegon's right behind, and now the Echo Wayne. He's there to counter-initiate onto a bot. In fact, never mind. They'll go to Yassi first. Kill off the Pangali. There's no buybacks available as a bat. He does end up dying. Mango, he will lose the Aegis, but it won't matter. I believe this game is just GG.
Yeah. They've got no buybacks. Tier 4s will fall. Royale 5, they play amazingly well. It was a bit of a slower start. We had questions about the Morphling coming into it, going back to the Morphling Shaker combination. They don't even go into that, right? They still go with the E-Blade. They still manage to get the burst damage off. I think it's a couple of factors here in the game that led to this for Royale 5. They played amazingly well. They managed to hold out. They still managed to build some farm. They never lost by a huge margin in terms of net worth, despite being against the Sven Tinker. They were only at max maybe 4 to 6k behind. And I think you also have to look at what top team did. And they had a really strong start. And they had these
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Kill! Axis pleased! Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. The battle begins!
What?
A few minutes later.
To be, that is for certain. Dire's top tower is under attack! Dire structures are fortified. Super fortified! Like you can't even imagine! The red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower! Dire's middle tower is under attack! Fresh meat! Dire's top tower is under attack! Oh, Axe is pleased! Heaven or hell, Dire's top
What is Topia's thinking?
tower isn't one of them. Dire's middle tower. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack! Yes! Killing spree! Attack! Dire's bottom tower is under attack!
Gago!
Your structures are... Mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower. Killing spree! Axe is pleased! Killing spree! Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Can take all the hurt Radiant cares to heap upon it. Mega kill! Double kill! Dire's bottom tower is under attack!
Let's go.
Dire's bottom tower is taking many wounds.
Gago!
Go ahead, run.
Invisibility.
Gago!
Bottom tower is under attack! 5 seconds remaining! Radiant's fire tower is under attack! Radiant team banned! Radiant's bottom tower is under... Dire team ban.
I don't think it was a draft issue at all. I think I'd agree with you. It looked like they did have the better draft and playing with what's
Radiant
strong in
team
meta.
pick.
They had the
Team
Sven
pick.
Omni-9 combinations. I think it's just about execution. They have to play together as a team. Saw a couple of cores just out of position when they really shouldn't have been. And Royal 5 just managed to capitalize on it. So they need to respect Royal 5, understand that this team, they're young, sure.
10 seconds
They've got a lot of
remaining.
potential. And you can't just ignore that. You
5
have to respect
seconds
that on Royal
remaining.
5. You have to treat them like you treat any other opponent. And if top team can do that, if top team can start getting their communication together, you mentioned before the series started, and this is one of the stranger mixed national teams, right? Like, you got 2 Filipinos, you got a Malaysian, you got 2 Vietnamese players. And that's not something you see every day in Southeast Asia before. You tend to see all Vietnamese, all Filipino, maybe Singapore and Malaysia mixing up. So they've got to kind of get the communications in, work together.
Like a
You see the
dire
initial
team
drafts, this is
bad.
scary. Top team, they've got Night Stalker Lion, which is great. Night Stalker offlane's very strong. Blanket's good control, but Royale 5, Venge Lycan. That
Radiant
is
team
a lot of
banned.
early power on the side of Royal 5. That's that
Dire
Helm of the
team
Overlord
banned.
coming out in the Lycan down the line. It just leads to this really
Radiant
quick
team
tempo for Royal
banned.
5 compared to their first game draft where they had a Morphling that had to farm, they had a Shaker that had to get Blink. This one's a lot faster. You just need farming your Lycan into the Dominator, not even the Overlord first. Just into the Dominator, you're going to have early presence. You have the Venge to help you push,
Dire
hit some
team
fights.
ban.
There's still some flexibility for the Venge. It could be offlane Venge, safe lane Lycan. It could be support Venge, offlane Lycan, something else in
Dire
safe. A lot of
team
ways to kind of
pick.
toss these heroes around. So very open for Royal 5 to play with here.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Yeah,
10
it really
seconds
is.
remaining.
We've seen And even before the patch, you know, we've seen a lot of Abaddon. We know, like, other teams like Team D really love the Abaddon. It's just very stable. You have Great Purge, your shield is obnoxious in lane, you have a good heal, and now you have the Leshrac here as well for Royale 5. So that insane push with Lycan, that insane push with Avenge. Well, this is... Royale 5 just wants to end this sub-20. They do not want to play this game. They're like, alright, we know top team, they were trying to farm last game. Let's just not give them any game to farm for anyway. Just end the game by the time we hit tier 3s at, I don't know, 17 minutes in and just push from there.
Radiant team ban.
Lena.
Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds
I like the possibility
remaining.
of an support Lesh, just because the offlane Veg plus support Lesh, as you mentioned, is pretty darn nice.
Dire team
Can give you
ban.
something else on mid that might
Radiant
be
team
better of a
pick.
match
Dire
against
team
Lane, although I don't
pick.
think Leshrac's too bad with the lightning build, and they go with a Clinks, so there it is. Clinks out. Maybe our mid Clinks, offlane Venge. This is a team that just doesn't want to, or not doesn't want, they want to end it fast. This is insanely early time for Royale 5. If they can pull it off,
10 seconds remaining.
top team have to be ready. You mentioned Jakiro. This is a good way to stall the
5
game out
seconds
to an
remaining.
extent. You're going to have to work double time to ensure that these objectives do not fall way too fast. Otherwise, the map's just going to be shrinking on top team's end.
Phantom.
Choose your hero.
I don't know. I think my big issue with Phantom Lancer is you're picking PL into Lesh, which is that back and forth timing. Like, before you get the Fusel, Leshrac will just melt all your illusions, and considering it wants to play, they will actually just look to put the Leshrac up forward and start running down early on, preventing that PL from building up anyway. So you've got these early timings that line up. You can still handle that PL early on here for L5. If top team do manage to hold out, eventually the PL is going to be hard to pin down. You don't have the best control for a PL on Royale 5 side. You have what? Avenge, Stun, Magic Missile plus Split Earth from Lesh. Not amazing to hold down PL. So if you say, if it goes past 35 minutes, a bot's going to have a lot of impact. Holding this game for 35 minutes against what Royale 5 has, as you mentioned, I don't see it happening with this lineup. It's just too much push, too much early spikes here from Royale 5 for top team to stave off.
We come
Normally.
Five and top team.
amazing thing.
I mean, I suppose I'll ask you the question, John, even though I'm pretty sure I have the
Prepare for
answer.
battle.
Which draft do you prefer going to this game?
You know, I'm reminded of a line from an old film where they were talking about cheeseburgers in France. I will take the Royale with cheese, in this case the Royale 5. I think their lineup just looks really good. It's very cheesy to an extent as well, so it's kind of fitting that little metaphor. And
You don't have to explain it, John. I got the metaphor. Thank you.
I just like how fast it pushes. Like, I don't know, top team. You have Night Stalker, Lion, Jakiro early on. These are pretty good. Lena to an extent as well. I just don't know if you can chain all of that together to prevent what Royale 5 wants. I think your best bet is to play with your Night Stalker timing and always play around Laguna and Finger to just burst down a target real quick, stop the push that way,
30
and
seconds
just
to
shove back the
battle.
waves with the Jakiro. That has to happen every single time for top team to stall this game out. If they don't manage to land those spells and get those kills, then Royal 5 will just find what they want in the game.
Shout out to our Abaddon, by the way, as well, Aegon. He managed to find the ugliest set I've ever seen. That mount is absolutely hideous. I can't believe I haven't seen it either. I mustn't be checking the sets recently, but it's really, really bad. Aegon, he might die here. Speaking of bad, Light Striker Ray gonna catch him out, and he's gone. First blood is there for Hung. If this was one of my pubs, John, my mid laner would be raging at me very, very fast at this point. I'm sure Hung's gonna be very happy. You know, Wonder Boy probably not very satisfied with what he just saw.
Yeah,
How does
it's,
Shen get too quick? What? What? The wolves! He ran the wolves into the fountain, and because people put him on the staircase to have them prepared, he just sniped them.
Okay, that's some excellent micro from Shen. I think that kind of upends your early loss of first blood. That just gives your entire team a lot of gold. So kind of checks out there. The mats do balance out for Royale 5. Very good start already, despite losing your support. You go back to this mid lane where Hung and Wonderboy are duking it out. Again, the Lena should have a slightly better time with her range and with her spells. Going for the Fiery Soul can just spam it out. There will be some downtime without the courier, so maybe a later bottle timing for Hung might hurt this lane a bit. But as long as you just get your farm in Lena, get your level 6 slightly faster, you should be set up. Wonderboy in this case, he does opt for the Lightning plus Split Earth just because that's the only way he can keep up farm. Let's see if he will manage to invest in the Edict. If he doesn't, then that push we were talking about might be delayed for a bit.
Yeah, my apologies, by the way. My dog decided it wanted to go into a barking fit, apparently, as you were speaking there, John, but it looks like she's done now. She's done barking at whoever it was. Top lane, of course, you've got the PL there. Bard going to be against Shen on the Lycan. You've got Eris, of course, on that POS 5 Jakiro, and Wayne on the POS 4 Vengeful Spirit. Shen already having a really fantastic time on this Lycan, not really being pressured whatsoever. I don't really think there's much Eris can do. Like, if he gets close to the Jewel Breath, Wayne, he could probably just harass him out. Level 2, you're going to have the Magic Missile up. And it's a hell of a lot of damage if you do get stunned here as the Jakiro. And this is why I didn't particularly like seeing the Jakiro pick being made here in the support role, because it seems dominant with all the DPS it can pump out. But it is quite susceptible to dying if you're not too careful.
Yeah, it's fairly squishy. Does have decent damage. The issue is you can't really walk around and get your attacks as easily as Wayne can with his brown boots, so you can't really trade all too well. I think the Jakiro really shines when you've got a laner that can be aggressive with it. PL is not very aggressive. If you had the Sven this game for top team, you could maybe make that work, but not quite with PL, so you're going to have to play it slower and just keep pulling, maybe get some stacks up in the Jakiro there.
Oh, a lot of damage here from Hung. Fairy Fire out. Wonderboy is going to try and man up. Another Fairy Fire, but the Dragon Slave is there. Oh, Hung, understanding his limits, does secure the kill there on the Lena. Is over in the triangle now. Wayne has been caught stacking up here. Eris, he's going to get the information for his team. Suppose Hung could always rotate and try to clear out those stacks, or you know, maybe even the Jakiro, as you've got some levels up, might be able to help out. Still 0-2 right now. Top team, 2 kills in the lead. Slight net worth lead going their way as well. Again, though, I think for Royale 5, like, they've got a very specific timing they want to hit. And as long as they hit it, I just don't think it matters how many kills you give away. Like, once this Lycan's online with the Helm of the Overlord or even just the Dominator, it's going to be very hard to slow him down.
I think all you need to do in Royal 5 is hold off. Like, even if, say, Mangaros in his bot lane isn't farming all too well, he's always out of mana because of that mana drain from Yassi, you're still fine. Like, he's not zoned out per se. He's still up there in last hits. Ashes can't really stop it. Maybe by the first night, you could look to be more aggressive. But even then, like, you're still able to build up the EXP on the Clinks. Maybe just get your power treads and a quick javelin up to have some more presence. And once you hit any of those spikes on these side lane cores, you're set. And, you know, you're also just waiting for your Leshrac to get a few more points in the Edict and look for that opportunity to push. So it's just a matter of patience here. The pressure's on top team to really get some early aggression off to stop that from happening. Wither Lina and Wither Line and Nightstalk combinations in lane.
Bit of a scuffle here in this mid lane again. Hung really just trying to give it back the way of Wonderboy. This mid lane does seem to be won out here by Hung. I suppose as the levels are going up though on Wonderboy, things are getting a little bit more dangerous, but for now things are going very well as Yassi. Things aren't going so well for him. This bot lane as Mango does secure the kill with the Searing Arrow. You know, I was talking about how great these voice lines are, but, you know, I forgot that they are quite spammable. So, you know, it's going to be an interesting couple months, I think.
Oh, yeah. Classic TI syndrome when battle passes out. I mean, we don't have that, but the same classic voice lines. Great to hear. So far, finding that kill from Mangaro is pretty nice to build up on that. Blinks, it is the first night. So Ashes has a little bit more presence with the level 2 Hunter in the night, and of course the uprated Void at nighttime. Not going to look for the early rotations, but they could start to harass out Aegon now.
Yeah, they're going to try. I mean, Ashes, he could keep going for this chase. He's hitting quite hard at the moment as Mango. He's going to try and intercept, but Ashes should eventually have enough. He's going to dive the tier 1 tower here. Aegon, he is eventually going to drop it. Mango, he might be able to trade, and Ashes... oh, he's going to survive on about 20 HP. Very kind of risky play there from our Night Stalker. Would have definitely not been very worth his time had he died, but he does manage to get out.
Yeah, and that's good news for top team. Again, they need to sort of get these kills while they can, try to slow down the early momentum of Royale 5, and have something to play with by the time that 10 to 15 minute mark hits. Looks like we are set to at least have our Night Stalker to have a couple of items up by then. They are at least getting that bot lane locked in. I think you will have to start watching his Leshrac now, though. Like, he did have a slower start in his lane, but he still has the stacks. That was scouted earlier, as you pointed out, by Eris, but he hasn't figured it out.
Mango gets caught out. Bot lane, pretty big kill there for the side of top team now as Hung makes his first rotation over down to that bot lane of the Lina. Great timing as well. He gets in time for the 5-minute siege creep. It's going to mean Ashes can start pressuring this bottom tier 1 tower. And that he will do. I mean, even with the nighttime up, even more damage to fly out here from Ashes. Currently, the only person around to defend this is going to be Aegon, but of course, you are going to have the TP back in from our Clinks Mango. Yeah, that siege creep going to be alive for a little bit longer, so looks like that bottom tier 1 tower going to drop to about half HP as top lane. Wonderboy, he does the exact same thing. And Shen, of course, with the wolves up, is going to be able to play even more pressure on that tier 1 tower.
He's going for the tower trade so far. That does the right thing. He dips into the jungle early, so the PL is still allowed to keep farming up. Wonderboy can't really hunt him down as fast just yet. But the tower does fall. They are still forcing to fight bot.
Yeah, Ashes, he's going to be able to pick up Aegon again. Yassi is going to drop there to Mango Rose, and well, Ashes, that's a lot of damage he's taken with those Searing Arrows. He's actually going to go back to hit some creeps as well. But he'll be alright. It's still nighttime. He knows he has the superior movement speed and vision. And he will just back off to safety.
To the impurities.
Mid. Eris, he's a guaranteed kill here. Not really much of a way out for him. Secure a nice easy kill in that mid lane there for Wonderboy. And hell, they might even start trying to pressure that mid tier 1 tower now. Like, you've got them almost the max edict up. You've already taken the top tier 1, so you may as well start slowly chipping away at this mid tier 1.
You've got the Dominator up on your Lycan as well, and he's just playing that top jungle, so you can just hook in mid and help that push out if need be. Side of top team, they are going for a smoke play. Yassi pops it, but Hung Hung's not keen on joining in. See if the Lion can get some good stuns out. Looks like they are just constantly eyeing the bot lane. That's where their Night Stalker is strong. They know they can still burst down the Abaddon and Clinks, but the response is coming through from Royale 5. They drag Wonder Boy down as well.
It's one of those things with Clinks right now. Like, you don't want to allow him to have a really good timing on the Maelstrom, but he is going to have that at this stage. Mango, I'd say at about the 10-minute mark, will have the Maelstrom up. And his farm will escalate like crazy after that, as now Yassi going to get jump at Ashes. He's going to turn around with the Dark Ascension. They've got Wonder Boy. A body shield going to help a little bit, but not for much. Is Ashes, he secures the kill and might even go after Aegon here, who's still only level 4. Hung Hung's around as well with the Light Strike Array. They're going to be able to secure a double kill as now even Mango. He's stuck around. Sentry walks down underneath the tier 1 tower, but it's not within range. So Mango, he will survive. Yassi, he's still hoping Mango pops out, but he won't be able to catch him. But you still got 2 kills there onto Royale 5, so I'm sure you're very happy if you're top team.
Kill on the Lesh is pretty big. Bolts off the eventual push. They are still going to be able to at least drag back the Abaddon for support, but
Burning Barrage, but he had the Aphotic Shield to keep himself safe. Meanwhile, mid lane, Era's trying to defend that mid tier 1 tower, is going to drop as now Shen is going straight in for Hung. It's a lot of damage though, but it may not matter as Hung, he has no Lacuna Blade up. When's the last time you saw that, John?
He's under attack.
No Lacuna Blade at level 10. I really can't remember the last time I've seen that.
I think it makes sense in the context of this game, because you have max Dragon Slave and max Fiery Soul, so you do have good right click and you have good wave clear. You just can't get the burst off, and we talk about having to use Finger and Laguna to find these kills. Now that Royal 5 might know that's the case, they should be able to look for more aggression. They take the mid, they're chasing down bot as well.
Yassi gonna go down to the Burning Barrage. Mango, he's enjoying himself right now on this Clinks. I said 10 minutes for the Maelstrom. He does have it on the courier now, so very, very nice timing here for this Clinks. And again, John, with this kind of draft, it's going to be very, very hard to try and slow down Mango. But on the bright side of Bart, he is still top of the net worth board on that PL, so he's having a great old time farming very, very nicely. But you do expect now the Clinks to just kind of escalate and farm. And I believe they are also very close now to the Helm of the Overlord timing, as mid lane Aegon again being caught out. Unfortunately for him, he is still level 5, so no borrowed time available. But gonna see if he can get some damage off onto Wayne here in this mid tier 1. It won't be much though. I'll have to let him go. I think their main cause of concern right now for the side of top team should probably be Shen, as they are rotating up now, and Shen, he's just farming way too far forward, and eventually it looks like he will be set to fall, as he cannot get his wall form off. It was on cooldown anyway. Good news, by the way, John Hung, he has gotten Laguna Blade now.
He's got the burst damage on hand. Oh, Ashes.
Oh, barely getting away. In fact, he's going to turn around now to Wonder Boy. Hung's joined in. He's going to be careful, though. One Lightning Storm and he'll die. Wonder Boy gets the head before the Defiance out, but it's not going to be enough. Nice pick up there from Hung and Ashes. End up killing off that mid lash rack. And Royale 5, just got to be cautious. I mean, again, you have a timing you want to hit here as Royale 5. I don't think there's any need for them to go overboard before that timing.
Money to burn.
Yeah, they're getting caught out 1 by 1 almost. For the most part, a lot of the kills have been on Aegon, but losing your Lush track 2-3 times is going to set you back just a bit. Losing your Lycan sets you back. We talked about top team having to stave off this early aggression. I think they've done a great job. Better pickoffs and better movement out. They just need to sort of maintain that while buying that space for a bot. As long as you get this PL up and running, you're pretty much set once you hit the 20-minute mark.
Team, they're just sitting back, relaxing, trying to get that farm up. Hung actually opting to go for a blink dagger himself here on the lane.
Just like
a very unique kind of item build up, but I do love to see it. Yassi, Eris, they're gonna spot out Aegon. He is level 6 this time around, so he can skill up that borrowed time. A big ice path though, gonna kill off Wonderboy immediately is now Wayne. He's been caught out. He'll go for a swap at Shen. He's gonna move in, but all his teammates are already dead. Laguna Blade's there from Hung. Shen, he has no choice but to run away. So get a very confident run up onto that high ground. They end up getting caught with their pants down, and the unfortunate part about that, John, was they saw the observer ward. So they knew it was warded. I suppose they didn't really expect the whole side of top team to be there waiting.
That definitely caught them by surprise, and those are some big kills for top team to find again. They hold on to them. That fourth lead, less than 1k. But at this point, you should have a lead in Royal 5. So the fact that they don't, with this kind of tight timings they need on their lineup, is a bit of a worrying sign. You can see how confident top team is. They just group up mid, shove it in as a team. They've got the Diffusal already running their PL. They've got the Yasha as well. A bot hits pretty darn hard. Once he saw the Sonic as well, it's going to be very hard to first down.
Aegon, borrowed time going to be popped. He's already at 4 HP anyway. They're just going to get right to work and draining the mana of Aegon with that Diffusal Blade of the bot. Bot lane, Wonderboy going to be caught here. Ashes. Just going to keep going. He won't worry about the Pulse Nova, although he might die if he's not too careful. Hung's going to have to kind of overtake and make sure that Wonderboy does end up dropping. Meanwhile, mid lane apart, he does get scouted, but I just don't think they have the lockdown for him at the moment. They're going to have to let him go. In fact, Mango, he was scouted out there for a second on the Clinks. He's going to be fine to back off. It's now top team. They're going to try and secure that mid-tier 1 tower. We'll see if Royal 5 can try and defend this, as Mango going to move in with the Burning Barrage, almost killing off Yassi. It's not quite enough yet. Earth Spike, it's off the mark, but it won't matter. Everyone gets out. Shen, he does successfully defend the mid-tier 1 tower. But if you're top team right now, you're buying even more time for a Bart to just keep farming up this PL. So I think top team are pretty happy with the way this game's gone so far.
Oh, for sure. Like, the PL is just allowed to really have this steady pace of farm. He's not too far behind. The Clinks, he's above the Lycan, he's above the Lesh. The side of Royal 5 are the ones who sort of lost this early spike. Like, they're not able to push beyond tier 1s and go into
Oh, that's a big Burning Barrage out. Hung, he's going to die. And yeah, this is kind of what happened last game, John. Eris, he's going to drop as well. Mango, he's able to get the kill. And now with that helm of the Overlord, he wants to keep going in. At least Eris does secure the kill onto Wayne. But Shen, he's still moving in onto Yassi. He really wants that Lion. Have they overextended, though? They're going to try and turn onto a Bart, but buybacks are moving in. Eris, he's going to rejoin the team fight. They might need to disengage now. But Royale 5, they're still just trying to move in. Wonderboy, he will eventually back. Mango, oh, that's a lot of damage onto a Bart. Not quite enough to kill off the PL. But you saw how much damage that Burning Barrage does with the Maelstrom. As now they've caught out the Lycan. He's got no boots up, Shen. He might just have to force a fight here. Yassi, you've got to be very careful, sir. It's still a lot of damage with that Ancient Creep. In fact, he might be dead. Gets a nice Earth Spike off. Now he's going to be all right. Shen, he's still pretty tanky. He's still playing around here with Hung and Eris, but Shen?
Axe observes carnage underway.
They'll leave the Jaw Breath out. Aegon's going to be able to save him as Hung. He felt the need to back as the creeps are on top of him. And they do not finish off the Lycan kill.
Yeah, that's a missed opportunity for top team. A lot of back and forth coming out from Royal 5 and top team. They are starting to hit that spike we were expecting on Royal 5. Starting to get some of these fights lined up on bot.
Ashes, hard kill to get. They'll finger Shen. He's still alive though. He's just so tanky, but eventually Ashes does manage to get in range for the Void. Yes, he's trying to go for a mana drain again. It may cost him his life, but luckily he is very good at landing these Earth Spikes. Does manage to back off, so a nice pick off in the end onto Shen. 9-16, but the net worth lead has started to swing back the way of Royale 5. And you saw the damage this Clinks is doing, John. It's very high. As Wayne does go down a Hung, but you've got Mango moving in. Hung's going to be very careful not to line himself up with that Burning Barrage. He'll be alright though.
Protected by a nice Obs plus Sentry combination up top. That jungle entrance, so
War has
he
come
had the
to
information. He knew when to
Radiant's
back
bottom
off.
tower.
You are building up now on top team. They are lagging behind by less than 1k, but less than 1k of a lead for a lineup that Royale 5
Radiant
has with
structures are
Lightning, with
fortified.
Flinks, with Lesh. It's not enough to give this lineup that big lead we wanted to see. Like, we haven't been able to continue that
Radiant's
push.
middle
They lose their
tower
mid tier 1. They need to make some progress on the map, take some
worse.
tier 2s out soon. Otherwise, they start to lose some of that momentum.
That you absolutely do. Mango move in from the back. Yassi opening barrage. He's going to avoid most of the damage. However, they are trying to go on to Ashes. But again, during the night time, it's quite hard to catch this man out. Royale 5. That timing is going to be very important. Oh. Just testing out the BKB there for Mango, but it's really bad timing as Wayne's going to die in the mid lane.
Axes, please.
Doesn't actually manage to pick up his Aghanim Scepter, but while that was happening, you lost your left track. But he cleans up Wonder Boy. And now they're looking for more. Dark Ascension's there from Ashes. He's getting all the vision. Mango, he's stuck around. I suppose there's no real running here, so he could have tried. Abut's going to move in. Mango, he's still trying to take down this Night Stalker and will eventually get him, but does drop to Abut. There's now Yassi going to move in onto this Baron, and they do eventually get Aegon as well.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Messy stuff from Royale 5. Just mistakes all over the board.
Yeah, I think that BKB actually killed Mango. If he had BKB when he jumped in, he might have been able to BKB and go home, but he didn't. He gets punished for it. Top team, they go immediately into the Roshan, knowing that they've got a big window of opportunity here. First ages of the game gonna head their way. No contest yet from Royale 5. They have some time to respond. Without the Clanks, it feels like they will lack a lot of forward damage, including just the Lesh Rack at this point. With the farm you have on Wonder Boy, it has started to taper off. So top team managed to get the Aegis, 10 to 21, 2k lead. It's that 20-minute timing we were talking about. We expected Royale 5 to be knocking at tier 3s by this point, maybe taking a Rax. They haven't made progress on tier 2s. They haven't taken this tier 1 bot. They've been losing a couple of the fights for a long time now, and that just means top teams managed to stall it out. Their PL has the Mage Slayer up, so now your Leshrac has no damage if he is focused down. It's all about the Clinks and Lycan now, and so far it's only the Clinks that can protect himself with the BKB. Now you're going to need that on Shen at some point, just to ensure he can always cast the spells and run around and deal the damage he needs to do. Before that point, he's just going to be pretty vulnerable if he's focused.
We'll see what they can do to try and turn this game back here, Royale 5. I mean, it's turning into a bit more of a challenging game as the bot just keeps farming and farming on this PL. That Heart of Tarask is going to be that major spike for the PL where it just feels like you can't kill him anymore. Aegon, there's a nice swap on Hung. He has been calling his pants down and is going to drop as now Ashes. Or it's going to be chased. They didn't have the Dark Ascension. They'll have it up in 4. But Ashes, he's going to just try and run his way out. They do have the vision, but he will pop the Dark Ascension and just use that to run. Instead, they are going to find a bot on the back lines. A bot, Doppelganger the other way. He's going to try and run, but Shen has the wolf form up. He should be able to get the information for his team. Buybacks are there. Ice Path might buy him a bit of time, but he's going to drop. The Aegis is gone. Shen, he has no more wolf form, but they might be able to surround this PL as a bot. He does manage to get the Doppelganger off, and they'll turn around onto this Leshrac now and get the kill onto Wonder Boy instead. Is Wayne gonna swap out Aegon? He might be okay, but he's out of mana anyway. Does use the stick charges. They've got Wayne down. And Abart, he'll just look to clean up now as Mango Rose is just gonna try and run, but they've got enough vision, it looks like, with the grenade. Shen, he is still hanging around here on the Lycan. Looks like Shen is set to be another one to fall. He does at least get hung in the end, but that's about all he's getting.
Yeah, it's a great turnaround from top team. They managed to actually use the Aegis in a great fight. And again, it's about these item spikes. The top team, a bot, he's got Mage Slayer. So if he does focus down on Lesh, if he does focus down on a couple of the heroes here, the magic damage just completely disappears. It's very tanky now up front. There is short respawns in Royale 5, so they can come to defense though. But
oh, jeez, Wonder Boy. Narrowly avoiding the ice path. I suppose you had Aegon there to back him up anyway, but they're going to try and fight back here. Wayne moving in, Wonder Boy trying to get the vision for the swap backs. But looks like he should be just fine. Maybe you catch Eris here on the Jack as he does stick around to get the ice path off, but he's still making his way out. He'll go for a sneaky TP spot, and looks like he has made it as a Bart. He moved back in. That's a very dangerous play there from a Bart, but he will not be punished. He'll be able to survive and back his way out just fine.
Yeah, and Royale 5, it's starting to feel like they're losing that momentum. They're losing the power spikes on these heroes. We talked about them having to hit a 15 to 20 minute timing. We're about to hit 25. This is when the PL builds up. This is when the Alina builds up. Hung, he's just able to go high as Sanj, has Chrysalis up, is going for the Salt Curious next to hold back Nidampa, and they catch Aegon again.
He has the borrowed time, but Yas is going to be with the hex. Pulling Fear out, Dark Ascension is there as well. Ashes try and find a little bit more. Spot out Wayne, but didn't have the backup to really be able to secure the kill. Though I say that, Wayne's going to swap in Yassi. Ash is going to be there with the Crippling Fear, and they'll burst down the Venge. So 1-for-1 trade in that mid lane. I say 1-for-1, but you lost the Abaddon just a little bit earlier on. Now they're going to look for a bit more. First, for the positive side, Wayne does have the illusion up, however, very dangerous play again here. Ashes, he's going to jump back in on the Night Stalker to try and help, but Mango's hitting very hard, and you're going to lose that Night Stalker. But he's going to be able to kill off Wonder Boy, though, and now they're going to rush in onto Mango Rose. He's going to be okay to back. Now Shen still trying to chase down Eris, might be able to get the kill, but Abant is going to move his way in on the PL. Looks like they might be able to maybe get the PL. They don't have a swap up. Wayne is back now. Magic Missile is going to connect. Swamp is back up and Abant. He's got a doppelganger up. Slowly but surely running his way out. Now maybe they can turn. Earth Spike is there. Aegon. Now he's going to be alright, but he needs to back out of that Burning Barrage. Now the damage is really starting to stack up here for Mango. And you know, I got to tell you, John, I thought top team would be way further ahead than this at this point. But it's still a pretty even game.
Yeah, I mean, Royale 5 still has some presence out for the Lycan and Planks. They can still rip through the softer targets until some items are up. I think when top team starts to feel a bit better on some of their other cores, that will mitigate the physical damage output of the Lycan and the Plinks to an extent, and that's when it feels manageable. You will kind of line up that AC timing on Hung with Mango Rose's timing on the Daedalus, though. That's almost up. Black and the Recipe right now at about 200 gold away, so our Clinks is about to hit like a Troc. This is near his peak in terms of itemization, and that's when we need to see Royale 5 really use that item in a big way. They need to start taking more of these fights. They need to start thinking about more objectives while they're still strong. I think once you approach 30 to 35 minutes, that's when it really starts to feel wonky. That's when you should really see the PL have this full heart up. In fact, it's even earlier. Heart's going to be up basically in 50 gold. So even with a Chrysalis up, with the Daedalus up, you might have some trouble locking in a bot, and we've already seen that. Just chasing him down is a struggle. With a heart up, you might not even run away anymore. You might just stay there, maybe reset once or twice and just go for fights.
Wonder Boy!
Dyer's bottom
tower is under attack. Some slow reactions there from Wonder Boy. They're going to try and chase him down. Hung moving very fast in that lane on. I think Electrak's gone here. Trying to secure that bottom tier 1 tower. Meanwhile, Shen, he does go ahead and secure the top tier 1 by himself. The south, Wayne. No, he's not going to be able to TP out in time. You heard the TP sound finish, but Yassi was there just in the nick of time with the Hex out. They're even looking around for a Roshan, but the timing's a little off. Meanwhile, Ash is looking for more. Swap out. They're going to find Aegon. That was,
Dyer's top tower.
Am I saying this? That was
Dyer's top tower is in one of them.
That was a greedy swap out from Wayne.
I wouldn't go as far as saying greedy, John. I'd call it pretty silly, if anything. In fact, I have some other words I'd use, but you know that was questionable.
Yeah, questionable at best. I guess he just really prioritizes having his EXP go his way. They're much more willing to sack Abaddon and lose out on games on their revenge, which to an extent makes sense. They do lose their tier 2 in the end, so the objectives are falling apart here on Royale 5s, and top team just applying that pressure now. They do have the entire top lane to deal with, and the creep wave isn't quite there, but I guess just with this Overlord Golem, you can just tank through and just melt that anyway through backdoor, no backdoor in the top tier 1. So they should be able to start finding and limiting the map. Only one outer tower left for Royale 5. Roshan a minute 40 away. So there's some time for Royale 5 to mount an answer, to mount a fight in the pit, or even just line up for it for themselves if they want to. They are still in a very perilous spot. It's not a very good spot for them right now. We are reaching that 30-minute mark, and as the game scales on and on, the Night Stalker gets scarier, the PL gets scarier, Melina gets scary, you have the full AC up on Hung Hung, so your physical damage is now sort of mitigated on the entire team of top team. And I don't know how you're going to answer Alina and a PL at the same time with this kind of lineup. It's just such an early lineup from Royale 5. If they can take maybe the next 2 fights and go for an objective, they can kind of feel a little bit better going into the 30-35 minute mark, and they will smoke around trying to find those kills.
Fire and ice.
We'll see if they can make it work. Royale 5 starting to fall very behind as the magic missile is going to be duked out very easily, and Ashes is going to be right in onto Wonderboy. Another swap in. Yeah, look, I just don't know about these. Shen, he's going to try and run. He might just make it out. Aegon, he's going to get caught out, though. The Ice Path is going to eventually hold him down. Wayne, he's going to keep moving on to Yassi, but a nice blink away of that magic missile. And Shen, he's slowly running out of time with this wolf form. And yeah, they're getting wiped. It's, yeah. You know, John,
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
if you've got a good bench player like Shen, maybe just let him play it. I'm not sure about that swap in. I gotta tell you, it's questionable at best.
Under attack.
Yeah, I think this time, no, there's no way that's even just questionable. That was just
something about that.
That you do not want to put your left right that far forward. You know he's already fairly vulnerable. Maybe they were trying to make a play with Eternal Shroud popping and having him last a bit long, casting spells in the middle, maybe look for a bit for spike. That's very optimistic in that situation. Second rush being taken by top team. Doesn't take too long. Does go the way of a bot. He does get the free shard as well. So now you got the Spirit Lances bouncing around for free. More illusions to have to deal with. Your Clinks can only hold against him for so long, so can your Lesh. They are starting to struggle against the Heart, plus the Mage Slayer, plus the SNY, all the stats on the bot. 3.4k HP. The Magical Burst is just not cutting it. Their control for a bot is just so limited. Like, they're relying so much on a Magic Missile, but Doppelganger is the spell, and you can just easily dodge it out. So I'm not sure at all what you can do about the PL. Just don't have the hold to keep him down.
Bot, have a look for something at this bot lane. Nobody going to be around. Mango still just kind of trying to juke them out here on the Clinks. Going to find a courier for himself and clear out the creep wave. Just creep skip as much as he possibly can. That should mean this creep wave coming in from top team, you know, eventually is just going to be cleared out by the glyph on the tower. But he can try to... Oh, you know what? They only cleared one wave. There's another one coming. So you might just not need to back here if you're a bot. You could probably just keep going in as Wayne. He's been caught out here in the Vengeful Spirit. Diffused up and he's gone. Mango, a Burning Barrage. It's not going to do that much anymore as they swap in the PL out of the line. I believe Yassi does get caught out, but he has the Ghost Scepter up onto the Abaddon Ashes. They'll just chase them down now. Wolf Form is popped, but can you do enough damage to this PL? I don't think they can. He can just keep infinitely resetting now with his harder. He's gonna try, but you need the lockdown. He'll in fact double in. Ice Path is there. Shard's still bouncing around. Ashes, he's in with the Night Stalker. Holds them down for a bit. They'll clear out the bottom lane of barracks, and they can just keep going. There's just no reason to back at the moment.
There's just not much they can do about the PL. Like, it's the whole black hole.
But they'll just keep moving in. Wonder Boy, nice spike there from Yassi. Onto that mid-racks they go. Swap in. Wayne, who did he got? It's going to be Yassi again on that line, but he's got that ghost form again, so he's just going to be able to back off as Wayne now is in big trouble. Aegon, he does drop on the Abaddon, and now you are also going to lose Wayne. There's a Bart. Just keep moving forward. I mean, there's just no reason to back off.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
Eventually, he will save himself the Aegis, but even if you lose it, you just get a free reset here as this PL. And I have a feeling that's kind of what he wants right now. He just wants his full mana pullback. Is anyone going to hit the PL? They don't know what to make sure. Ice Path is there. Wonder Boy, he's going to move forward, but look at the amount of damage. He's just shredding them. He's just destroying them at the moment. As Mango, he's been caught out. Crippling Fear's there. He's going to BKB and Ghost Walk his way out, but Aegon's down as well. There is no playbacks left. As Mango, he'll turn around for a Burning Barrage. Eris, he does get swapped in. Wayne does secure a kill. But chances are they're going to go for T4 towers. Or hell, even just the Megas. They've still got the Aegis up. There's just no reason to back.
There's nothing stopping them. You just don't have the hold on the side of Royale 5 to be over the bot. They have damage. But it's so hard to maximize Burning Barrage without a stun. It just doesn't work out.
Interesting swap in from Wayne. He's going to drop here to a bot. And now Mango, well, he's been caught as well. The Hex will come out from Yassi. They'll drain all the mana of the Clinks. And eventually, you'll also lose Mango on the Clinks. Well, now Mega Creeps are up. I think if you're Royale 5, you just accept the defeat. Take the draw and call for Chi-Chi.
Buyback being forced out from the Clinks. Ancient just absolutely melts the top team, and top team, they managed to turn. It looked like an outgrab from Royale 5. They had this insane early timing, but the thing with a lineup like that is, if you don't hit those timings, you
is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Kill. Axis, pleased. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. The battle begins!
What?
A few minutes later.
To be, that is for certain. Dire's top tower is under attack! Dire's structures are fortified. Super fortified! Like you can't even imagine! The red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower! Dire's middle tower is under attack! Fresh meat! Dire's top tower is under attack! Oh, Axe is pleased! Heaven or hell, Dire's top
What is Topia's thinking?
tower is in one of them. Dire's middle tower. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack! Yes! Killing spree! Attack! Dire's bottom tower is under attack!
Gago!
Your structures are... Mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower. Killing spree! Axe is pleased! Killing spree! Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Can take all the hurt Radiant cares to heap upon it. Mega kill! Double kill! Dire's bottom tower is under attack!
Let's go.
Dire's bottom tower is taking many wounds.
Gago!
Go ahead. Run.
Invisibility.
There it goes.
Gago!
Bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Kill! Axis Mega kill!
I just rule.
That's okay.
Mega kill!
Where your heart does not.
Tower is under attack! Roshan has fallen to the Radiant! Dyer's courier shall carry no more. Come in for dinner. Boy, fleshmate! Axe is pleased!
The worst is still to come.
Sick!
Open to your bleed.
To be. That is Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dyer's middle tower is under attack. Dyer's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dyer's middle barracks have fallen. Dyer's middle barracks have fallen. Axe needs something to chop. Axe is pleased. Dyer's top barracks are under attack. Dyer's top barracks have fallen. Dyer's top barracks have fallen. Your edge needs sharpening. Dyer's middle tower is under attack. Killing spree! Axe is pleased!
Snuff out your sanity.
Dyer's middle tower is under attack!
I'll take your tribute.
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Dominating! Dyer's bottom tower is taking many wounds to be. That is for certain. Dyer's middle tower is under attack. Dyer's structures are fortified. Dyer's bottom tower is under attack. Dyer's bottom tower is under attack. Found the weakness in Dyer's bottom tower. It turns out Dyer's middle tower was worth a damn. It would. Dyer's middle tower is under attack. Dyer's bottom barracks have fallen. Trust me! Monster kill! Like many a barrack before it, Dire's bottom barracks are under attack! Dire's middle tower is not what it used to be, that is for certain! Dire's middle tower has fallen! Dire's ancient is under attack! Axes, please! Dire's ancient is under attack! Killing spree! Double kill! Axe proclaims a radiant victory! Radiant's bottom tower is under attack! Radiant's bottom tower is under attack! Kill! Axes, please! Radiant's bottom tower is under attack! Dominating!
Pre, push mo yan sa top, pre.
Double kill! Radiant's top tower is under attack! The battle begins!
A few minutes later.
Much like cordwood before Axe's axe, Dire's top tower is under attacks!
The rune of haste.
The prize is mine.
Behold, my searing blade. Bonus!
Gago!
Radiant team bad.
The spirit is willing, but the flesh is
Dire's middle tower. Dire team bad.
I'm doing great. I noticed that just saying my name gets you distraught, Mike. It's fair enough. That's fine. We're going to be set up here for probably what I think is one of the best matches today. GXR versus
Radiant
AG. This
team
is a very
bad.
close fight between these two teams. GXR has
Dire
been on the
team
up and up
bad.
since they've had that roster shake-up, right? It's been like 2 months now. You can see Mizu, Alacrity, In Your Dream, Kami-sam himself, Paul Sun, and Jokam in. A force to be reckoned with. This is a... They've just steadily improved over time. This is their first match in the QH Esports Series 2.
10
So we'll have to
seconds
see if
remaining.
they bring that A game out here, but a lot of people have high expectations for them.
5
Marty
seconds
Geniuses, on the other
remaining.
hand, you know, the boys from bottom, they're a fun team. These
Dire
guys, you
team
can't
pick.
not love them. The last interview we had with him, UK was talking, and
Dire
Wami was
team
just
pick.
shirtless playing ping
Radiant.
pong. If you don't love a team like that, I don't know what you do love.
Mirana.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
I think the ogre pick is just something UK loves. I remember in that interview with Table Tennis, UK did say he loves Ogre Magi, and that he didn't feel like it was a bad hero in the last patch. It's just better now with Ignite being cheaper, so you have a little bit more laning presence, more spell spam ability, not just with your blast, but with Ignite as well. So there are more options there for the Ogre. We'll just have to see what they build up. Of course, the Ogre does enable heroes like, say, Wraith King that could come true for DB. We know he loves that hero. You can just give him a great steroid to play with. Haven't seen too much Wraith King in this patch. It does still slide through, so we'll see if that's what AG wants. GXR, for their part, they're kind of sticking to, not too different as well compared to last time. They get the puck, got the Pango in support, as he called. That's probably the more innate thing. They've drafted the puck itself. It hasn't changed too much. Maybe some value changes here and there. It still does what you want it to do on the mid. Still very slippery, hard to pin down. And because AG revealed their two supports already, they don't have the best hold for a puck. They don't have a Nyx on hand to stun. I guess Ogre Magi stun with the blast is okay if you can kind of cast it from afar. Beyond that, you don't have those instant holds for the puck, and that should allow the puck to still slip in and out just fine.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
That should mean that maybe they're eyeing something like, say, the Hamilton Overlord sort of hero on the offlane, kind of play along with his push that we have seen lately pop through. And Jakiro is one way to kind of stall out that push, as we saw in the last series, the last game. So kind of just opening that up perhaps for Wami. They go with the Sand King, so they've got the Mirana Sand King combination, Arrow Burrow Strike, very strong. Gives them some team fight to play with as well. We know Wami loves this hero on the offlane. He performs spectacularly well on it. We'll just have to see if it still holds up in what we tend to see nowadays, like the aggression that comes out early. Might put a dent in Sand King's timings.
5 seconds remaining.
Usually a fast blink, sometimes if you're ahead, fast travels as well for committing. So go for a Vanguard or Hood of Defiance for durability. Very flexible in terms of build-up for AG, but it does give them some setup, give them some way of kind of running around and getting that done. GXR, they will go into the Venge. So they've got an interesting combination here. They have a way of snapping the coil on the puck just by swapping. So if your Venge is spaced out well enough, Dream Coil's out, instant stun on one hero, instant control, and of course, it kind of
10
plays quick.
seconds remaining.
Should be our offlane here for Mizu. Miracle offlane, Venge can work
5
out. It's
seconds
still be support
remaining.
if you want to. But going back to the last game we saw, I think Venge just feels a lot better on the offlane because you do kind of want to save the illusion. You want to keep building up EXP. Very greedy, going for the Ags build, and that just kind of slots into the offlane a little bit better than it does support.
Dire team pick.
Gyrocopter!
Radiant team ban.
Dragon Knight.
10
So,
seconds
it's timing
remaining.
support.
Dire team ban.
It gives you another strong combination with your Ogre Magi. There's some flexibility now for AG to run Sand King mid, DK off lane as well. Kind of tune that as they see, although I think you do want K versus Puck, very stable lane. Going back to your point about the Gyrocopter, on the
10
safe lane, the
seconds
cast felt really
remaining.
weird, at least in the games we've casted, right? Like, the timing's just...
5 seconds
When you
remaining.
have a Venge on hand, feels a little bit better with a Venge Aura. You Terror Wave, so you soften up the targets for the Jar to rip through. But the flexibility you called out, I think it could play with that. Heck, you could even run Venge 1, Jarcopter support, or off lane on the offhand there. Could also be one way to see it. Some ways it does feel like they're probably going to lock it in pause 1. We don't flexibility. Gyrocopter support
Radiant team
twice, but
ban.
not often in South. I think when you have a Puck on Venge, you have Dream
Dire
Coil
team
down, so
ban.
that might just be the thought process. It's great AoE control, AoE damage coming out with Jar Puck, and you can just
10 seconds remaining. Team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Visage.
yeah, it's here that plays really well with the changes to Helmfleet Overlord, right? It pushes very fast. It ties in with
10
Venge really
seconds
nicely as well, so the
remaining.
aura helps you with your familiars, with your
5
damage output,
seconds
you push really
remaining.
quick. This is a very early tempo from GXR. Like, you could play greedier with the Gyrocopter, you don't have to. Maybe get a Maelstrom or just the SNY, start joining these early team fights, start looking for those early tower pushes and going from there. AG, they need to wait for blinks on Sand King, blink on Dragon Knight. With an Ogre Magi, you might be looking for, say, a sort of right-click sort of core in the safe lane that also needs some time to farm. So it looks like AG might not be able to keep up with that pace if they aren't ready. GXR just setting themselves up to play a pretty quick tempo game here.
Phantom.
Choose your hero.
I'm enjoying GXR's draft just a little bit more. I think the earlier tempo does line up quite nicely. They've got pretty good magic damage to deal with the DK as well. You can't underestimate Gyrocopter's early magic damage is pretty good. So is a Visage once you get some Soul Assumption stacks up. That should enable them to keep running and gunning early on. I think for AG, a lot of their momentum's going to hang on their Sand King and Dragon Knight timings. Blink timings there, how often they can play with Dragon Tail Arrow, Burrow Strike Arrow, look for the pickoffs that they need, and go from there. If they can stall this out towards late game, the PL does feel a lot nicer. Gyrocopter can sort of deal with it with Flak, but once he's surrounded, and once he's mana burned, Gyrocopter starts to not win the match. Very mana reliant, deal with PL to keep the Flak cannon up. PL can kind of handle that. I'd say if GXR can get a grip here by 20 to 25, maybe towards the 30-minute mark latest, they should be feeling well. If it does drag on, AG gets more openings, DK will scale, and PL will scale very nicely here as well.
Set to get underway. I'm kind of leaning towards GXR as well. Like I never like to doubt Visage, right? Especially when we haven't seen it in such a long time and it makes a reappearance. It's very hard to doubt the hero because it is a very cheesy kind of hero. Mind you, it is Polison playing it in the support role, so maybe that kind of gives you an indication that maybe it's not, you know, quite as broken as we're expecting it to be. Zed is going to be in the support role. I suppose you could still go for the Helm of the Dominator, but yeah, it's pretty... If you do go down that route, it does feel very greedy. So I doubt from GXR.
Yeah, I think again they've got to play a fairly quick tempo, get that running. And Visage on the support, not so common, but we have seen it once or twice. I think that does mean you're not rushing Helm. The Overlord is quick, so playing around that timing, playing around that tempo that can give you is not going to be there. Could still try to save up for it down the line. We'll see if that's something Boston will want. These guys are so chatty. They're asking if Kami-sama's back in your dream. We'll have to see. You know, everyone keeps asking in your dream games to shout him out as Kami-sama. He's got to bring his A game. He's on the Gyro, which in a way, you know, it's not his typical IYD heroes. It's not like the Luna, not like the TV. So we'll see if he can play around the timings here.
Where are you watching? That's how it's done.
I love it. I really do. I mean, I spam at every pub game as well, John. Game starts, you've got to spam it now. It's the rule. It's unspoken.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I met those guys before, you know. I met Lon and Duno. Amazing fellas. Duno was he was a really laid-back guy. Yeah, bring that up. So good to always be reminded of that spirit. Let's see them scuffle over the top rune just a bit.
The battle begins!
Mizu. Gonna go for the short crash in. Arrow's gonna be there to follow up, but he's not taking so much damage as now they might be able to go onto Wami. It's a lot of harassment on the Sand King, but it's ultimately gonna be able to walk away with his life intact. And is going to have to get a quick salve up there from LYM. So already a salve to be expended here onto Wami. Not too big of a deal. And we may as well start with the bot lane while we're there, John. You've got In Your Dream on the Gyrocopter, of course, in the safe lane. He's going to be supported by Jokam on the +5 Venge. And you're going to have Wami there on that off-lane Sand King. And you are going to have LYM, of course, on that position for Mirana. So that old school combo that we saw come back in the last meta, the Sand King and the DK with the Mirana arrow setup,
Out of my way!
it is being run once again by AG, and quite frankly, I don't think it's become any weaker in the new patch.
First blood!
So,
Yeah, I mean, DB got a little bit weaker though. Apparently, Paulson, he's going to take him down with the Soul Assumption. And I suppose while we're here, John, we may as well say you can't really underestimate level 1 Soul Assumption. It does 330 damage at level 1 at the max damage.
yep, it's just obnoxiously strong, and it's something that you can underestimate. It has really low downtime as well. So you get the damage out, you build up stacks again, you just cast it in 4 seconds. That's like 600 plus damage already in the laning phase. You have to be super cautious on DP here. UK can't do much to stop it. He's an Ogre Magi. He has no defensive capability, especially without Fire Blast early on. He can't even just stop him and stun him from casting some spells. So, just a bit more cautious for the PL. And GXR should look to pump that aggression. They've got level 2 up on Mizu. They've got Lucky Shot, so you can go for right-click trades with DB. And just kind of make this lane really awkward for DB. And still keeping up in CS, though. PL's not feeling too bad, but you just don't want to give those kills away.
Absolutely. Over in the mid lane, of course, Alacrity against Mamang Daya. Should be a pretty boring lane, I'd say, in the mid lane. Not too much kill potential here on either side. It's just going to be all about securing runes and farming up. I mean, we've seen this Puck versus DK lane before. Not too much to expect here from these two.
Yeah, just about who really hits 6 and who wants to do something by level 6. The DK might have an easier time maximizing Dragon Form by pushing. Puck is going to need a support rotation to get a kill. And we'll see if they do commit that on GXR's end down line, or if Galactic, he's going to have to go to a side lane to find that opportunity, but should be relatively stable on the mid. Even just going back for the stacks, both Puck and DK have ways of clearing it just fine.
Only one kill so far, GXR. I really want to keep an eye on this this top lane. Where, like, this support Visage is what I'm really wanting to see, what it can do in this current patch. Paulson obviously already has the first kill of the game, which is definitely great news for him. UK needs to be very cautious with his positioning. They can get a lot of damage out very quickly, and he might just be dead. He's going to try and run. Paulson will have another Soul Assumption out, and that'll be another kill for Paulson. And if there's one thing that I can say 100% with this hero, Visage, it just does too much damage with that level 1 Soul Assumption. Now he's got level 2. So it's even more damage, John. It's about 400 at level 2.
And remember, it's not even just one cast. You can easily get off 2 casts back to back. As long as you have the mana pool, that's the limiting factor for Visage. He did have a ton of mangoes down to 1. He only really has 1 combo left to play with for Paulson, 1 double cast left in him, and that's bypassing Grave Chill. Not going to have access to his slow if he does that. Fortunately for DB, it's UK who faults. So the PL is sort of protected. As long as the Ogre Magi dies, we're kind of okay.
Wami going to drop down to the bot lane as well. Such a great start to this game 1 already for GXR. It's a 3-0 lead. Now DB again. Looks like he's been caught. Paulson, he won't even need it. Waits the doppel out. Can he guess? No, he doesn't. DB, nice micro on the illusion. They were waiting for that doppel to come out to try and make sure that they don't have the Soul Assumption being wasted, but Paulson, he took a guess. It just wasn't the right target.
Good microplay from DB, and they are forced to salve him up. That's the last piece of reaching out from UK, and he also handed the last tango. So the next time DB does get dived, he is probably going to have to head back to base or just accept that death and get a reset. And we'll see. You are running out of mana here on Paulson. Again, the downside of that Visage, very costly mana on spells and not much of a pool to play with still. DK.
Yeah, he's probably dead here. Paulson going to move in. He has a mango, but they are going to make the jump in on the Visage, and he could not get the second Soul Assumption off. So DB now, he can turn back in onto Mizu and might even be able to find a secondary kill. Swashbuckle's there, but he's going to rush forward. Lance is out as well, but the raindrops from Mizu is going to make sure he doesn't really take much damage. Definitely great news, though, for Army Geniuses. They needed some kills on the board. They'll get 1 onto the Visage, and of all people, goes onto DB.
Best pickup you could ask for there. That does give a reset to Paulson, so he's back with a full mana pool. He could look to be aggressive. Just need to watch that positioning bit. The Ogre does get tankier as levels go up, so UK is able to cop through a lot more damage than he was earlier on. Just need to maintain that spacing. You are still getting good stream of EXP on Paulson though. Like, he's level 4 along with Mizu. So you will reach that spike with your familiars relatively quick in the pause 4. And once you do have those familiars, it's a different story for Visage, because he's got chain stunts to play with on top of this insane burst. Still have to be cautious as the EXP does build up for either side on GXR.
How's the other lanes going? Mid lane, I mean, we already talked about how boring that one was going to be. Bot lane, you know, you'd think Wami and LYM would be able to set up some kills here, but it just hasn't been the case. In fact, Wami was one of the heroes that actually went down during the laning stage earlier on. So Joe Cameron in your dream, they've just done a great job of not being caught out of position. They're just constantly just allowing in your dream to farm up, and he's had such a great start on this gyrocopter. Probably one of the best starts you could ask for. 44 and 14 in terms of CS. We have all his starting core items up, and he's very close to being able to just start rotating into the jungle now. He doesn't really need to stay in the bot lane anymore. His top lane, UK, is going to drop a third time this game. In fact, make that second, apologies. And will be the third kill for Paulison on the Visage.
Again, you're kind of happy with that as long as DB gets to farm. But trading away your Ogre, sacrificing him to the Visage is not the worst thing that can happen for Army Geniuses. As long as DB is allowed to still hold his lane, that's fine. But he is sort of starting to lag behind. In the farming pace of PL versus Gyro, the Gyro does have a slight better edge earlier on because of Flat Cannon, especially when it's maxed out, as we saw in Your Dream. DB's going to have to try to play the catch-up game and has to be a bit patient this game as he needs to wait for the build-up. Alacrity's going for an early rotation.
Yeah, he's got the coil up, and they're going to throw it out immediately into the Silence and the Rolling Thunder. They know who their target is. In fact, they even found the Ogre. Do they have the damage, though? Grave Chiller's there, they'll slow him down, and yeah, they'll definitely have the damage. UK, he knows he's dead. Alacrity, a great rotation up from the puck. And, I mean, for AG, they've still only got one kill on the board, and with a draft like theirs, you'd kind of argue that they should be more even in this game one, but it's not the case thus far.
Dire's top tower is under
attack. It comes down to that tempo that GXR can build up in this lineup. They play super fast. They've got early power spikes. For AG side, yeah, Sand King and DK can make plays, but you do want a blink on one of these heroes first before looking for those big rotations. They can get some early push going with Mamang Daya on mid, and he has done some good damage on that mid-tier 1. They want some of these towers to start melting soon. That's when the map opens up a bit more and they can start breeding a bit on that heal.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Lane Mamang Daya. He's going to be just fine to start pushing in that tier 1 mid tower. No real problems here for the DK. UK going to start moving in as well. Doesn't really have a bloodlust to offer, but he just wants to make sure Mamang Daya does remain safe, as they might be able to land a stun, but the silence is out. Mamang Daya now going to be in danger. Soul Assumption does connect with a massive Dream Coil. They do burrow strike in, but it's not going to be enough. UK gets cleaned up. Wami, he's going to try with the epicenter. He will kill off Paulison, but it's for the cost of his own life.
Tower is under attack.
As LIM, he makes it out. It's a 3-for-1 trade, though, and at best, you only get the position 4 Visage down.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Good situation for AG. The best thing you're getting there is space for DB. But look at how early in your dream feels like he can commit. Just shows up mid, gets the call down, gets his max flat going, and damage output's too much. They just can't handle it. They managed to go into the large camp triangle as well to clear out some creeps, build up some farm. AG, they're starting to lag behind in a big way. 9-2, 2k lead for GXR. This gyrocopter is just insanely farmed for where he's at right now. Has the Dragon Lance up, got some good stats to play with, and that tempo from GXR. As long as they're ready to take these fights early, they can really apply the pressure onto AG at this point in the game.
Poor DB. I mean, he just gets chased down by this Pango. Constant disarms coming out from Mizu, and there's just nothing he can do about it. He's just got to walk away into the jungle, but it's a little bit early for the PL. I mean, luckily DB, he has the items up necessary to jungle, but it's just not as effective as he would like. There's now LYM. He does scout out Alacrity, making a rotation into that jungle, but DB, he hasn't moved yet. He's got the doppel up, and he'll use that to get away. Yeah, lucky, very lucky OIM was around to scout that out though on that Mirana. You know, they didn't have any vision to scout out Alacrity and Paulison moving in. It could have been quite disastrous for DB had to be caught, and now UK, speaking of getting caught, is going to be just dived underneath the tier 1 tower, and it's really just child's play right now for GXR. This almost maxed out Soul Assumption. You know, I hate to sound like a broken record, but it's just, it's too much damage. His mid lane, Mamang Daya, he just gets torn apart.
You can't even imagine.
There's too much magical coming through with call down, and not much levels in the rocket barrage. You've got puck anyway, dealing with more magic damage, and you're just going to be able to transition mid and start pushing in the tower without DK up, it's hard to have that frontliner to do that damage, and Wami's much more interested in just getting his early Vanguard. So they're going to have to give this mid-tier 1. Great pickup for GXR, opens up the map further. And you can start to keep staying in the top jungle, keep applying that pressure, and keep playing fast. GXR is just playing nearly perfectly with where they have to be in lane, with the objectives they have to take. AG, they have to keep trying to hold out. They have to keep trying to get that blink timing, to get the Vanguards up, start going from there.
Oh, Mizu might be dead here. He seems to know something is arise. They do get the burst strike into the arrow, and they will finally get this pesky Pango down. It's going to feel very nice for DB, who's just had to suffer with this Pangolier all game.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
So I don't think the side of GXR are going to mind that too much. You look back at it in your dream, he's still just flash farming like crazy into the triangle. He's going to have a very fast Aghanim Scepter timing here with the Dragonlance and Phase Boots up already. That's going to be very detrimental, because once you do have the Ags up, you can actually start moving in to fight even more with your team. And again, with the kind of draft GXR has, they have such low cooldowns on pretty much everything. There's just no reason for them to slow down once you've got the Aghanim Scepter gone.
Yeah, they're just going to be able to keep looking for these fights. AG, they do have the Diffusal up on DV, but he needs an SNY or something with stats next. Still not going to be able to show up, and you can see the side of GXR just grouping up top, getting the push going. They force LYM back with the missile, and there's just nothing to stop this push. They still don't have an easy way of engaging without a blink. They do have the early Hood of Defiance on Wami, but he doesn't have a blink either. So they're just forced to surrender these objectives and keep waiting for some key items before looking for fights, and that just gives so much more room for GXR to play this fast, to play this aggressive.
Absolutely. They're going to back off for now after getting that top tier 1, but the map is certainly opened up now for GXR. Paulson, I mean, one of the beautiful things about the Visage is the fact that you can use these familiars to just scout out, but he does get caught, but a nice block on the arrow. It just won't matter in the end, as the epicenter is going to be more than enough for Paulson. Almost kills off LYM. I mean, half his HP disappeared with one soul assumption. They still get the familiar. But it's just going to feel so bad if you're LYM, just losing half your HP from a spell that's on 4 seconds cooldown. Mizu?
That's the power of Visage.
Nah, he's going to be alright.
Tough time for the supports. I think that's where the Visage starts to focus in once he's got that up. He's using familiars well for scouting as well. Like, he's just keeping that one familiar out, keeping an eye as to what's going on in the jungle and the triangle, prevent attacks from being safely farmed up or just built up. And the lead for GXR just keeps growing. 11-4, 4K lead up. They're not relenting on the aggression. They've got the Ags up on In Your Dream, you know, with that nice disassembly on the Dragonlance. Very balanced. I have had our friend Crest rant to me about Dragonlance disassembly, and you're seeing it in play. He's just going to build it back up. Look for the BKB next. Smoke out from GXR into the top jungle. Could find something big.
Good. Dream Coil could be a great setup here. Alacrity is just going to move right into that LYM Marana. And well, that's a very nice orb to move forward as he gets a coil blind onto the Sand King. And now with the familiars, you're going to be able to get the vision. He's going to go for the TP, but you've got the stuns. The familiars, they don't just deal damage and get you vision and fly over everything, John, but they also stun. It's very, very good. Great value.
Great. Absolutely great. Love it. Just Visage. It's like better Hawks. I mean, it is an ultimate. You have to get value there, and they are worth a lot of gold. I feel like that's a fair trade-off. GXR, they're holding on to their bot lane, their bot tier 1. 2 heroes to keep it in to just prevent the push. It's only UK showing up. DB's still there, sort of farming. Don't know if they have enough to handle a PL just yet, but he is still squishy. He only has a Diffusal blade, really. Nothing protected yet.
DB's going to be very cautious here. Like, one magic missile on the PO and you might just cost yourself a life. Mizu going to successfully defend the bottom tier 1, but you may as well just deny it off now if you're Mizu, and he might just go ahead and do that very soon. By the way, John, I just wanted to do a quick age check on you. Do you remember what the old Visage familiars were like?
Yeah, they were just stuff floating around, right? Like, I remember that. And when I played Visage with familiars, I was like, what is this?
They were like the little bat things.
Yeah, like the bat things, almost like Death Prophet, right? Like, sort of like just a swarm around you. So, yeah, I remember that. That was a long time ago. I used to play a lot of Visage like that. I didn't know what I was doing, but I used to play it.
Dire's middle tower
Do you remember
is under
people
attack.
used to just like scatter them around like wards? You know, like most people didn't even bother microing them. They're just like, all right, I'll send one here on this cliff. I'll send it. They were just observer wards basically back in the day. It's top lane. They've got the Sand King.
Dire's bottom tower is
Well,
under
there's not really much of a way out for Wami as Paulison. He's going to secure another kill for himself. And he's going to gradually get so much tankier now as he's getting levels up in that Gravekeeper's Cloak. Mid lane, who have they got? It's going to be Mamangdaya. He's not having a very good game on this DK. Not feeling very good about himself right now. And it's officially 15-4 with the 5k net worth lead now for GXR. And quite frankly, this game just hasn't even looked close for the last 17 minutes.
No, it's all been GXR. They've been the one setting the tempo. They go into the Roshan. It's not going to take them too long with the damage output they've got in their Dream. And they're just getting everything they want to. They really use their boss tier one. They actually never denied it at 52 HP. So Army Heat, not enough to compensate for losing Aegis, for losing a few big heroes. And they do hit some item spikes on Aegis, so they've got the blink for Wami. This is when some fight opportunities open up for them and start blinking in burst strike arrow combination with the epicenter. Play from there. They need to line up their shots though. They need to start finding some wins, stall this game out to get more flowing onto DB, because if they don't, the PL could get choked out. For GXR, key thing for them is they need to start eyeing those tier 2s. Happened to Royale 5 in the last series where they were at sort of the same point. They were ahead early on, got the tier 1s quick. They never found tier 2s and shut down the map. Same thing GXR needs to do. They need to shut down the map early just to maintain that lead and to maintain that pressure on Army.
Well, they're going to start moving up towards that top lane, it looks like, AG. The smoke up is 5.
Take us.
Well, they're going to run right into Paulison. It's not quite the target you'd love to start on. They might have to just accept it, though, and he is actually quite tanky. He's going to drop, though. A nice pickup. That looks like it might just be about it, unless GXR are going to move in, and yeah, they are. They're going to force a fight. They get the coil off right onto the PL DB. He's going to be okay, though, to just back himself out, as now the Rolling Thunder is not really connecting on much. And so this team fight, it feels very forced, and now the Epicenter's there for Wami. Back in on Minzun in your dream, but they kind of ignore it altogether. Go back on the Sand King. They'll lose Joe Cam. But it's a 1-for-2 trade. AG, it's not the best trade in the world, but it's also not bad considering how far behind you are. Mizu, though, he's jumping in for a bit more. Problem is, he's been perma-stunned up, and Mamangdaya is going to be able to clean up that kill. But they're moving on to UK. They'll get the Gyrocopter, but now in your dream, he doesn't want to die. But he will lose the Aegis, and they may have overextended. Alacrity, he's still around. They're going to move in. Sansa down onto the PO arrow. It's still going to land. Oh, in your dream, he thought he was getting blocked by the Familiars. Oh, Paulison's gonna drop as well. They just, yeah, there's the pings out. I think the Familiars dropped as the arrow was coming in, so they didn't block the arrow.
Shame it does happen. Really good fight coming out from AG again, kind of boiling back to just having a way of initiating with a blink. Sure, it looked a bit awkward for Wami. He managed to cut off the fight. They re-engage, they push back in, they get the kills they need. AG, it's not enough to really swing the tempo towards their side. They're still lagging behind by 4k, but those were kills they definitely needed. Helps them get a few more items flowing out. They're going to have a BKB on Mamangdaya next, and once you have that BKB on the DK, he doesn't need to worry about much. Ags on Alacrity for his puck is a long way off. In fact, right now he's queuing up Dagons and Lincolns. So you can still kind of play a bit, protect yourself there for a bit, and then just go for the burst. There's still time to adjust into an Ags upgrade on the puck, which feels like it will be necessary against these BKBs. AG, and they're holding up. We talked about the 20 to 25 minute timer for GXR. As long as these tier 2s hold, and there's still map to play with for AG. AG will build up. He's about to farm into the heart, full SNY up and running now. So once that heart's up, could feel a lot more secure. Now, you do have more AoE damage sources from GXR, so it's not going to feel as clunky. Have some decent control against, well, with the Dream Coil at the very nasty. You might be able to chain stun him there. But you still don't want to tempt fate. PL will start hitting hard, and it's going to be a lot more durable up front than you'd expect.
Speaking of hitting hard, John, have you seen this Brigand's Blade item? It's kind of ridiculous. Like, I think the maximum amount of damage it gives you is plus 70. So, like, this tier 2 item just casually gives you plus 70 damage on top of the plus 10 attack speed and damage it automatically gives you just passively.
Dire's
So if you're
top
dealing with,
tower
like,
is
at
under
some
attack.
point, you're just dealing plus 70 damage on people. It's just ridiculous.
Just a great item to have on the core.
Tower is
It
under
is,
attack.
you know, some of those new
red
neutrals are
mist
pretty
spreads at Radiant's
bonkers.
middle tower.
Brigand's Blade is probably one of the best ones here. We'll see. It has led to more presence from DB in these early fights. AG, they will smoke up his 4. They've got Epicenter ready,
Much
Dragon
like
Form in about
Cordwood
10
before
seconds.
Axe's axe,
As long as one of those spells are up, they can just look
is
for the fight.
under attack.
Mizu, nice stun out, or rather stun onto Mizu. Burrow strikes there. Coil though, gonna lock 4 of them down, and now In Your Dream's gonna move in with the flat cannon. There goes LYM. They even saved Mizu on the gyro, or rather the rolling the Pango. The DB, he's gonna try and kill off Jokan, but he's been called out, and he's gonna drop as well. Onto UK, they'll swap him in. They've got the Yogan, they'll take him down. LYM, he just brought back. He's being chased by a Benj illusion because he's got the Academ Scepter up and he's got 100% uptime now. And well, LYM, he's going to be okay, but he won't stick around to try and fight the Venge illusion. He'll just have to accept that the illusion's stronger.
Has fallen. Radiant's bottom
It's
tower is under
very
attack.
hard to kind of counteract it. Move speed. That's really the part that gets me. Like, you're
Dire's
dead,
middle tower
you can cast
is under
spells,
attack.
can gain EXP when you respawn from that illusion, and you have faster move speed. It just allows you to throw this illusion forward, scout out,
Dire's middle
get
tower is
more
under
information,
attack.
look for more targets, face down. It gets started in tier 2 mid, and this is exactly what GXR needed. They take the top tier 2, they're going for more of the map to shut out. AG, the leads widened for them. 9k up for GXR, AG's lagging behind. And they need to kind of temper themselves into going for that fight. They kind of stacked their stuns. They clumped up together to respect the AoE control and damage of GXR. And you got to remember, it's a puck, it's a gyrocopter, it's a pango. They have a lot that can punish you for clumping up in this game.
Lane thinking about trying to set up on the puck, but Lincoln Sphere going to make it quite difficult to actually catch Alacrity out. DB trying to work to that heart of Tarask, but I mean, even then with the heart up, I don't know if it's going to be enough. Like, you're starting to hit so hard on this gyrocopter now. He's going to be going for that Daedalus eventually, and that's when things get ridiculous with the gyro. UK, he's going to be alright. He does make it out just the nick of time. The outpost will be taken back for GXR. Speaking of ridiculous items, in fact, he does get rid of it, but the Fey Grenade on the Venge seems like quite a potent item to have. So you can just have constant vision of someone that you can swap in and out. Very fun.
That is super
War
fun
has come
for
to
the bench to
Radiant's
have.
bottom tower.
It's one of those things. You want still holding on to the Philosopher's Stone now, Chokan.
Radiant's bottom tower
When you do
is
play this
under
Avenge
attack.
support, it is a bit greedy. Especially ads. You can sort of look at opening up your itemization afterwards. We've seen Medallion into Solar Crest, this being one of them. Power Treads being prioritized right now for Jokam. Got more right-click damage that them fly through. Side of AG. Talked about the heart not doing amazing. Probably not going to be enough. Damage on Gyro is one thing. Sustain on Gyro is going to be another thing as well. He's going for Satanic first. Looks like it should be flying out, so even if you chain stun In Your Dream, his little side gunner is just going to heal him back up, especially if he manages to pop that Satanic on before getting chain stun. So it's going to be even harder to burst down this Gyro, and they're just going to smoke up around his spike.
Yeah. Fun fact, but in fact, hold that thought, because we are about to get into a fight. DB definitely doesn't want to get caught right now. In UK, he's going to break the smoke, but the Dream Coil's already there, and they've got the PO and a great swap out. Guaranteed stun onto DB, but he will survive, at least for now. The cooldown still dropping In Your Dream. He's going to go for the chase DB. Epicenter's there, Mommy. He's gonna try and save the day, but he can't do it. They can't get through in your dream on this gyrocopter. He's healed all the way back up with that Satanic onto UK. They've got the Ogre, and they'll take him down. In fact, they're diving the fountain almost. Around the tier 3 towers. They won't bother though. Mid tier 2 is where it's at.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
If they want to go high ground, there's 50 seconds without a Phantom Lancer on. Definitely enough time for GXR to try and secure this, at least the mid lane of Rax.
12 important vitamins and minerals.
We've got the damage, the creep wave,
Dire's middle tower
able
is
to
not
live
what it
through.
used to be.
Range creeps enough to able to get this push. And we're just seeing that issue. They can't burst through the gyro, the swap, Dream Coil combination is too strong, that isolates the TL very nicely. And GXR just managed to hit that spike. AG, they have to try to hold on. They can't get Megas as there is a bot tier 1 still standing. They can only go for 2 lanes here, but that is enough to give GXR a massive 15k up. That's just set to grow, and there's just no response from AG.
Barracks are under attack. X cannot bear to watch.
And GXR, just 2 Raxes basically for free. I say for free, they did win a massive team fight, but the team fight wasn't exactly tough for them either. As Mizu is going to back off DB.
Is unfair.
Very far forward kind of TP there, but he won't get punished for it. And GXR, understanding their limitations, do want to play it safe. And of course, you've got some outer towers down to the bot lane to try and clear out anyway. You may as well just go back for the Roshan now if you are GXR. And of course, it's the second Roshan of the game. No cheese, but who cares about that? Nobody liked it anyway. Shards and Aegis more than enough.
Really strong to have. Wondering who they'd prioritize the shard on this game. If they back off, they notice a bit of a fight.
Yeah, Mizu, he's just having a bit of a roll around. Getting a lot of vision, that's a massive Dream Coil. He's got 3 targets again as Mahataya. He is just melting to the flat cannon. This isn't a DK. He's just not tanky enough to be a DK. They call it. They have had enough, and my goodness, GXR. What a dominant victory here for game 1.
To the radiant, the spoil.
Plays spectacularly well. Kami-sama's back. Looks like the Kami-sama mode is on for In Your Dream. He just gets off this running start. Gyrocopter, he hits his farm timings. He gets aggressive. We saw that early rotation mid. You know, he just knew what he had to do. It's not he didn't have to sit back and farm as much in the gyro. He joined some early fights. He had a massive amount of stacks in the triangle that AG didn't contest. And after he hits that Ag spike with Satanic, it's not enough to control him. Oh yes.
Push mo yan sa top, pre.
Double kill! Radiant's top tower is under attack! The battle begins!
A few minutes later.
Much like cordwood before axe's axe, Dire's top tower is under attacks!
The rune of haste.
The prize is mine.
Behold my searing gaze. Bonus!
Gago!
The spirit is willing, but the flesh is
Dire's middle tower is under attack!
Shadows take us.
What for?
Middle is missing! Radiant's middle tower is under attack!
Rune of haste.
What is Topia's thinking?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack! Dire's bottom tower is taking many wounds!
Ends.
That's okay.
Dire's middle tower is under attack!
To fight base. That's where we have to fight. Okay.
Dire's middle tower is under attack!
Silence.
Double kill!
None may stop me.
Very fucking nice, boys.
Dominate!
Ally.
Chained in searing heat.
Fortune's changed.
The red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower!
Judging the play.
5 euros. This is really crazy. Yeah, but this is awful for them. Just wasting their time. Keep farming. Yeah, I should. Gago!
Dire's middle tower is not what it used to be. That is for certain. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Axe wishes for you instead.
Failed the veil.
Discover what lies
Shadow.
War has come to Radiant's bottom tower.
speedy rune
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
of haste.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Stone.
Quiet's magic.
Be ensnared in fire.
Double kills. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Don't believe this.
If
Just like the red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower.
Vanish.
Much like Cordwood before Axe's Axe, Dire's top tower is under attack and take all the hurt Radiant cares to heal upon it. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant team ban.
It shows us how it's done with that early item pickup. We'll have to see if AG can bounce back. And they went into, Mirana plus DK, Mirana plus Sand King. They had a PL safe lane. The PL didn't get as much because of the Visage, and he did put the question whether or not it was down to how much Paulson did on the Visage. It was a big factor.
5
Have to see if they
seconds
can get that same
remaining.
pacing,
Team
slow down
ban.
DB. But then AG has to clean up their execution as well. They hit some slightly late blink timings. Didn't manage to get the fights they needed to be on, and if they didn't get that running start, they couldn't buy space out for the PL.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
They actually do. They do respect it on AG. They don't want to deal with it. It's one of those heroes, right? It just takes one really good Visage player to show you how busted that is. It's just way too strong in lane. And if it hits that early momentum spike, kind of shuts down the
10
enemy.
seconds
It's
remaining.
super tanky once Brave Cleaper's cloak is up as well. So it's not like you can
5 seconds
insta-burst
remaining.
it into, the level 10 marker. It's still pretty tanky. That's when
Radiant
Brave
team
Cleapers
pick.
get maxed out, so don't need to worry about that in AG's end. I think GXR will have to readjust, of course, to see what they want to be aggressive with Paulson, but that should open up the game a little bit more for AG. Paulson did way too much work.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. 10 seconds remaining.
He knows the timings. He knows how to play around it.
5
still
seconds
really powerful
remaining.
early spikes that GXR can pace themselves around. We'll have to see if they do manage to pick it up. It's just very stable. I don't think it's a hero that you'll ever feel bad about picking up, no matter what the lane matchup is. You're very tanky, hard to zone out. Wait for nighttime, get more presence out there. You get a decent support with you, and you can kind of just throw your body forward. Be a safe pickup for GXR if they want it. If not, I guess there's always the option for, say, Brewmaster as well. That can be nice, although up against an Abaddon. This spell does make it tough. They go into the Shaker first. Keeping it open. That could be Paulson's here. That could be Mizu and the core Shaker off lane. We have seen Mizu do that before. Maybe not recently, but times ago. Run that Shaker off lane quite
10 seconds remaining.
GXR to kind of flex that around. We have seen a little bit more Shaker coming through.
5 seconds
also
remaining.
Opens up the possibility for Shaker Morphling, just because, well, it's hard to pull it off. You always got to mention ability. Kind of play along with it. Of course, you shouldn't prioritize the Morphling. You could, but that would leave it to counter picks here. I don't know if that's even something would be interesting.
Radiant team pick. Silencer. Ten seconds remaining. Team ban.
Bad Rider!
Dire team ban.
Yep, it's gonna be hard to stop the Bat Rider from doing what he wants here. You don't have a source of natural dispel on the side of GXR just yet, especially if that is maybe a support duo coming out from GXR, like Shaker, Silencer support. It still happen. Does sound a bit greedy, but definitely something they could flex around here. I think I'd be more keen to see the Mizu offlane Silencer with a Shaker support and just playing with something else on mid. But Silencer could still mid against Bat Rider. Could kind of harass him out, again, going for the key build, as you love to point out, just trying to burst him down very fast. That could be one way to handle it. I think having Silencer against Bat Rider, the main issue is that you don't really have farm or like out camps quickly on the Silencer. So the Bat Rider, even if he has a tough lane there, has more catch-up potential in the jungle compared to a Silencer. That's the one issue I'd see in a mid matchup. Should mean GXR will flex it elsewhere.
Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
I think the interesting thing is it's silencer into
Radiant
Abaddon,
team
so if you're not
ban.
silencing the Abaddon, product shield will still come true. So you still have some protection against that silence and the added damage the Q will have on a silenced target. And of course the added HP the Abaddon is going to be giving out. It's not going to feel... So... I could
10
do
seconds
my job.
remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Ban.
Fair enough. I want to. Yeah, the amp damage on a Q, the immediate silence on the E, or the delayed silence into the Q is insane. And then your Slaves as well,
10
of course, are
seconds
very, very
remaining.
silly. It does have some pretty early spikes to play with in that
5
case. And of course, you
seconds
always have the presence
remaining.
with the global silence. So the issues in the back and forth with a Aphotic Shield, not going to be an issue if you can commit your ult. It's just the downtime of the ult's pretty long. So there is a back and forth there. They could opt
Dire
for.
team pick.
I have to think of the best lane for Silencer here. Off lane against Abaddon doesn't feel great. Mid lane against Batrider, not so. Maybe In Your Dream takes a safe lane Silencer. That could be one way. He was pretty aggressive on Gyrocopter. Be aggressive on a core Silencer, safe lane.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Void incarnate.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
It's not too bad. You've got X, play around to hold down the Void Spirit down the line, gives you more control that the Abaddon doesn't necessarily give you, that you're mainly relying on the Batrider lasso.
Radiant team
So it
pick.
could be nice in terms of that. Well, AG instead go into the Venge first. So keeping it open. This could be Venge support, could be Venge offlane with a Batrider mid, Venge offlane with a Batrider support, although Abaddon and Batrider support duo doesn't sound particularly
10
amazing.
seconds
with
remaining.
control down the line. But you do have that flexibility here for AG
5
to kind of
seconds
toss these heroes
remaining.
into whatever lane. I think the ideal is Bat mid, Venge off, just because I think Venge support really isn't particularly amazing. You could make it work, but you do have to
Dire
consider how
team
greedy you
pick.
play as a Venge support.
Legion
and you need to
Commander.
give space out to your course. They go with the LC next, so it is a Venge support looking like, yeah.
Radiant team ban.
Slog.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, the only thing left is maybe an Oracle pickup. So AG could say let's say safe lane Venge, off lane Legion, mid Bat, Abaddon, Oracle support duo, Oracle on the 4 or 5, kind of flex it for the app. That could be one way to go all in
Dire team
on stopping
ban.
the Batrider counters. As you said, though, I don't think GXR particularly cares. Slark into Batrider already kind of gives you at least a dispel on hand on the Slark with the Dark Pact. Not going to be
Radiant
overly
team
worried about that.
ban.
Slark versus LC in lane is pretty alright. Like, overwhelming odds is still annoying for a melee hero. At the same time, Legion Commander is a tanky hero. You can kind of run her down. If you run a Slark Shaker lane, just block her off, bounce
Dire
on her,
team ban.
get some stacks built up. he could try to line up for some kills there. Can play fairly aggressive for GXR, and we have seen In Your Dream take these more aggressive cores now. He's stopped playing the Terrorblade, he's not playing the Luna. These are cores that can fight earlier on. Cores like the Gyro last game, the Slark this game. I'm keen to see if Kami-sama can actually keep that pace up in this second game.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
You would be picking PL into Shaker.
Team pick.
That could just give GXR a ton of value there. They go to Monkey King instead. So that does give them a nice solid pause. 1 gives them additional stun with the Boundless Strike coming through. And pretty decent scaling. You can stand in the arena, get some hits off in the Slark.
10 seconds remaining.
Really play around with the drag back and the Bat Rider there. So it gives them some aggression here on AG's side as well. We'll have to see how much DB can get in Monkey King this time around. GXR, there's still the question of what's their offlane, because you could still run a Shaker offlane, Silencer offlane, or both of those as supports, and something else entirely different. Lots of flex here in this last pick, and it should allow them to adjust to this Monkey King pickup rather nicely. They could still look for a stronger laner if they feel like they don't have it quite yet, or they could just kind of stick to Silencer off. I don't think the Shaker off against Monkey's too good. Silencer off lane feels like it should be able to manage there. Except you're always worried about Aphotic Shield and Abaddon, so your presence is again mitigated.
Choose your hero.
Queen of Pain. So it does look like we've got the Shaker Silencer supports, the Mizu offlane quap, maybe. Yeah, no. Mizu offlane quap, Alacrity on. So you do have a lot coming through, and this is something. Queen of Pain is very, very, very hard to zone out with a change to her dagger. Like that HP sap she has means that she's always going to be able to frontline for her team. Surprisingly enough, like this is actually a really strong position for the Quap. Keen to see how much Mizu does get in that matchup. I'm going to have to lean towards GXR slightly. I don't think it's a complete outdraft. There are ways for AG to kind of play around it. Got the Bat Rider, which can do a lot of work from the mid lane for Mamandai, who can get the control the team needs. We're going to have to see our Abaddon really play it on edge. The only time the Abaddon starts to feel bad is once Global Silence is up. Before that point, the lane should be relatively manageable in survivability, and that's all they need. They just survive the initial onslaught, build up farm, and get their Monkey King up and running early.
All right, we'll get into it. Game number 2. So Army Geniuses getting kind of destroyed in game 1. See if they can turn things around here in game 2 against GXR. GXR, of course, looking very, very powerful going into this series. The drafts definitely look a little bit more even than last game at the very least, so I think AG should have a bit of a better time. Definitely much more lane dominant heroes here with their draft on the side of Army Geniuses, so it shouldn't just be a complete stomp between these two. Though I say that, you just never really know. As mid lane, they are going to meet up for a moment. Monkey King, the courier, going to get hit once by Paulson. Even tries. He did actually juke that out, I think. That right click, but does cop a second anyway.
That went bad quickly.
We'll see if they do end up going for a very early fight, but really speaking, can be quite dangerous for either side to go for these early fights. As the stickers are already being placed in the mid lane. I do like that Wraith King one. I think it's very cute.
Yeah, it's really nice. If only the alpha values were used properly, so it would be properly transparent. I am bothered by it, but those are great stickers coming out from AG. I believe those are AG stickers as well, aren't they?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I believe it was AG that placed them, so I'd hope so.
The battle begins!
UK. Get the bounty rune. Paulson, he's going to get a bit of damage off here, but not too much to write home about. And it is indeed going to be the In Your Dream and Paulson lane. So they're not going to bother throwing the silencer into the off lane with the Mizu Quap. Rather just keep it around within Your Dream. Make sure he has a decent lane. Because they are going to be against LYM and Wami. So certainly not the easiest laning stage in the world here for In Your Dream on the Slark. I think the LC can still be a massive nuisance against the Slark. As the courage is the words I was looking for. The moment of courage is just can be quite annoying to play into. Wami though going to go for the overwhelming odds for now, and that can also be quite excruciating to have to go against.
Yeah, and just a lot of wave clear coming out early on from the side of AG. And Paulson going for that level 1 Glaives of Wisdom means that you can't really try to harass out with the Arcane Curse, especially while press the attacks down. So he might have to opt for maxing Glaives anyway, because there's always that Purge option here from Wami. Can always kind of handle that debuff. The key thing for Paulson to do is just secure a lane for In Your Dream. So it doesn't matter if he starts to get caught out or loses out in right-click trades. As long as your Slark farms against the LC, that should set you up, and that's all they're really looking for. LYM does manage to at least play around with the large camp block, trying to get the deny off on his sentry. Clear it out to get a pull going down the line. But for the most part, until levels build up, this should hold steady. So we'll have to see if Paulson will look to play aggressive or if he's just going to pay respect to that pressing attack. And Wami is holding on to that skill point, although does go for the MOC now, so he's got that courage proc and can just win out the right-click trades.
Or we're abbreviating moment of courage now? I never heard that. John MOC. It's a new one.
I've heard a couple of people say it. I don't know why I decided to say it there. I don't know why I say half the things I say, Mike. Still,
yeah, no.
taking a look at the mid lane. Alacrity and the Void Spirit up against Mamang Daya on the Batrider, and so far Alacrity's doing a good job in these initial levels of at least getting some farm up, but the wave is shoving in. Does get a good deny on the range creep, so Mamang Daya is not going to get as much. A bit of a slower start for the Batrider. Shouldn't be an issue, as you can still dip into the jungle, no problems down line, so that's when it really gets spicy for Mamang Daya. And until then, it's just a relatively stable mid lane. No one really going to be pushing the envelope here.
It's over in the bot lane. Jokam Mizu going to be there against UK and DB. You know, I think DB, he's not going to have the most difficult time in the world, but the thing is, Mizu's not going to have a difficult time either. And this might be another one of those trading lanes. So Mizu probably not going to bother. In fact, yeah, he doesn't. He doesn't even bother going for the Shadow Strike. As good as it seems on paper, against the Abaddon, you're just not going to have enough value with it. I do think you are better off just going for the Max Scream of Pain build and maybe just kind of maximizing your farming utility until you hit that mid game here for Mizu. That might just be the way to play it, honestly. Because again, the Aphotic Shield is going to purge off the Shadow Strike. So it just seems like there's no point.
Yeah. And you can see UK is doing a great job of just throwing his body forward, getting hits off, zoning out Mizu. Does give a lot of space hold though.
Yeah, Mamang Daya, he does go for that dive on the Batrider at level 5, and he does secure the kill, so a nice dive in past that tier tower. Surprisingly enough, it doesn't even cost him his own life. He is going to be able to go back for that banner rune to fill up his bottle, so he won't even have to go back to the Fountain Island. He can stick around.
What it used to be, that is for certain.
Really great plays. He did manage to get his skill points into Firefly and Sticky, and the Flame Break, so before that, he was just pocketing on the Sticky Napalm. He didn't really threaten. Alacrity maybe feeling just a bit too safe. Does get caught out, although he does catch Mamang Daya, and He is out of bottle charges. The 4-minute runes are up, so he should be able to get reset. And he's firing again. Once you build those stacks up on a melee hero like this, it's very hard for Alacrity to really stay present.
Well, Alacrity, you've got to be very careful here. He wanted to go for the water rune. Mamang Dai doing a great job of zoning him out. Nice 8th remnant there from Alacrity. And now the Firefly is wearing out, and Fisher, it blocks the way, but it doesn't connect onto Mamang Dai. So he's able to just kind of walk out of there freely. A bit unfortunate there for Joe Cam as he does not land the stun or get the damage. Now, having a look back at that top lane as well, they are really starting to apply that pressure here, Army Geniuses. Trying to get these heroes down as low as humanly possible. Now, I think it does go back to having these heroes that are just very lane dominant here for AG. At least for now it is working out, apart from the pot lane, where DB does end up dropping. Mizu going even for another. UK sleep at the wheel for a second there, and Mizu just cleans up a double.
Yeah, that's big. He gets to reset back in base. He gets his bottle up. That gives Jokam some room to get his own farm and EXP going, trying to rush the Soul Ring first to have the mana pool to use his spells. And that's going to set DB back a bit. Like, this is already a slightly slower lane for him compared to the Slark lane, despite the Slark being constantly dropping low. And he's going to have to be a bit more cautious and just really play defensively with the Abaddon. That's the entire point of the Abaddon pick.
Radiant structures are fortified.
To defend your pause. One, for the shield, just have to watch your spacing and respect the burst damage from Quap and Shaker. Like, the stun control and the magic damage is huge.
Yeah, absolutely. Apologies, I did end up disconnecting there for a second. It's like Alacrity was gone. I mean, definitely bad news for the mid lane of GXR, but great news. The mid lane of AG as Mamang Dai has done a fantastic job thus far. Paulson is going to find the Parrot, but can't do much about it. I mean, looking at these lanes, bot lane, you could maybe argue it's been kind of lost here as Mizu did find the double. Mid lane's definitely been won here for Army Geniuses as you've got Mamang Dai just kind of destroying Alacrity. And top lane, what we're about to find out is Paulson, he does drop, but there's a rotation in from Alacrity, and Wami is going to go down on the LC. In Your Dream, surprisingly enough, even with this laning matchup, hasn't really struggled to hit his CS. Still doing a pretty darn good job. He is still behind the Monkey King, but he's got a kill under his belt now, and he's going to be feeling a little bit better about himself.
He's about to hit his level 6 as well. So he can start to just maybe consider dipping into the jungle if things get dicey. He can play aggressive, the Shadow Dance going in with a Pounce and the Dark Pact as well. So they've got options to play with, and Wami's got to be slightly cautious. Without the support on hand, which does come in now, he is a bit vulnerable to just how sustainable In Your Dream is.
Well, here we go. Dark Pact. Well, it wasn't there for In Your Dream. Won't matter too much. They do just want to apply some more pressure here onto Wami. For old LYM just forced to run back to the fountain already on that Venge. No rotations out from Mamang Dai yet, because he is going for that standard boots of travel build up on the Batrider. It just needs a bit more gold, and oh, there you go. It's the recipes on the courier. Now he'll bring it over. I think that's around the point where you might see him start to rotate with some power runes. I thought, considering how dominant he was in the mid lane, he might opt to do it a little bit earlier, but I suppose some things never change with the Batrider, and you do want to just make sure you have those boots travel up first before you actually leave the mid lane.
Yep. Just so much value in getting travels first allows you to go through the camps a little bit quicker. If you want to maybe secure some more farm next, instead of just going for kills. He does pick an invis, so that should lead to a nice rotation up top. There's a sentry ward, but as long as he doesn't get seen while he gets sentry, should be fine. And he does have the lasso ops, but he doesn't opt for it. Looks to steal away the stacks, and of course that's something Batrider does very quickly. So a lot of resources taken out from GXR, and Mamang Dai just gets to keep building up.
And he does. 3 for 3. Definitely a very even game. Just less than 1k net worth lead to GXR. Both teams just happy to play a bit more of a slower game this time around. You're looking for those big mid-game kind of spikes. Wami, looks like he was trying to clear out the stacks, but Paulson go ahead and just start stealing the creeps away here from Wami. Be very frustrating for the LC. So when he kind of desperately needs the net worth right now, like he's quite low on the board. I guess he's only 200 gold behind Mizu, but I feel like the Queen of Pain's gonna have a much easier time kind of keeping up the farm game, where the LC they'll start to struggle a little bit as time does go on. AG. You got it, OYM now even scouting up the triangle, just making sure there's not any more stacks to steal away here on your Batrider. Mamang Daya is still just in the mid lane. He's just chilling. More than happy to keep acquiring that net worth. No real stress for him to leave the lane quite yet. He's just happy to sit here and keep hitting creeps.
And this steady pace is, I'd say, a little bit more beneficial for AEG. It's letting their cores really build up. I think GXR, their level 6 spikes, you know, they've got the Sonic Wave ready. They could look to make a burst play. They're not quite lined up for it. They're lining up for mid though. But that Void Spirit's just a bit too speedy, although...
Oh, Lasso is there. Great setup again from our Batrider. Mamang Daya getting his 3rd kill of the game, but not in your dream. He's going to rotate on the Slark right in onto LYM. Nice Fisher as well. Sure, they just lock him down, and it's going to be a nice bit of bonus actually going the way of In Your Dream now, and a 2nd kill for the Slark. Still, Alacrity, he's having a very tough time. I suppose it's to be expected against the Batrider, but man, he just can't catch a break right now. Try and jump in onto Mizu. You've got no lasso though, so it's not going to be that easy to pick off, but they do jump in. Nice Sonic Wave though with the Echo Slam, and now Mamang Daya will be chased down. Alacrity, he has no more step charges, but they got the silence off on Mizu. He wanted to keep going for a bit more. Even In Your Dream now showing up as Mamang Daya. He's going to run out of the Firefly, but still runs pretty darn quick. Meanwhile, UK being dived into the tier 1 tower. Flamebreak's going to be there, Mamang Daya. I'm not sure if this is worth your life, sir. And it is definitely not. As Paulison, he will give the tip over immediately to Mamang Daya, knowing that was a very great trade for himself. As now, DB, he's going to try and get Joe Cam, but the salve is there. Joe Cam will be just fine. And Alacrity, he keeps forcing back DB. He's even going to try and go for this kill. Eventually does decide better of it and just leaves. As certainly favorable for the side of GXR down at that bot lane.
I love that little play coming out there from the side of GXR. They tried to pop a smoke. I think Paulson tried to smoke out the tower hits. He didn't manage to do it, but then his death led into a bait play. Managed to get the kill. Alacrity sharing the salve and the bottle charge to keep Jokam alive. Just ensuring that the Shaker doesn't lose anything there. Gets to keep saving up for the blink. And he's making steady progress towards that blink on the Shaker. Once you've got that up, it gets a lot easier to get the big Echo Slams you want. AG, they've taken a slower pace of game now. They're just going back in the jungle, trying to build up. You talked about the Legion Commander having to hit earlier farm timings. I think that's one thing with the LC that Quap doesn't need to worry about. It needs a blink, it needs a blade mail, it needs some durability items as well. Whereas the Quap just needs levels. Maybe an item or two going into the Kaya Sanj here for Mizu. But you've got mobility, you've got burst on hand. But a Quap just with her spell kit, you don't have the same thing happening with an LC. In fact, you need to work to really build up your damage with duel. We haven't seen that come out yet. Hopefully once it blinks up for AG's sake, they start to find some duel lanes. But for now, taking it slow. Bot tier 1 being shoved in by GXR. No response coming through from AG. They're lining up for a push of their own up top. Looks like they might just want to go for the trade.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Much like
up from GXR. Start moving back towards that top side of the map. Mamang Daya playing with fire here, quite literally.
Dire's top tower
Joe Cam and Paulson are going to get closer and closer, and they love the Batrider kill. And Mizu, he just kind of keeps baiting Mamang Daya forward. Just daring him to throw the lasso out. Joe Cam, Fisher is on target, but where's your follow-up? Not gonna be there. Ace of Remnant barely off the mark. Mamang Daya, he'll go for the lasso, and Global Silence just wasn't there in time. So in the end, the risk does not pay off for GXR. Mamang Daya now, he wants to go for more. He's got the pig stick up. And now Paulison, unfortunately for him, is going to be the secondary casualty for GXR. His Army Geniuses just play them like a fiddle. GXR, again, it was a risky play, and it just doesn't pan out.
AG, they're the one smoked up now, wrapping around to could look for maybe a bit of a shove in, but looks like they want to kill first in smoke, so it looks like they can catch someone out. Mizu could be a really good target. He is still highly mobile with max blink out though. Not the easiest target to pin down, especially while Lasso isn't available. They might not be able to really get as much that smoke. GXR is still stalling the game out. You know, they're still building farm up. Blink for Jocam's just about 900 gold away, and they're just giving him all the creeps they can to get that one timing up, although DB.
Oh, DB. Aether Remnant's gonna land. Sonic Wave is there, and they just blow him up. Global Stance to follow up to allow Mizu to just jump out with the blink.
Just like
Jewel, I mean, they still have it up on Wami, but he's got no blink for 5, but no, the flame break. Mamang Daya knocks him right back into the loving arms of Wami, but is it enough? He blinks away again, but no, they blink right on top. Mizu, he made it very hard for him.
Radiant's middle tower.
They do eventually secure the kill. The problem is that cost you 4 heroes to rotate up. In the meantime, that mid-tier 1's being pushed in by creeps. And everyone else on GXR is just freely farming, so you've got to ask yourself, how worthwhile was the Mizu kill?
Not very worthwhile. Like, In Your Dream has a ton of space out. He's got the blink up on his Slark for the Echo Saber, so he can play really aggressive now. And that's just something we've seen from Kami-sama in Game 1 as well. Like, he was ready to go with a couple of items up. This should be his moment to really jump in as well. Let's see if they do commit.
Make the jump in on Theabadon. Borrowed time immediately popped here by UK. Into the magic missile out, but In Your Dream, oh, he's getting caught out now by the Jewel. The Wukong's command is going to fly in as well. The Jewel's not going to last long enough. In Your Dream, he'll just keep going. With the Shadow Dance, he is not afraid. He does get the kill and blink right out, but now, I suppose in the end, you are going to lose Paulison.
Red mist spreads at Radiant's
But it does feel quite favorable here for GXR. They still got that position 3 LC. And they are still going to be able to co-pack and secure that mid-tier 1 tower. As Mizu will just chip away at it slowly but surely. In Your Dream, he's going to show back up.
Middle tower has fallen.
And just force Army Geniuses back.
Tower is under attack.
Yeah, GXR now 4k ahead, and AG, regardless of the great laning stages they had, it just isn't panning out to a great mid-game. There's now Mamang Daya. Firefly, but that's about it.
It's getting a bit scary with multiple blinks up. Jocam has his blink up as well. Just waiting on the slam to come through. Waiting for that opportunity to jump in. And the one thing we didn't point out with this draft from GXR is it is infinitely scaling, right? Like, you've got Silencer who can always build up more permanent int. You've got a Slark who can always build up more permanent agi. So there is the potential of, if the game drags on late, you're always going to have a stat advantage on GXR with these infinitely scaling heroes. Be a possibility for AG to have to consider. They have to really measure their loss as well, as you are potentially giving Slark agi or Silencer int. That can hurt down the line. I think the int is the more painful one. Once your mana pool starts shrinking in some of these heroes, it just feels painful to have some presence in the game. And that just means AG should really just look to take fights when they know they can win. You have that blink on Wami. Blade Mail is being saved up for next in the LC. He hasn't found a dual win yet. He really needs to start finding some to get the lead.
Jump out from DB in that mid lane. However, towards the top side, Mamang Daya has been spotted. But no, they go after the courier instead. They didn't see Mamang Daya, but the Fisher, it's still going to land in time, and now the pounce is out. Mamang Daya, though, BKB up, Firefly out. He's going to go right in with the lasso on Alacrity, but he blink strikes out of there. Or rather, just Astral Steps. And now the Jewel's there to hold down In Your Dream. But he has the Shadow Dance, and now the Echo Jocam is there in the nick of time to at least catch out UK. But AG, they're still going to be able to keep turning and fighting. Fisher out, not going to do too much as Jocam will get knocked back into the Wukong's command. It's still a favorable trade here for Army Geniuses. GXR, they are going to continue to hold the triangle. It's In Your Dream, he's looking for a way back into the team fight. Onto Mamang Daya they go. Press the attack is a little bit early there as the lasso still lands. Rather the pounce is In Your Dream. He does go down. They got a bit greedy, but the Sonic Wave let's at least kill off the Batrider. Mizu now is going to find his own way out. just blinks to the south. He surely doesn't get out like this. Like, he's literally just standing there. TP away. Oh, he's not going to make it. Jewel is there in time. Wami, he catches him. Great team fight for Army Geniuses.
Kingdom needs no queen.
That's the fight that they were looking for in AG's end. They managed to get all the kills they really wanted to. They managed to punish the cores for just being slightly out of position. And that is the first dual win coming through for Wami. So they have built up the Blade Mail and the Blink starting to pay off here for AG's end. GXR, they need to be a bit more cautious jumping in. The early BKB rush on Mamang Daya has helped him just stand forward. He doesn't care for the global silence. He doesn't care for the Echo Slam. He will get his control out and isolate the heroes he needs to pull back and burst down quick. And, you know, it's starting to build up. It can't fight inside arena as well. As the added armor and the damage output of Monkey King is still something to be respected on the side of AG. So GXR has to pick and choose their fights very cautiously. They have to be able to use the global silence in a bit of a bigger way, and that felt like it was a bit more of a reactive GS, as they weren't really able to get the spell uses they wanted to in that time frame. It also kind of just goes back to that BKB point. Good punishment from AG. GXR, they still hold on to the lead, still 2k. They've still got these cores that can scale for a very long time. And they've got the Ags and Alacrity, so they've got even more silence on. They need to be able to catch the heroes that are causing problems. Maybe if you kill off the Abaddon first, or kill off the LC first, you won't need to worry as much for those purges coming out. Even then, it's not like these heroes are very easy to burst. Like, they've got a lot of HP and armor on hand.
GXR still somehow 2k in the lead. Your Dream now working towards that Sanj up. He's just going to keep the casual Sanj and go straight for the Eye of Skadi instead of finishing off the SNY. The rest of GXR still just kind of controlling most of the map, it feels like, as UK and the rest of AG kind of just huddled around their triangle. You're still waiting for some core items here. I mean, LYM, he's getting that Aghanim Scepter up. They're starting to group around that mid-tier one, so maybe just feeling like they're confident enough to go after that objective. Big 5-man smoke up. No vision to scout that one out. It seems as though it's quite obvious here for GXR that that's exactly what they've done. Mangdai, though, going to move in onto the triangle now, get that vision for the team. But again, GXR seemingly very well aware of what's up here. Do just back out. Now a bit of a counter smoke of Polison. He's going to have his smoke broken. They understand the exact positioning here of Army Geniuses. AG, they're just going to have to back. They won't really find anything out of this. And in the meantime, bot lane's been forced in by Mizu, so they're going to have to go and react to that. Mizu may get scattered by creeps, and he does. The damn creeps. It won't matter anyway. He gets himself out of the TP, but that was a very close call. Meanwhile, mid lane, Wukong's command's been committed. Not 100% sure why, though.
No, they didn't get a swap off, so maybe they just got a stun off, thought they could pick someone off, and managed to clean stun. Looks like it might have been Electric they were running down. They managed to TP out in the jungle, jump out. Very hard here to keep in. You've got the step, you've got the Resident Pulse Silences, you've got the Simulate. Not a particularly easy here to burst. GXR will smoke though. You know, Wukong's is down. This is a big opening for them.
Scan out though. AG.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
We're going to find UK. It's not too bad of a target to start on. You do generally enjoy going after that Abaddon first, but the Jewel is down, and that's a lot of damage being pumped out from LLC. He's in your dream. He's just going to get blown up. Wami with the Blade Mail and Brigand's Blade just completely demolishes in your dream. So Alacrity, he's going to try and jump in and trade with DB, but a nice swap out from LYM, but Mizu, he's there with the Sonic Wave, and he does clean him up, but now Alacrity gets caught by the lasso. He's a very slow target right now as he tries to hang around that Roshan pit. Does dissimulate back up, but it's right into UK. It's not going to be much better for him.
X does not believe in
It's a 3-for-1 trade. They do at least get DB. They might still have a chance at Mizu. There's Mamantaya, Firefly up, Mizu. He's going to try and blink in just a second. Let's go towards the south. DB is there, but do they have a way to cancel? Not quite. We'll make it out. Still a very favorable trade for the side of Army Geniuses, however. I'm sure regardless of losing DB, they're probably going to be pretty satisfied with that.
Some big kills they needed to get. At that point, they managed to get the control needed just a bit too late on the Global Silence and Paulson. The duel still flew out. They managed to pin down the Slark. And In Your Dream's just not that tanky yet. Brigand's Blade and Blade was just too much in again.
Yeah, nice duel out again. I mean, that Brigand's Blade, it almost feels like the perfect item for a hero like LC, right? Like, just having that amplified damage over and over again as you keep attacking through the duel. You kind of underestimate how much damage just adds up, and suddenly Wami has plus 60. I believe a few seconds ago he didn't really have much going for him in terms of duel damage, so definitely making his way back up.
Just keeping that activity since getting that farm up. Paying off for keeping that invasion in the triangle as well. They're just not giving any room for GXR to breed. GXR, oh?
Yeah, Paulson, I mean, there's no lasso ups. They can't really hold him down.
Observes carnage underway at Radiant's
hold on. Is the Fade Grenade amplified damage with sticky napalm by any chance? I don't think it does, but I'm not 100% sure now. Because Dragon Skull does that. Or it used to anyway. It used to amplify with sticky napalm, so you used to get the bonus tick damage out of it. I'm guessing Fade Grenade's not the same.
I feel like it should because it uses your attack damage, but it might be counted as a separate instance. You never know with the big game that we have here. You have to pay attention to it next time. I did see it sort of tick away higher on Mizu when he TP'd back, so maybe it does. That is pretty hilarious if it does. Like, I know it interacts with Ogre Magi, and that's the fun part. You'll never see it be impactful with attack damage, but I tried an Ogre Magi with Divine Rapier. It felt nice multicasting Fake Grenade. Never happening though.
Oh goodness me. A little attempt there from Wami to try and close the gap, but doesn't end up getting the blink off in the end. So all this time is time that In Your Dream is catching up. And again, the Eye of Skadi, he's almost about halfway through it now. In fact, he's just about halfway through. So things are still going okay for GXR, but as I say, that lasso is there. And they've got Paulson. They get a support for their trouble. In fact, they might even get Mizu, who hexes himself up. He went for the pig out. It won't matter though. They haven't got the stunts to hold him down, but they might have the damage regardless of that, and they do. In the meantime, Wami does end up dropping to In Your Dream, however.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
A better trade coming out for AG, just slightly. You give In Your Dream another stack of permanent agi, so that infinite scaling is there. But they are going to trade towers. They take the mid-tier one, the bigger towers chase. Some guy's still on the chase.
Dokam, he's just going to melt. Amandai going to go for a bit more now. Would love to find that Slark, but I mean, even if you had the lasso, it's quite difficult to get it off with the Dark Pack being available In Your Dream. He kind of just outruns him anyway. Do you feel like this Eye of Skadi is going to change enough for this Slark? Like, do you think GXR are kind of just doomed in this game? Or is there a point where you think the Slark just starts to overtake, say, the Monkey Team?
I think the Skadi helps to an extent. You're going to need more items, though. Like, I'd go so far as to say is you might want to maybe get some armor up. It's like the physical output of AG is just a bit too strong. They are playing into Roshan. No vision out from GXR. They're not going to be able to contest, and that's a really quick Roshan. You've got damaging a ton of physical damage on hand. BB does take that first HS2 game, so he's going to be relatively secure up front. He can just jump in and just do what he needs to do. The issue right now for GXR is that with the BKBs up and running on AG, it's all down to timing of when to use global time. Paulson has to wait for the BKBs first before popping GS, and that just gives AG a bigger window to still cast their spells, still get the duels off, to get the lassos off, to get the Wukong's command off. Even after that fact, again, BKBs just kind of make it hard for Paulson to give the control that GXR needs. So it's a severe lack of teamfight control, despite having better AoE with a Shaker. You're just not able to maximize any of that, because AG can just run you down anyway.
Dire's top tower is under attack!
Another aggressive move here from Army Geniuses. You can see GXR, they're just constantly split, right? Like, they're never really grouping up and trying to react to these big moments from AG until they hit the tower. And GXR kind of maximizing as much free time as they can get. AG is constantly grouped up, trying to find a big team fight, but they're not getting that. The bot tier 2 does go down, and now they're going to start even pressuring the bottom tier 3 tower. It's that classic split push game, and they'll just never allow you to actually make the play into that tier 2 mid. And DB, he's just doing it by himself without creeps right now. I guess eventually he will get it done. Will they be able to go high ground? I highly doubt. Maybe they could start setting up for the Roshan play, I suppose. But well, they've already got that up anyway, so you still got a while to play for that as Mizu. That'd be a nice pick off, but he blinks away. KB up, Mamangdaya trying to get the vision. Mizu, he's been caught. A nice lasso out from Mamangdaya. You've got that annoying, pesky, split-pushing Queen of Pain down for 50 seconds. Just see what AG can do about what they can do with this death, though. Like, how are they going to capitalize?
Got to get a little bit more while they have the Aegis up. GXR are smoked, though, so it looks like knowing Lasso is down, they might make a play here.
DB, I mean, he was right in front of them, but that's not the target they want. Wami, I mean, that's a much easier target, I'd argue. You spot him out, but they want Mamangdaya. They need that Bat Rider dead, and they're going to make the jump in, and it looks like they just blow him up. Nice and easy. Wami, gonna turn. Jewel, no, it's blocked by the Lincolns. Alacrity actually placed the Lincolns on Jokam just in the nick of time. Nevertheless, DB's going to jump in. OIM, he will save the day for this LC. As In Your Dream might just be dead. Sonic Wave though, Wami, he's going to drop as In Your Dream. He's still trying to fight this one out. Still trying. As Paulson, he does drop, but they get the Aegis down. Alacrity, he move into next. They've got to be careful. DB, he's still hitting like an absolute truck on this monkey. Venge, OIM, he's going to be alright. In fact, he'll keep chasing down Alacrity, but he's going to jump back in and clean up the Venge. He won't mind, though, because you can still use all your spells, and he does break the Lincolns to make sure they can cancel the TP off. I believe that was still a favorable trade, again, for Army Geniuses. In fact, it wasn't, because it was a 4-for-3 with a buyback, but very, very even nonetheless.
I'd say AG feels pretty good about that. And you do manage to get some pretty big kills, give yourself an opportunity to push, although, ooh.
Yeah, I mean, this will be a dieback if they get him, and they do. Wami just gets completely wiped out. However, DB's going to move in. He'll at least get something for his troubles. Now in Your Dream, he's moving in by himself. This could be very dangerous to DB. He's going to double damage rune. Wukong, it's going to be cancelled off In Your Dream. He's still just going to keep hitting away, and now the blink out is there. However, you are going to lose Paulson. And Mamangdaya, he's around the corner. He just wanted to blink in for a lasso, but proved to be out of range. They got the dieback on Wami, but they end up losing 2 supports for that.
It's a decent enough pickup to sacrifice your 2 supports for. They can't really do much for that space now, though. They're playing at a 4-2 disadvantage on GXR. All they can do now is just keep farming up, keep building up in Your Dream. Hope that the Stark will be more impactful as farm goes up. It does feel like DB is a massive issue. They just don't have a way of shoving DB out of the Wukongs. It's not like they have the Venge on their side, so DB can just pop the Wukong, stand in the middle, BKB up. could try to twack away on the Slark, but he doesn't have the burst damage to handle all that armor. He will sap some good amount of Essence Shift. And maybe that's how you play it. Just take some Essence Shift stacks, look for softer targets to kill, isolate the monkey, wait for Wukongs to fade, and play from there. It's a lot harder to execute that in practice. I think even with GXR having this slight 2k lead, it doesn't feel like they're up there. Just because Mamang Daya and DB are all the way up in that wort. GXR, I think the big difference really lying on Mizu, basically.
That's so well. They've got the Slark in your dream. Oh, that's a massive kill. Very, very bad news for GXR now as AG just continue to take over this game number 2. Again, they're not quite out of it yet, but they're falling very far behind now as Alacrity not getting it stunned up. TP wasn't there in time. He's going to try and just assimilate his way out, but they've got the vision with the Wave of Terror. They'd love a swap back. They're not going to be able to close the gap, it seems, as OYM, he's trying his best to get in range, but it's just not going to be there in time. AG? Oh, Jewel is not going to be there yet. Wami, no, it's actually on cooldown. He can't get it out, so Mizu, he's going to get to work, but does blink away. However, Mamang Dai is right behind him. He has no blink for another second. Mizu, he should have enough time, but the Firefly Batrider is chasing it now. Wami, a massive long-range Jewel away as they go onto the quad. Mizu, he's still going to be just fine, though. Though I say that, Mamang Dai just will not quit. It eventually does kill off the quad.
From on high, you're dead.
You're starting to lose that lead now on GXR's side. Again, the main net worth gap was with Mizu and Wami, and as you start to kill off Mizu, that lead becomes negligible. It's on AG's end, reflecting the state of the game. Your Monkey King, your Batrider has just built up way too much. It just still goes back to that root issue.
Uh-oh. Alacrity, it's going to be alright. LYM, he swapped himself in to try and catch out Alacrity, but Assimilate was a bit too quick. So, I mean, now you've got a Daedalus up on DB. He's just hitting so hard, but this is that point where it feels really bad for the Slark. In your dream, he's done a great job of kiting in and out of these team fights and just garnering the stacks on this Slark, but it's going to get much more difficult to do that as time goes on. They are going to try and run in with the smoke.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
LYM, it's a nice, great double silence out. Fisher is there as well. UK, he's just fine. LYM, he's just going in. He wants to go for a swap. He does not care. Mamang tired though. He's jumped onto the cliff. It won't matter though. He's got the Firefly and DB. He's moved in onto Pulsar, but no Alacrity. He's a much bigger target. Wami looking for the jewel, does catch it. However, Global Silence is there. Looks like they will not be able to hold him down. DB moving in. Mizu, big Sonic Wave out. It's not going to be enough yet, but they've got LYM. But Mizu, he's going to drop it now in your dreams. In big, big trouble. They've broken him up. He'll go into that Shadow Dance, try to chase down Mamang Daya, but he won't have the damage output. As now Alacrity still juking and jiving. He might just drop as well and does. The balance strikes there in time. DB, he's going to get jumped on by In Your Dream, but he doesn't care. He'll get the Wukongs off, and now the lasso's down. Nice Fisher. In Your Dream, he's still alive. They will not be able to kill the Slark. In the end, a 2-for-2 trade, but it is going to be 2 supports for 2 cores. And AG is still certainly going to be very satisfied with that kind of trade.
GXR has got a couple of tools to play with now. With the Ag Shard running on In Your Dream, that Depth Shroud is one great way to save your cores or save anyone caught out by Duel. It's actually pretty obnoxious. Like, you cast Duel, Depth Shroud is up, Duel's cancelled. And it's just a great way of sustaining yourself as well. I think GXR, with his tool on hand and In Your Dream, they've got to play around that pretty nicely. You've still got opportunities to take some fights. We've seen the back and forth has been opening up a bit more for GXR. AG, they can't get too hasty. They have to line up their shots, be able to kill the right cores, as they have very recently. Take care of Alacrity, take care of Mizu. We need to find a way to handle the Slark, as he is very, very slippery. With a Depth Shroud, with a Shadow Dance, he has 2 forms of save. If you don't manage to catch him with a duel, then you're likely not able to find duel wins in that engagement at all, as long as the Slark lives. So that is something AG will have to keep an eye out for. GXR, they're lagging behind by 3k, 31 to 20 in terms of kills. not the worst situation for them, as they still have some parts of the map to play with. They've got control through triangle for now. They've got one outer tower left. They don't have much of leeway for mistakes in terms of exposing their entire high ground, but they are still in the game. They're getting more int stacks as they find some kills in these trades. They're getting more agi stacks in your dream. So again, it's that infinite scaling innate to these heroes that GXR can sort of bank off of as long as they get kills. And that does give them some comfort into the late game. But again, they need to be a little cautious as they have a little bit less to play with overall.
They are just waiting for the next Roshan to spawn up here for Army Geniuses. It's going to be up in just a couple seconds from now. I do love that the aesthetic cap that you just found on DB. It's 300 HP, 10 HP region, but the 50% status resist when you get a debuff applied, it's just kind of ridiculous how effective this item can be. And let me tell you, John, if you've got like an Abaddon or an Omni-Knight behind you as well, it's impossible to actually kill anyone with that cap on. And luckily for DB, he's got UK behind him, so you've even got the Prestige tap from Wommy, you've got the swap out from LYM. It's going to start to feel impossible to try and actually kill this Monkey King very soon.
Oh yeah. He gets the nice Ag Shard for DB for free on that second Roshan, so he's got lower cooldown Mischief, longer invulnerability duration, more iframes as well. So it's a lot, and it makes it even harder.
So
out.
Mizu, he's a big target, but can they get a secondary lockdown? It doesn't seem like it. Maybe they can. DB, he's cut him off. The balance strike is there, and they even swap it back. Mizu, he's gonna get jeweled on the tail end. Oh boy. I mean, they're doing their absolute best to hold down here on the side of GXR and just keep buying more time. But man, oh man, it's looking rougher and rougher as time goes on. Only a 5k net worth lead, but it feels so much more than that when you see how this game's panning out.
Yeah, it's really difficult for them to get a grip. I mean, they're doing the right thing with this QoP. It's highly mobile. They just want the split push, keep stalling out. But the question of the Slark against the Monkey King still remains a bit iffy. Like, you just don't have enough permanent agi stacks on In Your Dream to really feel great on Slark right now. He hasn't been able to kill off his squishier targets to really build an edge on that hero. AG, they're starting to apply pressure on that last outer tower, and once that falls, the map really starts to shrink here for the side of GXR. They're not going to have that much room left for the Slark to keep playing this game, and he still needs so many items. Like, he's got Basher, Scotty, Blink, Echo Saber, Sanj. These are all sort of mid-game items, except maybe the Scotty Blink. He needs so much more to have presence here, and he's just not getting enough to really keep up.
Make a big jump in on DB, but still going to remain relatively healthy. And of course, you've got UK to just spam out the miscoil. Love it In Your Dream, but Lincoln Sphere is there. They saved the day. In fact, Echo out, Mamang Daya, he's going to get blown up, and now they'll try to force a fight. In Your Dream will go straight up to LYM. Pounce is there, Wukong's not out yet. DB, no, the Sans is out with the global Sans. Maybe they can do it, but no DB. He does get the BKB off, and now gets the Wukong's command to a massive sonic wave, but they've lost Showcam. Wommy to drop, but Lacquerty drops as well. In Your Dream, after back. There's now the duel, Mizu does get caught. Aeon is gonna proc. It should buy him enough time to get himself out as In Your Dream moves back in on the Slark, taking plenty of stacks away in those stats. He should be able to kill off Wommy a second time. It does get him. Alright, they'll get the tie back on Wommy. Paulson, he's set to fall. In fact, Joe Cam, he jumped right into the Boundless. In Your Dream though, UK is gonna drop. And that is a successful defense out. They will not be able to force the high ground here against GXR. Aegis or no Aegis, they just ignore DB and take care of the rest of the team. It costs some buybacks, but it's certainly still a favorable fight for GXR.
That's exactly what they needed. Take care of the softer targets first, just sort of ignore the monkey, kill everyone else off, and build up the stacks on In Your Dream. Fight when he gets his level 25 talent, so the duration in that essence shift is a lot longer, and that's when you can start hitting like a truck. Mid tier 2 to fall, GXR, likely not to force the high ground, put up the numbers up, even if they potentially could. The respawns are going to be up soon, so they're just going to play it safe, pull back, and AG, they still maintain the network lead, but they have to really clean up the execution. They can't afford to be split up and lose their heroes like that. They can't afford to take a fight on 2 fronts. They need to kind of focus their effort, go at the targets, just get pickoffs they need, and kind of run from there. They have to really, especially be careful with their saves. They need to watch their Abaddon, watch their LC, ensure that they can always use the Aphotic Shield and the Pressing Attack to really secure their cores a good time here.
I hope every carry saw that, John. In Your Dream, buying his own sentry wards and placing his own sentry ward to D-ward, Jonathan. I know it's an unknown kind of strategy for the carry players out there, but yes, as Slark, you can D-ward yourself. It's very effective, John. You actually make gold out of it.
Yeah. As the game goes on, like those obs wards do scale in, and the gold it gives back, so it is very worthwhile. See how much does the sentry cost? And then you get 274 back, so you gain money. Always make money.
The supports get angry with you. I actually get angry when a carry D-wards. I'm going to be honest, DB. Big Wukong's command out. BKB's there as well. In Your Dream, he's got the basher, so he'll try to just man-fight this one out with the Dark Shroud, but the swap is there. OYM, he might regret that one because he's giving more stats away to this Slark, but now they might be able to turn with all these ultis down and a boundless strike. A refresh up from DB. Paulson and Joe Cam are both down, and now the lasso's there. Oh, what a great setup from DB. How often do you see that, John? 2 4-man boundless strikes.
Yeah, the refresh on DB just giving him so much there. Just allowing him to get the damage off. No buyback on In Your Dream. He's about 900 gold short. They are doing a good job on GXR. They cut the creep wave mid, so they've only got this one wave to play with. Top lane could be another access point as well. Take it all in.
He's got the Aeon disc up. Jewel is not going to last long enough. Alacrity, he's going to jump in to try and silence them up and make sure that they can get Mizu out of there.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire structures can take all.
Tier 3 tower, I mean, they popped the clips, but DB obviously just not going to back off here.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
As the Wukong's command up, if he needs to get that area denial, Nomon Dire does end up wasting the lasso. Luckily for him, Odd Green Core and Arcane Blink up.
Those with eyes to
so
see
cooldown not going to be quite as long. DB, kind of a bit of a pump fake on the back there. Mizu, the Hammer Strike going to connect. Alacrity though going to jump in, but the BKB is forced out. Global Silence is committed as well. DB, he's going to throw out the Wukong's command. I think they just really need to take this Rex, but a massive Echo Slam Jocam. Is it enough? The Sonic Wave is there. They claim 2 kills, but they still lose Mizu. And the Jewel is out. They've got Paulson. Wami, he does secure a kill as Alacrity. He's desperately trying to secure this Wami kill, but they just can't get it. Press the attacks around, and he's going to make it. As Mamang Daya, he's got a lasso available in 3 seconds. In Your Dream, be careful. Let's back up. And you know what? They still managed to protect that mid-rax, all things being said and done. It's a massive Echo Slam there from Joe Cam. Just doesn't pan out to be enough for Mizu. He's going to blink out. But Mamang Daya once again on the chase, gets the lasso off. Magic Missile to follow up. They just want to blow him up. Maybe they should have chain stunned those, as he didn't have the Aeon Disc available at the moment. It won't matter. They still lose the Avenge, and Mizu does get himself out. In Your Dream, Wami's looking for a jewel, but won't be able to get it. They just can't force high ground.
Victor, he just managed to hold on really well. He managed to put AG in a slightly awkward position. Sure, they've taken the tier 3. They haven't made progress on the racks, and they are playing it pretty well, considering that they're 7k behind. Your Slark still doesn't have the most amazing amount of playing with Agi, but the Essence Shift does pile on a ton once he does get the hits off, especially in the Monkey King. Still, AG, they dip into the Roshan. This could be what allows them the high ground. They just choose a refresh on the deck. And they're going to be able to take it. No vision out from GXR to spot this out. They should be able to make steady progress and just get that done for themselves. Keen to see who they give the refresh card to. It should be Mamang Daya on the Batrider. Just have that back lasso because they've already got the refresh up on the move. So kind of double hit there. And they will. Double lasso ready now. They just need to land these spells. They just need to also time their BKB use. I think that's something GXR has improved on with their global silence. Paulson's been holding on until he sees BKBs committed. So that means even with the BKBs up, you can't cast your spells. You can't do much to save each other, and that just gives GXR the windows they need to actually go in these fights, get control, get some pickoffs, and clean up from there.
So we're going to keep the split push up down in that bot lane. Miz on Alacrity just
Dyer's middle
never allowing AG to feel confident enough to go high ground. In your dream, you kind of revealed his position for a second, but the Dark Shroud and TP out is going to be more than enough for him. I wonder what he itemizes for now on this Slark. Like, you're hitting that late game point now where you just kind of wonder what items he can pick up to make himself stronger. I suppose you could go and finish off the SNY. The Silver Edge build-up is also available there with the Echo Saber, I believe. And yeah, what else? I mean, any big items you expect to see here for this ultra late game kind of Slark build-up now?
There's like a couple. You could just go for the Swift Blink on the Slark as well. I think that's probably the safest upgrade path for any dream. You could maybe look to play greedy. You could try a Butterfly here, because there's no way to pierce through the evasion just yet on the Monkey King. He hasn't itemized for an MKB, because why would you in this case? Could try that. You could just try to tank up either Heart or Satanic for in your dream if he does feel the need for lifesteal outside of the sustain from Shadow Dance and Death Shroud, but feel it's a bit unnecessary. I'd say the best bet is armor. So AC, maybe a Shivas if you want to slow, but AC is probably better. Allows you to just stand in Wukong without worrying too much about the damage output from the monkey, and just allows you to keep standing, living, and getting more stacks of essence.
Oh, DB playing with fire on the monkey is going to be able to back. Aether Remnant actually still ends up catching him. Bit unfortunate there for DBs. He wanted to go on the chase. And it looks like he's going to miss out now. Still looking for a way to go high ground. They're going to retry again with this third Roshan. And you've got, I think, another refresher shard, right? Yeah, the Batrider's got one. So you've got 2 lassos now, 2 Wukong's commands. Mind you, there are some refreshers on the other side. Polison's got his own on the silencer. So global silence ×2. Always going to feel very nice as DB. So start moving in. Nice Fisher to block him in as Mizu's going to go right in. In Your Dream is there as well. They're trying to blow up this Monkey King first off. BKB pop with Sonic Wave though. He's going to take him down the first life as now Mamang Dai needs to get the hell out of there. He refreshes, but these global silencers are now the Echo Slam Joe Camp. He locks them down. They just can't push high ground. They just can't do it. UK. And what do? You just stand there and take it. He's going to try and run. He will try, but he is not going to be successful. It's now the Venge. They won't even bother saving the illusion. Things are starting to look very scary now for AG. I mean, that's like the 4th attempt. The 3rd or 4th attempt with an Aegis, and they just can't get away with it.
Metaphorically speaking, Dyer's middle barracks cry.
You're at the point in the game where refresh, silence, or well-used global silence is just too much to handle. The BKBs don't last too long, so the control is coming out for GXR now. They managed to ride through the rougher times early on when those global silences weren't quite enough, and they're just doing well. One thing for AG that gets harder as this game goes on is, again, the infinite scalings here. Slark, he builds up Agi, he builds up Essence Shift stacks, Silencer builds up Int Stolen. You're just playing against ticking time bombs. You take these fights even if you don't find objectives, as long as you lose these fights, Galaxy Racer always wins out in more than just kills. They get stats as well.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Mid lane tier 3 tower gonna drop. They've got buybacks, but they don't really want to commit them like this.
Radiant's middle
Mid-rack's gone. GXR, they're gonna go back for the out of tier 2 tower. They might even force high ground. I mean, they must be feeling quite potent right now. In your trading 41 stacks of the essence shift.
Wishes it was you instead.
Just ridiculous amounts of damage. They aren't gonna force the second lane of racks though. They're gonna back off, keep the farm up. Again, in your dream, I'm very curious to see what he does build up here on the Slark. He's got almost 4k worth of gold, but hasn't decided quite yet. You're getting to that point though where you're probably gonna have to spend that pretty soon. You know, just see what he does pick up.
I would love to see, I think, the Swift Blink. I think it's the safest bet for him. Just because you still want the stat resistant Sanj, but the full SNY, you know, might not feel worthwhile or as impactful as an immediate buyout. Maybe the Swift Blink will give him, you know, more agi, a great blink effect on to get more hits off, build up essence shift in these fights. Smoke out here on GXR. If they take this fight, they could just look to end the game.
Next level play.
DB can't really afford to die right now. I mean, he does have dieback, but you don't really want to have to commit it. But he may have no choice if he makes the primal spring down, and he is going to do so. No, they're going to go into the back lines instead. They found Wommy on the LC. Echo Slam being committed as well, but he's not dead yet. He gets swapped out. They do save the day. Onto the Slark in your dream. He just can't be killed. He'll go into that Shadow Dance, and he'll be perfectly fine as a massive Sonic Wave comes out. Mizu, he gets a double kill. Alacrity, gonna move on to DB. It's a 3-for-0 right now. DB's going to try and force the fight. Mizu, he's going to be alright. The depth is there in your dream. Still stealing stacks away. He's going to back off again. Smoke up. They want to reinitiate into this high ground DB. He's got the Wukongs. Just continues to pump fake. 8th of Remnant. Not going to connect there from Alacrity. You haven't got that Echo Slam to rely on. You don't have another global silence either, so you do have to be a bit wary of that. Swap in onto Mizu, but he's going to blink out as now when your dreams jumped in. He's got the back swap as well. The Monkey King, DB, he's going to buy back immediately. Lasso's there. Mizu gets caught, but they've got the Vengeful Spirit. LYM's going to drop, and Mizu, he does eventually go down, but he's going to commit his buyback immediately. It's a 3v5, in fact. Another Abyssal Blade initiation in your dream. He's got a triple. Buyback committed. AG, they must be feeling really bad about this game. They played it so darn well. But GXR, they just don't give up.
That's
the spirit of Southeast Asia. You know you still have a window. You know there are still ways to play the game. You just don't, you hold out. You look for openings. GXR finds those small mistakes and just build up. Next creeps coming through. DVito sneaking around.
He's going to try. It's a last-ditch attempt here from DB. He's got some heroes respawning soon, but look at the damage in your dream. He just gets to work. DB, he cannot survive it. It's a tieback on the Monkey. He's going to rely on his teammates, but they call him. They do not believe they can defend any further. And GXR, man, every time I cast these guys, they just impress me. Every single time, John. That is an impressive performance here from GXR. 2-0 victory against Army Geniuses.
Push me yan sa top, pre.
Double kill! Radiant's top tower is under attack! The battle begins!
A few minutes later.
Much like cordwood before Axe's axe, Dire's top tower is under attacks!
The rune of haste.
The prize is mine.
Behold my searing blade.
Gago!
The spirit is willing, but the flesh is
Dire's middle tower is under attack!
Shadows take us.
What for? Middle is missing. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
rune of haste.
What is Topias thinking?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack! Dire's bottom tower is taking many wounds!
Ends.
That's okay.
Dire's middle tower is under attack!
To fight base. That's where we have to fight. Okay.
Dire's middle tower is under attack!
Silence.
Double kill!
None may stop me.
Very fucking nice, boys.
Dominate!
Ally.
Chained in searing heat.
Fortune's changed.
The red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower!
Captured in the flame.
5 heroes. This is really crazy. Yeah, but this is awful for them. Just wasting their time. Keep farming. Yeah, I should.
Gago!
Dire's middle tower is not what it used Unstoppable! That is for certain. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Axe wishing for you instead.
Failed the veil.
Discover what lies beyond.
Shadow.
War has come to Radiant's bottom tower.
Speedy rune
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
of haste.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Stone.
Quiet's magic.
Be ensnared in fire.
Double kills.
Collapse on the mid tower.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Look.
Don't believe this.
If
Just like a red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower.
Vanish.
Look.
Much like Fordwood before Axe's hatch, Dire's top tower is under attack and take all the hurt Radiant cares to heap upon it. Dire's top tower is under attack. Mega kill! War has come to Radiant's bottom tower. Radiant structures are fortified with... Dire's bottom tower is taking many wounds. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Killing spree! Dire's bottom tower.
I'm gonna die.
Max is pleased.
That's okay.
Killing spree! Dire's middle tower is not what it used to be. That is for certain. Double kill! Dominating! Double kill!
Fucking nice, boys.
Shadows. Take us.
of illusion.
Killing spree! Triple kill at Radiant's middle tower! Radiant's middle tower is under attack! Roshan was a worthy foe!
Push mo yan sa top, pre.
Vanish.
Dominating! Double kill! Radiant's top tower is under attack!
Be ensnared in fire.
Ayos, ha?
The rune of regeneration. Captured in the flame.
Ayos, ha?
Your place is here. Still burned.
Decisions,
either it be easy decisions or decisions that's very hard, and they make it work, and this is why this team has been so successful. But on the other side, you probably have to introduce the people they're versing, because they're no strangers.
Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Vengeful spirits.
Yeah, I think this is probably the most wanted to see game coming the group stages, just because well, there's a lot of fans for both teams, but they also have very big prospects in the future, like you said, in the DPC, but also potential events that could get them slots into bigger events. And I mean, we don't know for sure how this game is going to pan out. I would personally say that Galaxy Racer, just because they're a little cleaner and a little bit more consistent, I think they have a small advantage. But it really comes down to the draft, because sometimes we see SMG having some funky drafts, sometimes we see them having some really solid drafts altogether, and they just clean games very easily. So I'm not necessarily sure how this game's going to pan out. All I do know is I want to see some key heroes, and one of them, which I think is absolutely broken, the Vengeful Spirit. We saw how LGD Faith Beyond was utilizing this hero. I think because KP's been kind of utilizing it as well in the very same manner. I mean, we saw Army Genius also utilizing it in a position 4 role previously, but I just think it's so much better suited in a position 3 role. You get that Aghanim's timing faster, you get a lot more utility for the team. On top of that, you get levels, you get those talents, which helps her out in, I guess, in the mid game primarily. But I wonder what Galaxy Racer has kind of as an idea to deal with it. And they have that combo. They got the Bane Mirana.
Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban.
Yeah.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban.
I think Bane's pretty good right now, obviously just because of the cast points and small buffs on his spells. I also think because some heroes are not as pickable as they used to be, especially the illusion type heroes, Terrorblade. Bane doesn't really get as hindered as much. Obviously there are still a lot of carry heroes that Bane can't really deal with, but Bane also deals with some specific carry heroes that aren't really illusion based very well with the spell kit that he has. And he is an aggressive support, but he's also defensive support because you can use that sleep to kind of defend your teammates, and if you're really good at timing it as well, you can dodge projectiles with it. But as you mentioned, the Abaddon here is perfect. It's really good against the Mirana dual lanes, potentially coming from, well, I would just assume that Mirana's played on Jokan, which is one of his best heroes, but they have played it on core previously. It's just more likely to be in a position 4 role, not really revealing too much if it is a flex. And the Abaddon's just going to counteract the damage that the Mirana can provide, the stun lock as well. If they want to go for a carry, a traditional hard carry on Team SMG, the Abaddon's going to be able to protect it, and there's not really going to be any pressure coming from there. The Void Spirit is a flex pick here. They can play in multiple roles. But oh my god, Team SMG is picking the heroes so quickly. They're making sure that the heroes that have more elusive spells and are harder to kill because of the set of heroes they've already paired it up with. Treant Protector, Abaddon, Vengeful Swap, all these heroes have a defensive mechanism. So now the Storm Spirit feels so much safer. He can get to the backline, he can get that Bane, he can deal with the Mirana as well. And an Orchid build up here is insanely good as well because he can play a little bit more greedier. Although I could see the Kai build as well being a thing. Kai Sage here with the minimal kind of reliable stun. Sure, you got the Bane, but again, like we mentioned, the Abaddon, the Treant Protector, and just the status resist from the Kai Sage providing so much resilience in these fights. And I'm loving Team SMG's draft so far. It's something they've played so far in this tournament as well. It's got some good success. Galaxy Racer, they're going to have to adapt. They're going to have to deal with the Storm Spirit, but at the same time, they're going to have to find a solution to actually prevent the Storm Spirit from just getting constantly safety netted by his team.
Dire team bad.
Alchemist.
Ooh.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, and I want to elaborate more there. I think the Alchemist pick now, after you mentioned that there's so many safety tools from Team SMG, why not go for a hero that can play more greedy? Because now you've committed so many safety, well, I guess so many heroes to protect your hero. Just ignore that. Scrap that idea of trying to go on them. Play greedy. They don't really have the heroes to invade jungles effectively. Sure, Storm can go in, but who's he going to go in with? He's not going to go in with the Abaddon. He's not going to go in with the Treant Protector. Although the Treant Protector can go through the trees. If you have defensive wards, there's just no way of killing this Alchemist. And I think that's one of the main reasons why Galaxy Race has approached for this hero, because they understand that Team SMG is playing around their lineup. They don't really have aggressive tools as much in the early to mid game, so they can breed out and they can play for their own timings. So we've got two different styles coming out already from both teams, but I wouldn't say either one of them has a clear advantage. It just seems like they both have their own timings on who they're going to be playing for. But at the same time, as you mentioned, I think Team SMG, because they have the last pick for carry, it's very important that the carries that Galaxy Racer is very scared of, especially considering they picked the Alchemist, are banned out. And if we look at the second phase, there have been already a couple of carries being banned out that can play aggressive, that can kill the Alchemist. But at the same time, I don't think most of the traditional hard carries are banned, so SMG should be able to get something that they want for this game. We don't know. That's the thing. Is Alchemist can be played as a carry. It can be played as a mid. Void Spirit can be played as a mid. It can also be played as an offlane. So it's just like we don't actually have a clear idea where Galaxy Race is going to be placing their lanes. I would prefer the Void Spirit not to be mid, because then Void Spirit against Storm is kind of iffy. Storm will surely have a good start there. And if Storm has a good start, he can actually invade the jungle that the Alchemist wouldn't want to. But if they were to run Void Spirit offlane, Alchemist carry, and pick a different mid that can punish the Storm, I think that looks really good. Someone who can create tempo as well in the middle lane after winning the matchup, and then forcing the supports to rotate middle and help out the Storm. And if Storm is forced to jungle, now because they have Sven, they have two heroes that needs to go into the jungle, but then you just don't have that space to allow both heroes to farm up. So I think having a tempo mid is really good. But at the same time, I could see them still doing Void Spirit middle, trying to emphasize on ganking middle for that Mirana, helping out the Void Spirit, controlling those runes, and eventually the Void Spirit can still do that tempo thing by invading jungle, contesting the stacks, and whatnot. It really comes down to what Galaxy Race is thinking is best for the game. I personally would have liked something that can just crush the middle lane, such as a Viper. Very good hero against the Sven. Again, there's minimal lockdown on the side of Team SMG, and you do have the Bane who can play defensively against these kind of heroes. If the Viper gets a good start, Dragonlance pressures the lane, forces supports to rotate mid, can take stacks, can deal with Sven later on. But it really just comes down to what they think is best for the game. That's just my opinion. I would probably go for that. But I really see a lot of kind of options for them regardless.
Choose your hero.
Well, I mean, we see who's picked it, so it is interesting. I mean, the way we saw this hero being played most recently, I think, was from Hung in the previous tournaments. Qiu Hua Sports won, and he was running a middle. He went for like a stat attack speed build up, and he maxed the Arcane Orb, and he would just constantly be fighting. I could see something similar, unless he goes for the Meteor Hammer. I mean, Meteor Hammer is kind of whatever. There's not many ways of this, or interrupting the Meteor Hammer combo in a game like this. I guess you could get swapped in. But if you were to go for the Tread's drums, I guess he can play very aggressive in the laning phase. It's very small stat items as well. And maxing Arcane Orb here could be a problem because you just don't really have a way to deal with it. Obviously, Roger can keep healing this event, but if the Abaddon itself is getting whacked, then he's going to be forced to back out of the lane, and then you can't really play in that lane anymore. And because it's potentially a double range, I just feel like the Abaddon doesn't really have a place in the lane. Like, you're playing potentially... Well, I guess it would be probably Abaddon and Sven safe lane, but then OD just plays the lane freely, right? I guess Roger will be forced to go and stack camps, but it feels very awkward because he won't really be able to utilize the Abaddon early game, and that's definitely not what you want when you're playing Abaddon.
I have solid intelligence.
Prepare for battle!
To come.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting game for sure. What I have to say though is, we mentioned Vengeful Spirit. He is kind of a defensive hero, but he's got a major power spike, and as everyone knows, it's the Aghanims. The Aghanims itself makes a hero aggressive, because not only can he commit himself in danger and trading a 1-for-1, either it be swapping one of the heroes in, you get that kill, sure you die, but you do have the damage reduction when you swap in as well later on, and you also will have an extra life. So you're just going to be way more effective utilizing this hero and by trading than you are if you were to play passively and just try to use the swap defensively. And I think they have to do that this game, because if they don't, then the OD, as you mentioned, does have another defensive tool that could prevent one of these heroes potentially getting jumped from the Sven or the Storm in the mid game being saved. So the swap has to be very on point later on, maybe in the mid game once he does have the Aghanims available. Yep, but you do have Bane, one of the best heroes at actually trading, and that's because of the Brain Sap. You're just effectively getting health as well as doing damage. You're the one who's going to get hit, which means that your Alchemist will be able to at least get some CS for free. You can't really win a trade against the Bane 1v1. Treant Protector, one of the highest base damage as well, so I guess it's not as easy for Colossus, but I think on a hero like this, he does get 6 Tangus, a Salve, and a Fairy. I think the Bane should be fine to try and help out the Alchemist to get some CS. Yeah. The lane power spike would be level 3. Once they hit level 3, there's going to be some kill potential as long as they're both healthy. Right now, Polison doing an excellent job keeping them low. And if they're low, they can never really commit for a kill. But Mizu... my god, a lot of trades going on top lane. This, I think, is a more essential lane. Because, well, first of all, I'm not too sure how much impact the OD can have unless he has a good start. This is a lane where he's set to have a good start because it is double melee against double range, and they do have the Arcane Orb that they can abuse in the lane phase. There is kill potential as well, potentially if he does get a point on the Astral into the arrow, but I don't think that's going to be the case. I think he's going to max the Arcane Orb and just be a nuisance in a long prolonged laning phase. But you can see here that these two heroes are just not able to actually sustain in this lane, as they're just getting constantly poked out by both Mizu as well as Jokam. Yeah.
The prize is mine.
Absolutely right. You say that, but then they got an amazing pull. Roger actually gets the big camp pull there, allows the creep wave now to go into the tower of mid one. He's going to be able to get some CS. Of course, Miracle Mizu will be able to contest that. But Roger is making sure that he can get as much possible pull-wise while Jokam was actually stacking camps. But he actually didn't actually get the stack there in time.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack!
Red sap flows.
Stupendous!
Yep, level 3 power spike as well.
Just like Axe!
We got him again. Oh yeah. Man, I love what Galaxy Racer is doing here. They are applying so much pressure, and because the Mirana came middle, Roger was forced to come middle as well and protect Moon. And in the meantime, what's happening top? It's a 1v1. It's mid 1 versus Mizu, and there's just no way this Sven can actually sustain in the lane like that. He's forced to jungle, but he's only level 4, so he's not really jungling efficiently. It has to be done, but like, there's just no way to really get as much as you'd like when you're playing a carry Sven here. You'd like to have level 5, you'd like to have a little bit more stats with the Morbid Mask, but you can't afford it because this OD last pick for the offlane role is just doing so much work already. And this is the beauty about this pick, is not only is he a strong later stage hero, but he's got so much laning prowess as well. So Roger, who's not really able to stack camps because there's so much pressure, he's not able to actually keep mid 1 having a good start. This Abaddon picks just seems like it's lost a lot of its value in the early game because of the OD itself. Dream. Yeah.
This is how it's done. We owe you one.
Looking for me? Dire's top tower is under attack!
The drawing board.
Over here now. Dire's middle tower is not what it used to be. That is for certain. Where's the body? Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Weak sorcery.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Much like cordwood before Axe's axe, Dire's top tower is under attacks!
Oh yeah. I mean, Ian Dream now is forced to go into the jungle. He does TP mid first because there's no one covering the lane, but yeah, it's definitely going to hurt his levels. His net worth, if we look at it, is looking pretty good on the side of Galaxy Racer, but in terms of levels, In Your Dream needs a little bit more space. He needs to be able to get those stacks. He needs to be able to play his game. I do love his build. He went for the 50s early in the lane. That is going to be... Ooh, they do get a kill on KP. I was going to say KP can always reduce his armor in the laning phase, but eventually with the phase boots and jungle time, it's not really going to matter. And it's a matter of time, and your Dream's going to get back into this game. And I don't really see how they can stop him, because their heroes are too defensive, as we discussed in the draft. And that's the beauty about this pick. They have a tempo hero middle, such as the Void Spirit. Mizu has already kicked out Sven a long time ago in the laning phase, and he's farming very freely. He is going, I believe, for the Meteor Hammer. So I guess that is going to be a tool that can open up the towers.
Radiant's courier has been slain! The red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower!
So vile!
Radiant's middle tower is under attack!
That was really low here.
I'm tarnished.
Dire's middle tower is under
I'm just
attack!
wondering right now who this game is favoring. Because late game,
The prize
I think it can still be going both ways. I definitely think SMG has a slight edge late game just because of the storm factor here. But then you also have OD off lane that can be very impactful. Void Spirit's having a pretty good game. Eventually have Axe as well.
Top tower is
I guess it
under
really
attack.
depends on like the next 5 minutes. Who's going to open up the first tower? Who's going to be taking the jungle? Can this Meteor Hammer do a lot of work? If so, they should be able to get a steady lead and some time for the Alchemist. Actually, mid one again.
Radiant's top tower is under attack! Radiant structures are fortified. Axe observes carnage underway at Radiant's top tower. Radiant's top tower has fallen. If Axe was a tower, he would never fall. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, I still think that benefits Galaxy Racer constantly. They have the combo, and as you can see in the middle lane, they just keep refusing it. Likely to get caught though.
Killing spree! Here! Touché! Dominating! Double kill!
Yeah, I can understand now the Meteor Hammer more, actually looking at the pace of this game. They want to open up the tower and create some sort of momentum for their team. It creates space also for the Alchemist, but it's not just that, it's also because they're versing a Treant Protector who can keep it up. So if you don't go for the Meteor Hammer, you're just not going to be able to take any towers, and therefore you're not going to be able to play a little bit more greedy and buy some more time for the Alchemist. So the Meteor Hammer makes even more sense now. But the thing is, SMG realizes that this Meteor Hammer can take the mid tower, so that's why they keep constantly bringing numbers middle, and he's just not able to do it.
The entirety of your existence was my
Dire's middle tower is not what it used to be. Dire's structures are fortified. Super fortified tower is under attack. You can't even imagine.
Why you? Why not?
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Alright, no one saw that?
Much like cordwood before Axe's axe, Dire's top tower is under attack. Killing spree! Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Yeah, looks like Galaxy Racer. That's right, they're just getting these pickoffs, they're getting these towers with the Meteor Hammer, it's paying off, and Alchemist, sure, they're both trading farm, both Sven and Alchemist, but Alchemist obviously with the Grievel's Greed will be getting a little bit more out of it. And I'm loving how they're utilizing this Mirana, I'm loving how they're utilizing this Bane. They're always running this buddy system together. Sure, sometimes it doesn't work out, but they're just being so active that's allowing the cores to play as individualistic as they'd like. And right now, Storm Spirit, I mean, what's he going for? He is going for the Orchid, so he's greeted out a little bit, and it's because he's got so much defensive tools in his team that he can play like this, but the Kai now is going straight into the Orchid, and he's going to rely on Abaddon to save him in these fights.
Dire's middle tower is under attack! The red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower.
No. I see a problem here. I see a big problem here for SMG. Sure, they're actually making some plays and they're trying to stabilize the game. Of course, Sven late game against Alchemist, it really just, he wants to drag it out more and hit his timings. Alchemist's going to hit his timings quicker because that's just how the hero works. But the problem I see is that KP's not really been given any space. Sure, he's got some okay farm, but he is essentially below supports, and he hasn't really been able to be given a lane so that he can get to that Aghanim's timing. And that's a major problem, because not only are you playing for this event, but you're also playing for his power spike, his timing, where on the other hand, I don't see any downtimes on Galaxy Racer. They're just going to keep this activity on, and look at top side of the map.
Killing spree! Much like Hardwood before Axe's axe, Dire's bottom tower is under attack!
Yep.
Dire's top tower is under attack! War has come to Radiant's bottom tower!
Oh? They want him.
What'd I miss? Killing spree!
The wages of fear.
Dire's top tower is under attack!
Yeah, and the other problem as well is they're over-rotating heroes. You don't really see anyone from SMG using the bottom side of the map. You don't really see them using the triangle just yet. Mid one is making his way there, but there was essentially 5 heroes top. And at the same time, Galaxy Racer, they're not committing as many heroes. They're still farming as well. And as you mentioned, the Alchemist, he's going to get to his timing. And I'm not sure if SNY will be the item that will get him into the fight. But it might be.
You haven't failed. This was your greatest success.
Axe's heart goes out to Dire's courier.
Oh.
Yes!
Yeah, it's looking pretty grim here on the side of SMG if you're their fan. Miracle is just going for the full utility build. He is going for the Lotus. I love this build up here. If you look at the spells from SMG, most of them are all simply targeted. You can prevent the swap from happening. Leech Seed, Sven Stun will be retaliated. You can prevent the Storm from getting that. Oh my god, Alacrity actually finds another kill.
Heaven or hell, Dire's top tower is in one of them. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh my god.
Unstoppable!
Your final gasp serves as bellows to the whirlwinds of destruction.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, just judging from Galaxy Race's play, it's so impressive. They're just non-stop making moves. Look at Moon as well, he might get caught out.
Max is going to be sick!
You must learn to live with the void inside.
We'll take that. A gift from the goddess. Mine.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
It's looking hard. I mean, I'm just hoping SMG can actually put up a fight, because the pace this game is going, it just doesn't seem like they have any intentions of fighting at all. And I mean, rightfully so. They need the BKB on Savan, they need the Vengeful's Axe, and there's still about 1,000 gold on each of these items. And sure, if you just keep playing like this, you're gonna get run down, so they are making their own moves.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Killing spree! Double kill!
Yeah. Yeah, it seems like the only problems Galaxy Race is having is deciding who to give kills to, because it doesn't seem like anything is a struggle in this game. In your dream is just constantly farming. I love the Silver's Edge pickup on him as well. It's going to be coming very shortly, and giving that damage as well at the same time, some elusiveness, and being able to split up a bit more than he'd like without it. But yeah, I mean, everything's just connecting. They have great item pickups here. Mizu's going for a full utility build, as I mentioned before. The Lowe's already being very effective in that previous fights, just preventing the Storm from actually getting full cast of his spells, or could also another item that is gonna not have its full usage against this Lotus Orb. And with this double damage picked up in your dreams, looking at the Roshanis, thinking about it.
Oh, the lows. Double kill! Mega kill! Double kill! Unstoppable! Triple kill! Killing spree! Double kill!
I mean,
I was meant to have this.
Dire's top
yeah,
tower
that's exactly
is
right.
under
They don't
attack.
have the BKB, they don't have the items on the bench that previous fight. They just don't have the tools to take them on. And Galaxy Racer, despite looking like a more aggressive lineup, they actually have defensive tools. They got the Sleep, they got the defensive grip, they got the Astral, they got the Lotus. Like, there's just so many tools for them to reset the fight and keep that core he was initiated on to stay alive. Mid one without the BKB as well, he just didn't really have the ability to withstand so much magical damage.
spreads at Radiant's middle tower. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I have solid intelligence on what is to come.
Yeah, I mean, they're just playing too fast. Their draft has been very clever. Their itemization as well as their activity. Everything's just been on point. There has been some little mechanical errors, but nothing really that affects their game plans. And Blossom just finding pick after pick.
Axe is pleased.
KP's in trouble.
Wicked sick! Axe is pleased!
Speed where your heart resonates.
Dire's middle tower is not what it used to be. That is for
I mean,
certain.
it's really Galaxy Racer's game to throw. I don't see how SMGs can get into this game unless they see opportunities. And they're going for it. They got the BKB. This has to be it, but oh my god, BKB, where was it?
Mega kill!
Here I am.
Monster kill!
Please be stopped. Out of dark.
Where's the party?
Mirrors of my delight. I misjudged your work. I have solid intelligence on what is to come.
Yeah, Alacrity just playing for his food. I mean, we were talking about who to give the kills to. He's giving to his own illusions. So, I mean, yeah, it just seems too easy for Galaxy Racer. And if you're a SMG fan, you might not be. You might be a Galaxy Racer fan after this game, unless SMG looks impressive in game number 2. And this is a game we were anticipating to be a very tight series and something to really look forward to, but it doesn't seem like it's the game we were hoping for. It's just a Galaxy Racer making the moves, Galaxy Racer controlling the pace of the game, Galaxy Racer hitting their timings, and it just doesn't seem like SMG has had a game whatsoever. And the only time they've looked solid was a little bit in the laning phase where they got a couple of kills, but besides that, nothing's gone through their game plan, and I think a lot of it comes down to the pick. It seems like this event pick was a little bit too greedy. The OD pick, of course, excellent choice for a lane punish, but also for the setup of this game, but I think their draft is just a little bit too greedy. Venge needs to hit his timing, so you need to give him a bit of space. Sven as well needs to hit the jungle. Storm Spirit, not really the most active core hero as well. Of course, it's a great Storm game because you can protect him, but he's just not had that space, and the same goes for all of the cores on SMG side.
Killing spree! Dominating! This is going to be sick!
Will that one?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack! Axe proclaims a radiant victory!
Pre, push mo yan sa top, pre.
Double kill! Radiant's top tower is under attack! The battle begins!
A few minutes later.
Much like cordwood before Axe's axe, Dire's top tower is under attacks!
The rune of haste.
The prize is mine.
Behold my searing gaze.
Gago!
Dire's middle tower is under attack!
Shadows take us.
What for? Middle is missing. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
What is Topias thinking?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is taking many wounds.
That's okay.
Dire's middle tower is under attack!
To fight base. That's where we have to fight. Okay.
Dire's middle tower is under attack!
Silence.
Double kill!
None may stop me.
Very fucking nice, boys.
Dominate!
Ally.
Chained in searing heat.
Fortune's changed.
The red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower!
Yeah, but this is awful for them. Just wasting their time. Keep farming. Yeah, I should.
Dire's middle tower is not what it used to be. That is for certain. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Axe wishing for you instead.
Failed the veil.
Discover what lies beyond.
Shadow.
Lord
Ayos, ha?
has come to Radiant's bottom tower.
Speedy rune
Let's go.
of haste.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Stone.
Quiet's magic.
Be ensnared in fire.
Double kills.
Collapse on the mid tower.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Don't believe this.
If
Just like the red mist spreads 5 seconds remaining. Team bad. Dire team bad. Much like Fordwood before Axe's hatch, Dire's top tower is under attack and take all the hurt Radiant cares to heal upon it. Dire's top 10 seconds remaining. Is under attack. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Mega kill! War has come to Radiant's bottom tower. Radiant structures are fortified with Dire team pick.
What's it?
Dire's bottom tower is taking many wounds. Dire's bottom tower is under attack! 10 seconds remaining! Killing spree! Dire's 5 seconds remaining!
I'm gonna die.
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining.
Night Stalker.
I'm with you. It at least gives them a little bit more options here, and Night Stalker, very stable. I was actually thinking they probably should have picked that, but because they had gone for the Venge, I was sure that Venge was going to be played for KP, so Night Stalker wasn't really going to be a hero that they can actually use anymore. But without the Venge opener, I guess you can open yourself up for something else, and Galaxy Racer goes for Clinks, and I think I was bashing on this hero. I was saying this hero is absolutely junk unless you really know how to play this hero. And because it was early into the patch, people don't really have a full understanding. When I saw Ame from LGD play this hero, it looked amazing. And the way he utilizes, he plays essentially as a carry, but the Burning Barrage, the new spell itself, just allows him to be so efficient, and that's one of the main things where carries excel at when they're in the meta. It's just they can hit their timing so quickly. Clinkz is also semi-aggressive, semi-passive in a way that you can actually just play from the backline. You can also play aggressively with the hero itself because it can come online a lot faster. But he's just so tanky later on because of the way his talents work with his ultimate as well. And I think it's something we haven't really seen fully utilized in the correct manner in the Southeast Asian region. And I'm wondering if Galaxy Racer is going to be using it as it should, as we've seen so much success on the side of LGD as played as in the carry role. But I mean, Nightstalker is a very fast hero. It's a hero that can actually get on top of the Clinkz. So I'm not too sure how this matchup's going to fare. I definitely think Clinkz will have a slight edge just because he can constantly poke. But I'm just wondering if Nightstalker can sustain the lane by going for the Bracer with the Phase Boots Rush buildup. Maybe he'll have enough armor to actually withstand the pressure of this Clinkz. But we're going to have to find out because right now Galaxy Racer's draft is... I mean, you could run Clinkz middle, you can run Clinkz carry, you can run Pangolier support, you can run the off lane, you can run in middle as well. Very flexible opener right now on the side of Galaxy Racer. Whereas Team SMG, I think the Nightstalker is already placed for KP. This is a KP hero in the off lane role, and the Bange is going to be played as a position 5. Yeah.
Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining.
Yeah.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, the way I've seen Clinkz been best utilized is when they have negative armor strats in the later stages, because Clinkz packs a punch. Eventually he gets those big creeps in the later stages. Not only is he tank, but he does a lot of right click with the his new ability. It works with modifiers, so you go Maelstrom, and you also tend to build items like the Gleipnir, which sets up the combo for yourself as well as for your team.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, as you mentioned, he's not really that good at making the burst kill anymore, just because he doesn't have that attack speed from his initial spell, the Strafe, which is removed now. But yeah, it's more scaling, it's more efficient, it gives them a little bit more dynamic. Ancient stacks, as you mentioned, major thing about playing the Clinkz as a core, because if you're not actually farming those stacks, you're not really going to get that efficiency that you would normally be by playing the Clinkz itself. SMG, they're definitely changing up their strat. It looks like they're going for a more aggressive approach here, strong lanes, some combination of spells. You got the Soulbind with the Bane's grip, you can sap, you can void. There's a lot of things here so far that you can abuse with the Soulbind, but it doesn't necessarily show too much because obviously they still have their mid and their carry pick to go. And if they want to go for something like a Ricky Mara, that mid one is very fan of, and I think it can work very well here in this kind of dual supports that they have combined with. Galaxy Racer, on the other hand, they're just trying to stabilize the lanes by having strong matchups. Clockwork position 5 with that Clinkz seems very strong against the Nightstalker. You just can't run away, but you're going to take a lot of damage. And they go for the Darks here, because why not? They have double Malik supports that can abuse the shells. They have initiation already from the Pangolier as well as from the Clockwork, so the Iron Shell is going to be very effective. They can surge them in as well. And I mean, sure, you're going to probably pick a core here on the side of Team SMG that can actually deal with the Iron Shell spam as well as the Darks here in the lane. but you're restricting yourself to go into that approach, and that's what Galaxy Racer wants. They want you to be reactional instead of playing your own game.
Radiant team ban.
Anti-mage.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban.
Yeah, absolutely right. There's not really too much for me to add on top of that, but yeah, it can go both ways. As you mentioned, the anti-mage is limited lockdown for him. He's gonna have a good time against the Darkseer. I've actually seen this matchup, despite it being anti-mage favored, not going so bad for the Darkseer, but the Bane itself is very strong. You can't really cut creeps. You can just sleep you, and the creeps are gonna walk past by you. On top of that as well, it's double melee against the Bane. Bane is one of the best heroes at poking them and trading effectively with the brain sap, as we mentioned in the previous game. And anti-mage obviously very good at standing in a lane against Darkseer, but it's, again, like I mentioned, it's not just the anti-mage that's good against the Darkseer, it's the Bane as well. So I think this anti-mage is going to have a fine time. It really just comes down to how is Galaxy Racer going to play this lane? Are they going to do some creep shenanigans by pulling the creep, or both the heroes are going to be behind the tower to try and just kill the creep wave together and not contesting the anti-mage, which means anti-mage will farm under the tower, but it'll take a bit of damage and he'll have to get some tangos from his teammate or from himself until he gets that Ring of Health, and then once he has Ring of Health, he's going to have a very easy time. Now, Galaxy Racer, they need a tempo, they need someone who can actually kill anti-mage, and it's going to be most likely a mid hero here coming on the side of them, unless they actually pick a 4 and go Pango mid, but I'm not too sure about that one. And it looks like they're going back for the Void Spirit mid.
Choose your hero.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I think SMG has a really good draft here. I think their lanes are going to go well. Anti-Mage's lane should do fine. Moon in the middle lane with the Doom should also do fine. KP probably has the hardest lane out of their team, and if he does manage to find anything out of this lane or just levels, I think SMG, they have a superior draft. They can win late game very, very easily. There's not many heroes that will deal with mid 1. Mid 1 has targets with his Mana Void. He's got not only the Darkseer initially, but he's also got the Void Spirit that he can kill very easily in the later stages. And with this game drags out, it's very easy for Team SMG to win. Moon will always be able to out-farm the mid laner on the side of Galaxy Racer, just because that's how the hero works with the Devour. But they have good team fight. They have the Soulbind with the Doom. They have decent lanes. The Nightstalker can get to the back line and disrupt the combo. They're going to have superior vision at nighttime as well, so pulling out that Darkseer Vac combo might not be that easy into the Nightstalker as well. So I think SMG, they have the heroes. Do they have the execution in game number 2 to make this a draw series?
Prepare for battle!
Yeah, it's mostly for the vision, the observer ward scouting. It's also for the bound runes itself, but obviously Night Stalker here, if you are playing in the nighttime, is gonna be pretty good. You're gonna have that superior vision in general, but that's what KP is abusing. They're trying to find the ward, but there's no ward just yet. And that's mainly why they just, you know, running down mid straight. And I'm not saying running down mid into the fountain, into the tower. It's just actually getting some information and trying to find out some potential observer wards. That's about it, really.
The battle begins!
Yeah, I'm just curious about this top lane. It's really the lane to watch in terms of how much can Miracle get, or Mizu, sorry, how much can mid 1 actually pressure this lane? Are they going to make some shenanigans play by going behind the towers, or are they going to just play it standard? Like, that's the big one for me. Because the bottom lane, it should just be a trader farm. I don't see KP getting any kills. He could potentially die, sure, but yeah, it's really going to come down to up here. And they did decide to put the Clockwork top because they want to be a little bit more aggressive. They will decide to put Blossom on bottom of the Pangolier, just because this is a lane, sure, that they might find some kill opportunities, but it's mostly about strengthening all of their lanes and getting a good start. Oh, mid 1.
First blood!
First blood!
The red mist closes in.
Must be getting rusty. You're mine.
Yeah, I mean, it is just a kill, and it was a very cheeky kill as well. They made sure that they cleared the wave ASAP, knowing mid 1 was only level 1, and he did have mana break. They could go for the kill with the battery assault, and with the level 2 power spike, they vacuumed them down. But, I mean, now mid 1 with the blink dagger, it should be pretty easy to play this lane. But this is what I was talking about, just cutting the wave and making sure that even if you can get countered by the mana break itself, you're not going to be in a position where they can actually hit you. You're going to be more efficient, because not only are you going to be clearing the creeps itself, you're also clearing the camp. Mid 1, he's going to have an easy time at farming under the tower, especially since it's pretty close to the Ring of Health. But this is really the only way a Galaxy Racer can play to actually get their own farm.
Shut your trap.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah. Well, I don't have too much to say. I don't want to really complain too much about how this lane has progressed. I mean, the first kill is kind of whatever, but like blinking in and dying now, it's going to set you behind, but it's also going to escalate Miracle's star. He's going to have a couple of items, such as the bottle. There's boots and windlace already on Jokam, so Jokam's got a game. He can contest the water runes, and that's why he's taking the bottle. He can also get the bounty runes in the future. And it's looking like Galaxy Racer, even though I felt like they shouldn't have this much of a start, they do.
Oh, mighty wonder.
Bottom lane. Alright, well, SMG, they need to stabilize. They need to make sure that both bottom and middle has a game. Even though mid one having a slow start, it doesn't mean they don't have a game. Mid one is just going to be farming. He's just not going to have that butterfly effect where he gets that early battle fury. Then with the early battle fury, he gets his next item timing faster. It'll be a bit delayed just because of the deaths in the lane. I'm also missing some CS when he did die, but he's going to get there regardless. It's really coming down to Moon and KP. Can they both sustain this lane? Can they hit their timings? It is nighttime now, and KP does have double bracer for the sustainability, as I was mentioning. He doesn't quite go for that phase boots rush, but he does have some pressure now with this nighttime. And if he wants to be played alone, it means that Afu is going to be stacking or contesting a different lane.
Fear not the journey ahead.
Now which you cannot
Cauterized.
Yeah.
Bouncy.
KP's recovering. Just because of the nighttime as well. Clinks is, he's got the Falcon play. He's not rushing. Oh, hold on, bottom lane. I think that was a misplay. Afu actually self-inkswalled, double tapped or clicked it on himself. But if KP had the movement speed there, that was potentially a kill. There was a chance that they could have gone for the kill there with the extra speed, but unfortunately that didn't work out for them. And In Your Dream now knows about this rotation, which means he's going to be playing a little bit safer. He's going to just try and get to his level 6. Once he gets his level 6 and he gets the death pact off, he should be fine. There's just not going to be any kill threat. It's really just to get to that stage. Yeah.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Just to emphasize on that as well, is they don't have to capitalize on any plays. They can just play for the greed. This is a game where they scale way better and they just can hit their timings in around the 20-minute mark. Doing the BKB especially would be a menacing problem here that on the side of Galaxy Racer they're not going to be able to deal with. And SMG, they just need to stabilize. They just got to make sure that none of these lanes are getting snowballed. These towers stay alive. Mid one, as you mentioned, is farming very freely, and that's why I like this anti-mage pick. But Alacrity, he needs to make moves. Alacrity is the hero here that can set the pace of the game on the side of Galaxy Racer, but killing supports is not enough. He needs to make rotations on the side lanes to open up the towers.
Much like cordwood before axe's axe, Dire's top tower is under attack.
Oh my god!
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under
Well,
attack.
KP, he's got his phase boots there. He's got his phase boots, the double bracer as well. He just needs to make some moves now. And I'm wondering, it's not necessarily him moving to the other lanes, it's the support rotating to him and making a kill happen. You do see Roger rotating down there. He's placing the sentries to make sure that he didn't get scouted walking towards the bottom lane. But Alacrity was pre-set there. And even though he wasn't actually scouted out, KB, with the safety play here, actually avoids the potential gank coming from them. But at the same time, they might go for In Your Dream, and look at this beautiful ward that Roger has placed on the bottom side of the map. They're going for it.
I will miss my reflection.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Super fortified. Like you can't even imagine. Like cordwood before Axe's axe.
Oh.
Dire's
What
top
have
tower is
Galaxy
under attack.
Racer accomplished, and what has SMG accomplished in this meantime? SMG, obviously they just want to play green. They're going for a kill on the middle lane.
There it goes. A chink in my armor.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Puny Radiant hides behind their fortification. Much like cordwood before Axe's axe. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen. The red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower. Dire's bottom tower is taking many wounds.
Ooh, nice.
Cannot escape that.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Are you going to do something about that?
Great reactional play here coming from Galaxy Racer. They lost the tower, they do lose Mizu there, but good trades regardless. They get a few key hero kills there. Alacrity now has got a couple of... he got a little bit more gold out of that fight, and it looks like he's going for the Witchblade build this game. He's going for the Witchblade into the Kaya Sage, so a little bit more damage, a little bit more sustainability. I love the Kaya Sage here just because you're versing against a lot of channeling slash long duration abilities such as the Doom as well as the Fiend's Grip. So it makes a lot of sense going for that stats resist in a game like this. But at the same time, he can actually go into the fight. They don't have that tank, the natural tank, that you would like them to have in the pre-draft or in the drafting phase itself. But with the Kaya Sage, with the Clockwork, with the Darkseer, he will potentially have an Agams later on. He will be very tanky, and he can frontline. He will have that additional damage from the Iron Shell as well. So it's an interesting build, but it does make sense for a game like this, where they need to make those moves and they don't really have a natural tank.
Not what it used to be, that is for certain.
It's killing time.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, Galaxy Racer, they're not really achieving much, and SMG is not really getting as much as they'd like. However, the Midas, the Devour, these pickups that's happening currently, and the fact that both Anti-Mage and Night Stalker are both farming, Echo Saber almost available on KP. We almost, actually, I think we have the Battlefield complete.
He's under attack.
Your life should have no purpose. pursuit for power meets its proper end.
Dire's middle tower is under attack!
Easiest money of my life!
Dire's middle tower is under attack!
Yeah, it seems like the execution here from Galaxy Racer is looking like game number 1. Even though this is definitely a game looks a lot tighter, and SMG have the scaling advantage, they have the efficiency advantage, but Galaxy Racer, they're just making those moves. And they have the tools to keep fighting. KP?
Killing spree! Axe is pleased!
Top lane.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack! Unstoppable! Axe is pleased!
This will open a dark path.
Yeah, beautiful bait play there. Unfortunately, KP died, but they got the kill they wanted.
The seventh hell. Double kill! Annihilation! War has come to Radiant's bottom tower! Dire's middle tower is under attack! Radiant's bottom tower is under attack!
Bring it on!
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack! Dire's courier has been slain! Even couriers are not safe! Ha! Now this is a battle!
Yeah, I think on a hero like Blinks, it's a must. You just need that setup for your barrage. You can't always rely on your teammates to begin with. It also makes you tankier because it is providing you a couple of stats from the crowns. But the big thing as well is the tankiness with the death pack in the later stages. In a 25, I guess once you hit level 25, you also have the talent tree. Mid 1 though.
Killing spree!
We can still turn things around.
Precious ashes.
Dire's middle tower is not what it used to be, that is for certain. Dire structures can take all the hurt Radiant Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Yeah, I'm worried for SMG right now. The timings of Galaxy Racers come online way too quick. They found too many opportunities. They found too many pickoffs, and the lane went way too good. And now with this Leipnir, he's found potential kill. Or has he?
Killing spree! Double kill! Dominating! Dominating! Triple kill!
Yep, no Doom as well utilizing that fight, so they can still use it for a pickoff or for another potential fight. They do have smoke available as well in Raji, But it just doesn't seem like you want to force anything here. Like, that is a fight that drags out the game. If you drag out the game, then you can use your Midas a little bit more, you can devour a little bit more, you can abuse the Battle Fury as well. He's almost got the Manta style as well in mid one. So even not having the best start, he is getting to those timings that I was saying, and it's an excellent anti-mage game. So I don't see why not just keep up with this slow pace, but making sure all the lanes are shoved out. The Doom is farming. They might still make the smoke because the BKB is coming back up in 10 seconds for Moon, but they need to make sure that these lanes are cleared out before they make it. And KP is also so close for that Echo Saber. It's a very delayed Echo Saber, but he's always gonna do work. This is a hero that just requires a few items and just a couple of levels. You can always flank the back line and you can get those kills very easily.
Tower is under attack! Dire's middle tower is not what it used to be. That is for certain.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good right now. Moon just is gonna start ramping up. He's got the BKBs, obviously he's going for the Shivers, he needs a bit of armor, and if once he gets that, at least to the stage where he can frontline, they're gonna be in a good position.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack! Dire's bottom tower is taking many wounds! Dire's bottom tower is under attack!
The wages of fear. Boom! There it goes!
Yeah, I mean, Aghanim's is up now in Alacrity, so they have a little bit more damage as well as the silences going off. Easy to get to the backline as well. You want to disrupt this Grimstroke Bane from getting their grip off as well as the Soulbind combo. So if Alacrity can get to the backline, it's going to be very effective in these fights. But at the same time, there are BKB available on, I believe, on just Moon so far, but there's a Klink's BKB soonish. That's going to be an issue. You just won't be able to kill him unless you doom him and get on top of him. But the thing about this hero is, if you see his health in these fights, it's insane. He's got the Death Pack, and it's level 18 as well. With the Gleipnir, with the Falcon Blade, are they going for the kill on mid one? Can they get him?
Coming in.
Killing spree has come to Radiant's bottom tower! Double kill! Dominating! Ultimate sacrifice.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw a completely different draft, and this is a draft that was favoring SMG. Draft, one of the biggest aspects to Dota 2 currently, especially in a competitive game that can put you ahead. But SMG, they've managed to execute what they wanted to do. It's a slow game, hit their timings, and Moon's already got a Shivers. Look how huge this guy is. 16k net worth, Shivers, Midas, BKB, Blink, Phase Boots. and he's already level 20 as well. With that fight, KP is also on the way towards the BKB. He's not too far off. But Galaxy Racer, they're making moves.
Players here.
My brush falters. Invisibility. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. The red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower.
The punch.
Mega kill! Unstoppable! Double kill! I stoke the furnace with your corpse.
I mean, it's still favoring SMG, but there is still hope. Galaxy Racer has pretty damn good teamfight execution. They know when to make those hard decisions, either be splitting up the game or looking for a fight or a pick-off. They're one of the better teams in Southeast Asia at doing so. So, I mean, we could see Galaxy Racer potentially splitting up the game here by abusing Iron Shell and then setting up some potential ganks to people who actually cover those lanes. But at the same time, it seems like Galaxy Racer is looking to play for the teamfight aspect. They have the Blink Daggers, they got the Agnums. That was not really a fight that started well for them as well, as the hook had missed. He didn't really get the overclock, as he mentioned. That can be a big part of it. They don't really get a major wall vac as well. So there are these tools, they just haven't been able to get it off. It's just going to get harder though to utilize them because the KP does have a fresh BKB as well now. And there is a basher on mid 1, so if he gets on top of someone, someone's going to die.
And it's off.
Tax is going to be sick!
My friends, is why metal will never die.
Yep. And I think SMG, they're gonna try and make another move here. All their tools besides the Doom itself is available. KP's trying to provide some vision here. He needs to get to the back line. He doesn't have the blink. He does have the BKB, which means he can just run past and provide that vision. He's got his ultimate as well available, so it should be plenty enough for them to find the target they want. It really comes down to KP to provide that vision, because then they can utilize that Soulbind Doom combo, and it's going to be very easy to do so now because Afu's got the Blink Dagger. Moon obviously had the Blink Dagger for early game, so it's not going to be very difficult to get the target you want. And then the target you want right now is probably the Void Spirit and Clinks. Getting the Darkseer is also going to be very good. It's not making him, or not allowing him to get that vacuum wall combo. The normal punch is very effective as well, so if you can take that out of the equation on the side of a Galaxy Racer, you're going to have an easier time to play as an anti-mage, because you're not going to have that illusion constantly annoying you.
Invisibility. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack! Dire's bottom tower has fallen! They could be worse. Or could it? Radiant's top tower has fallen! Dire's bottom tower is under attack!
And I look at Moon, look at the item he just picked up.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack!
And he's gonna go for the Arcane Blink next. Other problem I see as well is like right now, Galaxy Racer, I think they're gonna struggle to win a fight. They're versing Refresher, sure, I think they're gonna have a Lotus Orb. I think they have one right now, yes they do, on Mizu. But they're not gonna be able to deal with this anti-mage as well as the Doom at the same time. So what can they do? They can split up the game. If they drag out the game, what are they playing for? They're playing for something like Lotus Orb, they're playing for Lincoln Sphere, nullifying the effectiveness of the Doom itself, and just being able to not get bursted down. If they don't get bursted down, they get their spells off, and it's a long prolonged fight. In Your Dream's going to be very happy with that. He doesn't really have that much damage just yet though.
Blood my works.
Yeah, and the SMG is just abusing this timing. As I mentioned before, the double Doom, you also have the Abyssal Blade on mid 1. You just don't have the tools to deal with them right now, and you need to drag out the game. If you take these fights, you gotta make sure you're starting the fight, you're initiating on them, so they don't get the ideal targets with the Doom. But that wasn't the case. Moon actually got 2 of these heroes on his own, and with the Night Stalker providing the vision with the Dark Ascension, it made it just way too easy for them to execute the way they wanted. So Galaxy Racer, even though they were trying to contest Rush, they need to make sure that they smoke in and they make the move. They can scat out with the rocket or something along those lines. But if not, they should just not be trying to stick around for too long, because if they do, they're going to get punished, and that's exactly what happened. And now they're going to be forced to split up the game. There's just no chance they can take a fight for the next 5 minutes. Until the Sagus is remaining on the anti-mage, I just don't see what they can do. It really just comes down to finding the right opportunities, either picking them apart, either be just splitting up the game. But until then, there's not really many options available for Galaxy Racer and SMG. I mean, they can do whatever they want. They can take over the hill, they can control the map, they can take away these tier 2 towers remaining with the Aegis on mid 1. They just don't really have any struggles here, and I think they're going to keep abusing it until the Aegis is available for them.
More gold never hurts.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack!
Incoming!
Dire's bottom tower is under attack! Dire's bottom tower is under attack!
Their flesh sustains me.
Yeah, and rightfully so. I mean, there's no wall, right? So, I mean, what can they do to take a team fight here? Clinks does just not have enough damage. He needs like Crystallis, but he's going for this Guardi first. obviously, a Miracle needs to split up the game, and as I mentioned, they need those Lincolns, they need those Lotus Orbs, and he's going for that as his next item. We do see Lincolns available on Alacrity, but he's going back for that Kaya Sange because he does realize that he needs the stats resist, he needs some amplified damage. And are they going to make the move on the mid one? I don't think they have enough damage here, but he might just be a nuisance and get that normal punch out. Oh, they're going for it.
Boom! There it goes!
Oh, yeah. That's debating the situation here, and it just doesn't seem like Galaxy Racer, they don't really have anything to do. They're just lingering around together, they're waiting for the creeps to push towards them, and then that way they can just shove the lane back, but they're gonna get caught out, says KP. Look for it, but he doesn't know.
Only delays my designs.
Dominating! Like Axe, the dire structures cannot be hurt. Killing spree! Axe is pleased!
He killed the wave though. Yeah. Keeps that tier 2 tower alive a little bit longer, and even though he does for it, he will be respawning about the same time as his core heroes, and that means as soon as he's back up, they can probably make a... I guess they can't really make that moves in this situation, but it just means it's going to be very cohesive as they're all going to be spawning about the same time. But the Arcane Blink on Moon, one of the best items, is just to fight again.
Sometimes carnage underway at Radiant's top tower.
On your life.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Top tower has fallen. Puny Radiant hides behind their fortification. The red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Mega kill!
You were placed on my path for this reason.
Yep. This is the opportunity they needed. I mean, it means that their next items are going to come online a little bit earlier. Obviously, a big mistake from SMG, overcommitting themselves there after the normal punch came out. They thought they could just secure an easy kill and get away on Mizu, but that was not the case whatsoever, as they committed 2 buybacks to turn that around, and now they take towers, they get pickoffs, they're going to be able to get the Crystallis at a faster timing on In Your Dream, which means he's going to have that damage that they were lacking, but just not only that, Lincoln's will be coming out even faster than it should have. Aeon Disc as well, and Colossus, Arax.
Dire's middle barracks have fallen! War has been declared on Dire's
Oh my god.
Axis, please! Unlike Axe, ever, Dire's middle barracks have fallen!
They forced the buybacks.
Normally.
Dire's bottom tower is taking many wounds!
Precious bounty.
Dire's top tower is under attack!
Yep, it's down to 6 seconds now, and to answer your question, I think they have the shot to win this game now. It is still a 10k gold gap, but the main concern for me right now is this Doom is not going to really be getting those easy Doom targets anymore, because there are 2 Lincolns available. There is Lotus as well. The Clinks, he's already level 26. I mean, just having 25 means once you use your death pack, you're going to be... I mean, you look at him right now, it's 4,900 health without even strength treads on. And this is going to be a problem, because you're not only not able to burst him down, but he's going to be providing a lot of damage with that Daedalus, which will be coming online very soon. With Paulson's A on this, it's another defensive item that you're not going to really be able to deal with immediately. So the burst potential that SMG once had is just not going to be there. Sure, they can still win fights by getting that combination of Soulbind into the Doom. Maybe the Anti-Mage gets the right target at the right time. Maybe they get the initial jump and they have the vision advantage with KP's Night Stalker. But it's just... this game has gotten a lot closer than it should have been, and that was really thanks to the capitalization of Galaxy Racer and escalating that capitalization, getting pickoffs, getting the towers, getting the racks, forcing buybacks. Now it's really anyone's game, depending on how the next couple of fights go, and also who gets the next Roshan as well.
Under attack! Axe observes carnage underway at Radiant's top tower. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack.
The wages of fear.
Yeah, they didn't really commit anything major. I mean, the BKB sure was one of the big ones for all 3 cores on the side of SMG. But without the buyback available on these 2 supports, then there's just no way Galaxy Racer is going to contest this. So it should be a free rush. It's only the second rush of the game, so it's only going to be an additional shot on top of that Aegis. Mizu has to recognize that they cannot contest, so he's going to be splitting up the bottom side of the map, and he's going to make his way towards that refresher, and that's a big item pick.
I envision turbulence.
I get my due. Almighty money. The Dire have cut Roshan down into little pieces.
Trying to scout out some vision as well as potential targets, but is he going to be able to do so? They have a good understanding of how KP can enter the fight here.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack!
Yeah.
Radiant structures are fortified. Double kill! Axe would never whine like Radiant's middle barracks. Radiant's middle barracks have fallen. Pity. Radiant's middle barracks are under attack. Axe is tempted to join the middle barracks have fallen. Tend to your wounded, or put them out of their misery. War has come to Radiant's bottom tower. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Your edge needs sharpening. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Has been laid low. Mega kill! Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack. Unstoppable! Double kill! Wicked sick! Triple kill! Radiant's bottom barracks are begging for their lives.
Incoming!
Radiant's bottom barracks have fallen. The red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack!
I'm not too sure. It just doesn't seem like he can do much. Yeah, I mean, as soon as he shows face, he's gonna get stunned.
Middle finger rises! Monster kill! Radiant's agent is under attack! Proving they are no hacks, Dire takes the day! Not that there's anything wrong with hacking. Dominating!
Push mo yan sa top right.
Double kill! Radiant's top tower is under attack! The battle begins!
A few minutes later.
Much like cordwood before Axe's axe, Dire's top tower is under attacks.
The rune of haste.
The prize is mine.
Behold my searing gaze.
Gago!
The spirit is willing, but the flesh is
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Shadows take us.
What for? Middle is missing. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
rune of hate.
What is Topias thinking?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is taking many wounds.
That's okay.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
To fight base. That's where we have to fight. Okay.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Silence.
Double kill!
None may stop me.
Very fucking nice, boys.
Dominate!
Ally.
Chained in searing heat.
Fortune's changed.
The red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower.
Heroes. This is really crazy. Yeah, but this is awful for them. Just wasting their time. Keep farming. Yeah, I should.
Gago!
Dire's middle tower is not what it used to be. That is for certain. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Axe wishing for you and dazed.
Failed the veil.
Discover what lies beyond.
Shadow.
Lord
Ayos, ha?
has come to Radiant's bottom tower.
Speedy rune
Let's go.
of haste.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Stone. Quiet's magic. Be ensnared in fire.
Double kills!
They collapse on the mid tower.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack!
Don't believe this.
If. Just like the red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower!
Vanish.
Much like Fordwood before Axe's hatch, Dire's top tower is under attack and take all the hurt Radiant cares to heap upon it. Dire's top tower is under attack. Mega kill! War has come to Radiant's bottom tower. Radiant structures are fortified with... Dire's bottom tower is taking many wounds. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Killing spree! Dire's bottom tower.
I'm gonna die.
Ayos, ha?
Gago!
Max is pleased!
That's okay.
Killing spree! Dire's middle tower is not what it used to be. That is for certain. Double kill! Dominating! Double kill!
Fucking nice, boys.
Shadows, take us.
Double kill!
Trickster's rune of illusion.
Killing spree! Red triple kill at Radiant's middle tower. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Roshan was a worthy foe.
Pre, push mo yan sa top, pre.
Dominating! Double kill! Radiant's top tower is under attack!
Be ensnared in fire.
Ayos, ha?
The rune of regeneration. Captured in the flame.
Ayos, ha?
Your place is here. Still burned.
Killing spree! Triple kill! The red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower. Style. Axes, please! Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
The rune of invisibility.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Double kill!
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
As Radiant's middle tower falls, Axe's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle barracks are under attack. Unstoppable! Axe's please! Radiant's middle barracks are under attack. Be more axe-like. Radiant's middle barracks have fallen. The red mist is going to be Radiant's middle tower. Please!
Take me!
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Killing spree! Double kill! Radiant's middle tower has fallen! Radiant's middle tower is under attack!
What is this?
The red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower! Radiant's bottom tower has been laid low! Radiant's bottom barracks are begging for their lives! Radiant's bottom barracks have fallen! Axe wishes it was you instead! Radiant's bottom barracks have fallen! Dominating! Radiant's Ancient is under attack! Mega kill! Double kill! Dire takes the day! Not that there's anything wrong with hacking. under attack. Axes, please. Dire's Ancient is under attack. Killing spree. Double kill. Axe proclaims a radiant victory. Five seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
Yeah, I think with the addition of Raging Potato, it's kind of changed them a little bit. I feel like Raging Potato as an offlaner still is not that comfortable playing with these guys because he's a bit... used to be a little bit more selfish as a player, but he's changed a lot over the years, and now he's kind of sacked a little bit. And replacing the previous offlaner is not seeming like he's finding that's the groove. And it's going to take time, and that's the thing. With the new patch as well, there's a few things that they still need to figure out, as you mentioned. But I think the key idea is still playing around Bob and Palos. These two individuals, very young, very mechanical eccentric. I think these are the keys to making this team actually successful.
Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
Yeah, they're putting up a good fight as well, being the most inexperienced team in this tournament. It doesn't really seem to be the case. Sure, they've lost a few, and maybe some of the games they've won hasn't been as clean for the enemy team, but nonetheless, I mean, it's one of those things where coming into the tournament, I'm sure most people wouldn't have had much expectations. They're a young team, then they're only going to get better. They just have to stick together. They need to have the right mentality. In the long run, they're going to do well. And this is a tournament for them to get that experience and kind of judge themselves on how far can they get and how good are they currently at this current level.
Dire team pick.
Vengeful spirit.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it's maybe something they have used on scrims, and not necessarily just because they've seen people use it, but maybe they feel against specific teams the Venge will be better because of how they match up stylistically. Execration is definitely a fast team, but they have some weaknesses. I feel like Execration in the mid-game, they make a couple of mistakes, and if they don't have a full gauge of the power spikes of the enemy team, I think Venge power spike being one of the best ones when it gets the Agdom, so I could see the Vengeful Spirit being one of those situations in the game where they can actually get ahead just based on the Aghanim's timing itself. Now, Execration at the same time is a very fast team, so it might be hard to give that little bit of space, as we saw KP struggling on the Vengeful Spirit in one of the games where he just didn't have the time to farm for the Aghanims. It could kind of go in the same manner in a game like this, where Execration plays for strong lanes, they play very active, they play around specific early game timings, either it be Blink Daggers, or either it be just general levels, level 6. So we'll have to find out what both teams go for, but just looking at the Night Stalker, it looks like they're taking a page out of the games that we just recently saw. And Night Stalker, in most of the games I've seen, looks so solid. It just doesn't seem like even after first picking it, it gets counted enough both in the lane or in the game, and it always tends to have a game. Yeah.
Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Well, there is two sides here, because obviously you can remove the nighttime with the egg, but at the same time, it doesn't pressure the Night Stalker in the laning phase. At the same time, it doesn't have that control for the Night Stalker. Sure, you can remove the nighttime, but it's sometimes not enough. And Night Stalker just has to wait out for the egg to explode, and then he can just keep doing what he normally does, just running at the back line. Night Stalker as well, if he does get the initial jump on that Phoenix and just gets that you know, the Crippling Fear, and he just can't use his spells, then you can't Icarus dive away, you can't egg, and he's just going to poke you down and kill you. So yeah, I mean, Night Stalker very good against both these heroes so far, but I could see it both ways. You could always swap the person getting in trouble, so then you can get the egg off, or just assuming the Phoenix gets caught, you swap him, you get the egg, and now the Night Stalker daytime, and then you can stun him, and so and so. And you also got the Stone Warrant that does a lot of damage against Night Stalker, who has very, I guess, a lot of stats or just general health, so I guess the percentage is going to be very effective. But again, Royale 5, they need some combos, and we saw them a lot with the combos. We saw them with the Faces Forward, with the Phoenix, and they did end up losing that game, but I think they were too all in with the team fight aspect. If they can kind of balance that out, and they have that same chemistry that they had in the game like that, I think they can go a long way. And team fight execution is probably one of the most important principles of Dota 2, even if you have a weaker laning phase, even if you have a slightly weaker draft. If you can get back in the game by team fights, you still have a game. And I think that was one of the primary things we've seen time and time again in TIs, especially teams that have a slow start but then eventually get back in the mid game. It's basically on the team fights. And OG, LGD, these teams recent times, they have always been very strong at team fighting. Royale 5, I think they have a good premises in the base of this team, and it's just kind of getting their mechanics when it comes to the team fight execution better. And this is a tournament to really kind of develop it even further.
Bad Rider!
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yep.
Radiant team pick.
Lena.
Yeah, I'm a little worried. I think you pretty much spot on that. So I think it's going to be very hard to get the team fight you want if you don't have the vision you want to begin with, and if you are getting an initiated upon, it makes things harder. It seems like Royale 5, they're going for a fighting kind of lineup, a little bit less team fight orientated, but a little bit more laning emphasis. Lina, very strong laner overall. You can play it as a 4, you can play it as a mid. Looks like it's going to be played as a mid this game, as Spirit Breaker is either played as a 5/4 with the Phoenix. And right now, they're not looking that scary. They don't really have the best synergy with the egg. I don't see anything that can keep them in place. Assuming they had a hero that can kind of catch the Night Stalker or the Batrider, or if they go commit to your heroes, then you can catch them and retaliate. But they don't have that quite yet. Faceless Void probably being the only hero remaining, but Faceless Void against these heroes look really bad. Against the line, against the Night Stalker, just so much control and fast tempo. You can always reset the fight with the Invoker Cyclone EMP. So it seems like the Batrider might not be being played in the middle lane anymore, just because this Invoker has been picked up. So perhaps... I'm not actually necessarily sure. I mean, I think you mentioned that the Night Stalker in the European pubs have been played as a support. Batrider could be played as a support, could be played as an offlaner. There is this kind of possibility that the Night Stalker will be played as a support, as you mentioned previously.
Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yep.
Dire team ban. Radiant team pick.
Yeah, I mean, I was mentioning the Void that might be the synergy pick, but I mean, even that hero didn't look that pretty. Execration still ends up banning it out because they understand that it's a hero that can synergize very well with Royale 5's lineup, giving them that Chronosphere aspect to combo with the egg, allowing the leader to hit from afar. But again, I don't really see any heroes that looks amazing, and they go for the Slark, which is... He's a lane dominant hero against Night Stalker, but we were talking about how Night Stalker might not even be a position 3 in a game like this.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Ooh.
Choose your hero.
I love this pick. They counter out the Slark, and it is a support Night Stalker as we were predicting. They're gonna have good matchups here. They have a good scaling matchup as well. Sure, Lina scales very well into the late game, and it's not really anyone in favor. I would say Royale 5 advantage late game, but Palos on the Bloodseeker counter out the Slark. They have a lot of initiation to do with the Lina. If we're talking about the actual team fight aspect itself, I think Execration definitely have the tools to get themselves ahead. I think the laning aspect really just going to come down to execution. I could see Royale 5 having a good start in the mid lane, as well as one of the side lanes, Spirit Breaker rotating middle, providing a little bit more space for Wonder Boy to get ahead. But at the same time, Bob, probably one of the best mechanical mid lane players in the laning phase. It's going to be hard to actually shut him down. It's going to be hard to fight into them in the mid game, especially even though it is a Night Stalker support, he's still going to be doing the same thing as an offlaner, providing that vision with the Dark Ascension, getting the targets he wants, and you can't still ignore him. Even though he's a support, you can't ignore a Night Stalker, because with the Dark Ascension, it does a lot of damage. He's still very tanky. He's probably going to go for something like an Urn, unless Bob is going to commit for the Urn build itself. But I just feel like there's so many tools Execration can use here, and they can be very aggressive, which is kind of what they're all about. They're about that activity. They're all about the semi-scaling, but still can go to the late game. They're about the laning phase, and I think stylistically, Execration, they're just a good matchup against Royale 5. And let's just find out what Royale 5 does early game, because I think that's going to be the main aspect, and the essential way of winning the game is the lanes. Yeah.
Prepare for battle!
That's right. But yeah, I will be very impressed if Royale 5 can get ahead early game and somewhat make this a game. I don't necessarily think they're completely outdrafted. It's just their draft is hard to execute. They need more things to happen in their way. And therefore they need more execution, either it be laning phase mechanics, rotations, stacking. They just need more things accomplished for this to work, and they're versing Execration, a team that's a level above them, most would say.
First blood!
First blood. The twin shall not thirst for long.
This game is rated X!
Turn me over. I'm done.
Believe in the dark.
I'll take that.
Oh yeah, and the mid laner getting the first one, which means he's gonna have faster nulls, more damage to play against the Lina, who's generally has a little bit of a head start, but against Quad Squax obviously it'll be hard to sustain, and once he gets those level advantage with the MP, it's not very easy to sustain unless you can keep getting those bottle refills. But bottom lane as well is another interesting matchup. They do pick the Slug to deal with both Knights, potentially Nightstalker offlane, but also against the Batrider. But Batrider should be able to farm in a game like this. Phoenix not really the most aggressive hero. Slug can be aggressive, but you do have the line there who can help control these heroes. I'm not sure if the Bloodseeker has much kill potential in a lane like this unless someone's out of position. But there's just so much control damage-wise on the side of Royale 5 up here. Yeah, it's going to be harder. This lane, level 3 power spike on both of them can give them enough damage to go for the kill potential. And looks like Wayne's going to be able to get the pull off as well. So, great play here. RR, he's trying to contest the... Can he actually stop it from happening? I think he will.
Bye, baby.
Oh.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Oh, the bash. Oh, double bash. Oh, I'm getting...
Deepest thanks.
Why? You've reached the end of your days.
Money changes hands. Dire structures are fortified. Radiant's towers are fortified, just like Axe.
The flayed ones keep you safe.
I think he's utilized all his bash chances because it was a bit ridiculous before. He had like 3 bashes and 4 hits. So if he did get 1 bash on Paulus, he might have been able to kill him, but that's exactly how he had planned out. Middle lane looks pretty even. Lena's actually slightly ahead, but that's only natural. Lena's a hero that is able to secure... Oh my god, Paulus though. And bottom lane as well.
I will have my revenge. Double kill! Right.
Oh, Bob. They found a chance.
Dire's middle tower is not what it used to be. That is for certain. Axe observes carnage underway at Radiant's top tower. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Haste.
Well, with that haste rune, he's looking to get more out of it. He's going to claim that bounty rune, maybe make his way top. As you can see, RR is fighting Shen.
Dire's middle tower is not what it used to be. That is for certain.
Yep. I mean, Mangalore is just not really gonna be struggling. No matter who's gonna be helping him out, or who's gonna be facing him, they just don't have the kill potential until Raging Potato's level 6. And even if he is level 6, there is still that chance that he can Dark Pact it off, assuming he sees it coming. So, I mean, Mangaro's playing on his own is probably the best way to go about it, because then you can bring more numbers and win on the other side of the map. The problem with that is that's not really been happening. They are bringing numbers, but they're still losing the trades. In terms of CS, they're doing fine. And a lot of it came down to really just the cores getting the better matchups. However, this is a lineup where Execration gets better after the laning phase. Around the 10-minute mark, when they get their level 6s, when they get their blinks, once they get like one item on each hero, they're just going to be a lot stronger. And that's where Royale 5 needs to worry about, because they don't really have the best teamfight combo with this deck. They don't really have a proper frontline tank. So playing against heroes who can get to you very easily can be an issue. And RR, he's still not level 6, and I'm a little surprised they haven't actually given him a lane, because right now top side is completely empty, and I think he should be trying to leech for his level 6.
Double damage. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Bash.
Denied.
They're trying to make some moves still, but it's very difficult because all these heroes are hard to kill and they're very tanky as well. RR just level 5, he's got the 1000 health with the magic one. Bob lives. Not looking pretty. Execration just kind of pulling out ahead. After the laning phase, they've been able to get more kills. With that being said, in terms of the CS department, Royale 5 is being more efficient. And the main reason why is Mega Rose is completely free farming, Wonder Boy as well. There just hasn't really been anyone contesting them. And I think there's not really going to be anyone contesting them until there are certain timings. Either Blink Dagger or contesting them, Wonder Boy.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Whoa! Sick burn!
Mango Rose.
Fish out of water. Wake up, girl.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire structures can take all the hurt Radiant cares to heap upon it. Tower is under attack.
They are trying to play the greed game in their two cores, but they also need to get that item coming. Macaros has actually got the Echo Saver, so if he wants to start fighting and participating in these events, then I think it's the way to go. The Lina is not one of the best heroes to rotate from lane to lane unless he's got the BO2, but I think one of them will be forced to make those moves, and you can see Magaros is making his way top, and they want to make that fight happen.
War has come to Radiant's bottom tower! Killing spree! Radiant's bottom tower is under attack! Radiant's bottom tower has fallen! They could be worse! Or could it? Killing spree!
This way, I am driven.
You wanted out of here, didn't you?
Much like cordwood before Axe's axe, Dire's top tower is under attacks. Dire's top tower is under attack!
Yeah.
Dire's top
Still,
tower has fallen!
I believe that
Do
is
not
still
blame
favorable for Execration. Despite that tower being lost, it was more effective trade. And the reason why it was a more effective trade for Execration, not only was Palos farming on his own that whole time, but they're bringing more numbers quicker. There was 4 heroes there immediately when the fight broke out, whereas Royale 5 was just bringing, well, they had 2 initially, and then one guy came in, and the other guy came in, but if they're all there at the same time, that fight could have easily swung on the favor of Royale 5 very quickly, but Execration, they preemptively set up and they knew exactly what Royale 5 intended to do previously to the fight actually breaking apart. Now, Raging Potato here, they're smoked. They're trying to open up this middle tower, but there's actually no Dark Ascension, so I don't think this is wise.
Middle tower is under attack! Like axe, the Dire structures cannot be hurt.
Yep.
Dire's middle tower is not what it used to be. That is for certain. War has come to Radiant's bottom tower. Radiant's top tower is under attack! Killing spree! Double carnage underway at Radiant's top tower! Double kill!
You die as you lived, insipid and ignorant.
Yeah, this time around, kind of weird. I mean, I definitely think that smoke play by Raging Potato was a mistake. They need to wait for the nighttime, but they're just constantly making these plays happen. Look at Wayne, straight middle. If he had his ultimate, they might have actually committed it for one other hero, but I guess without the Mega Rose having his TP available, there wouldn't really be enough damage to kill him. BDZ, he's got a Blink Dagger, Night Stalker, it's nighttime, he's almost got his Solar Crest as well. I think all of the items that Execration required to make things happen is already available, and we're going to see a little bit more activity on the side of Execration coming for the next 5 minutes.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack!
Big difference here. Oh, top lane though.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack! Dire's top tower is
I have
under
one thing
attack.
to say.
Radiant's bottom
Aghanim's
tower
is
is
coming.
under attack!
Aghanim's is coming. 300 gold off, and the difference between how they've been using the Vengeful Spirit in this game compared to how SMG was using it on KP, they've actually allowed Shen to get a lot of time to farm for that Aghanim's, and it's going to be that huge power spike where they can commit that swap to go for the kill, but at the same time, he should be able to survive. He will be having 40% damage reduction, and he's going to have 2 lives, so very scary. But they're actually making the smoke before he gets the Ags. I'm not too sure about this, unless they really get get the numbers game going in their favor, I definitely think they should be waiting out for that Aghanim, because that is a huge power spike that can shift the game around in their favor. If they win the fight, they could potentially get towers, they could potentially go for the Roshan, and here we go. He's only 10 gold off this last creep. He's going to be able to get it. Yeah. There's PB. Oh, here we go.
Flesh sustains, gold remains.
And they're making more moves. They have sentries, so they can actually kill him.
I'll just let you free.
Yep, I'm already pretty impressed the way they've actually been able to stabilize and get back to this game. Execration at one stage were starting to pull out ahead, but now with these items up, it might be a bit difficult. Oh, that feels bad. I mean, definitely unintentionally, he's just trying to make sure that they can finish the job, but the position he's in when he is swapping is the main issue. With that being said, I mean, obviously Execration did pull out a little bit ahead in that fight, but not really the major kind of fight they need. At the moment, they're still waiting on the Black King bar on this Bloodseeker, and I think that's really when it's going to change. BKB up on Raging Potato, his halfway blink. BKB is probably being the major item for them to take these fights in their favor. But until then, I feel like Royale 5, they're just going to keep trying to press the issue until the BKB is up, and they know that. So you can see how they're playing the buddy system currently. Whereas Execration, they're trying to avoid that fight as much as possible. But if they do get a good flank with the smoke play, it actually might still be in their favor. swap this time.
Fear by its magic.
No self, no way.
Killing spree! Double kill!
Yeah, and it's showing. He's got the Solar Crest, he's also got the Brigand's Blade, and I think this is a huge item for him. He's pretty tank, he does the damage, he's got the attack speed as well as the movement speed. Just the natural way this hero builds up, and the ability of closing the gap and also killing heroes so easily with his ultimate makes it such a threatening issue. Even as a support, as you mentioned, it doesn't necessarily have to be a core to have high impact, as long as he's got a couple of levels, maybe an item, and he's going to have the impact regardless, and he's going to be providing the vision that his team requires. Now, there are a few items here coming online as well on the side of Execration. We mentioned the BKBs. There's also an axe fully complete on Bob, so if they do grab someone and you don't swap them out immediately, you might just be instantly dead. But yeah, a lot of Blink Daggers queued up as well on the Execration side, Raging Potato as well as RR.
For the twins.
Dominating! Axe's axe! Dire's top tower is under attack!
Snark had his way with you.
Dire's bottom tower is taking many wounds! Dire's bottom tower is under attack! Dire's structures are fortified! Dire's bottom tower is taking many wounds! Is face down in the dirt! Dire's bottom tower is under attack! Dire's structures are fortified!
It's looking really good for Royale fight fans because not only are they hitting their timings, they're winning fights that I felt like they shouldn't be. And that really just is based on execution, teamfight execution. I think this Aghanim-Son Vegetable Spirit has had a big part of it as well. There's just really no downtime. He's still getting a lot of levels because even if you are dead and you are there with just your spirit, you are still playing the experience for the kills, for the gold that you earn by creeps. And now he's level 18. He's got 50% damage reduction for the Nether Swap. He's almost got the Manta Star, which is going to be a big problem inside of Execration. Not only can't you kill him, but he's going to be able to do a lot of damage, and he's just one of those heroes you can't ignore. But if you do go for him, he's gonna have a spirit. So what's the solution here? Now this Tricor from Royale 5 is looking very scary, as they have already double BKB, almost Lincoln's on the Lina. Slack has already completed the Mage as well as the Shadow Blade, so there's just so many tools here that you can't ignore. But I don't think Execration, they have the ability to kill them unless the lasso is really good and the Venge isn't there to swap defensively.
Radiant Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Well, both teams, they definitely have the items to try and take fights. Blink Dagger and Raging Potato is pretty much what they've been waiting for, and it is coming on the career. So there might be a smoke play coming very shortly, but I could see Royale 5 just kind of waiting their time, just making sure that the heals are contested. So if the smoke is broken, there are people there in the vicinity to try and retaliate or reactively swap someone out. SB, obviously, with the bulldoze, you just got so much stats for this, it'll be hard to even kill him. And if you do commit for him, it is just an SB after all. And I see that he's saving money for the buyback, so assuming he does get bought out, he's going to buy back and just charge immediately to the fire. That's Rosh now.
Burn, baby, burn.
You're right about the tier 1 towers, but I'm more impressed why these tier 1 towers are still alive. The middle and the top tower are both still alive. And this is a game where Execration was looking pretty good, but they didn't even claim these towers to put themselves in a spot where the buybacks aren't as effective as they should. Okay.
Mega kill!
Pride.
And the shot as well, his Mega Rose has obtained the shot because he knows the person floating all middle lane code. It's really good.
Dire's top tower is under attack!
Got BKB already. This is a simple spirit breaking Shadow Blade and BKB at 30 minutes into the game. Of course, Venge has done a little bit more of a sacrificial kind of role or a duty, but that is only natural. Spirit Breaker has been a part of a lot of the kills. He's been able to actually pick apart a lot of the key heroes as well, such as Palos, and that's why he's just being able to get so much net worth out of the situation. But yeah, it's looking pretty grim. I mean, they still have the Aegis, they got Lincoln. I was going to talk about the Death Shroud as well. It's just one of those items that allows you to deal with the Rupture as well.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack!
damage.
Godlike! Triple kill!
Yeah, I mean, he's queuing up a Skadi as well in the Vengeful Sphere. It's halfway towards it. Daedalus is already, he's got enough money for it. Yep, he's got the recipe, he's going towards the secret shop, so he's actually got Daedalus. The cool thing about this is that the Venge is also amplifying a lot of his damage by reducing the armor, but also amplifying his own base damage bonus. And it makes it very easy for Lina to play how he wants, especially considering he's got the quiver.
Dire's middle tower has fallen! Are you going to do something about that?
That was hot.
Axe observes carnage underway at Radiant's top tower. Radiant's top tower has fallen! Tend to your wounded, or put them out of their misery!
Yep. And 7k gold lead, not, well, 8k, not the biggest lead. Definitely still recoverable. A lot of it will come down to how you start the fight. It just seems hard to deal with what Royale 5 has, especially considering they do have Jaegers. And now there's so many threatening issues. Lina is already level 26. The bench is almost 25. So even if you do BKB and it goes for the magic missile pierces spell immunity, you're not still safe from the right click. You're not safe from getting controlled. And it is 560 damage through the BKB. Yeah, it's gonna be one of those things where there are a few key factors coming into play that Royale 5 will get the advantage on.
Dire has come to Radiant's under attack.
My rage will bring me.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Middle tower has fallen. Axe needs something to chop.
Regeneration!
Yep, they found them.
Slide! Axe is pleased! Holy shit! Axe is pleased! Dire's middle barracks are under attack.
I'm not sure how they're going to do this. They need to get to the back line, but even if they do, there's just going to be that swap. There's still links available on both the slots as well as the Lina. And, I mean, SB versus Bloodseeker 1v1. Just trying to cancel the TP.
I'll take that. Come out!
Double kill! Double kill! Axe slide! Double kill! Dire's bottom tower is taking many wounds. Dire's middle tower is under attack! If Dire's middle tower was worth a damn, it would still be Dire's middle tower is under attack! Dire's middle tower has fallen! Dire's Ancient is under attack!
Yeah.
Radiant victory! Radiant's bottom tower is under attack! Radiant's bottom tower is under attack! Kill! Axis pleased! Radiant's bottom tower is under attack! The battle begins!
What?
A few minutes later.
To be, that is for certain! Dire's top tower is under attack! Dire's structures are fortified. Super fortified! Like you can't even imagine! The red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower! Dire's middle tower is under attack! bushmate!
Bounty!
Dire's top tower is under attack! Oh, Axe is pleased! Heaven or hell, Dire's top
What is Topias thinking?
tower isn't one of them. Dire's middle tower. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yes!
Killing spree! Die! Dire's bottom tower is under attack! Gago! Your structures are... The red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower! Killing spree! Axe is pleased! Killing spree! Radiant's middle tower is under attack! Can take all the hurt Radiant cares to heap upon it. Mega kill! Double kill! Dire's bottom tower is under attack!
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Dire's bottom tower is taking many wounds.
Gago! Go ahead. Run.
Bounty killing!
Invisibility.
There it goes.
Look.
Gago!
Perfect.
Bottom tower is under attack! Radiant's bottom tower is under attack! Radiant's bottom tower is under attack! Kill! Axe is 5 seconds remaining! Ten seconds remaining! Dire team ban! 10 seconds remaining. Ban.
Oh yeah, most definitely. I think the way they play, the way they're improving from game to game. Some games I've seen them getting stomped, but they just quickly adjust to what they actually need to change from game 1 to game 2. These two teams are meant to be very aggressive, very fighty kind of play styles. I think Raging Potato is not really fulfilling the roles as their previous offlane. I think it was Luciano. I think he's really in this awkward position where he needs to make moves, but he's not really getting a good matchup in the laning phase, so he's not really able to do so, and therefore everyone else plays a little slower because there's no one actually kind of creating that space in the first 10 to 15 minutes. So I think that, again, as you mentioned before this game even started, before the game number 1 started, they're still trying to figure out how to play the game, and I think that's one of the main problems currently in this Execration roster. Royale 5 now, they've opened up Vengeful Spirit. It worked out very nicely. I also think, like, in a game like that where I felt it was harder to execute their draft to win the game, and they still managed to do it, then why not? They can still change their later picks. It's just the same opener, and Execration, they're still going to have to deal with this nuisance pesky hero in the mid game once he gets to that power spike. Galaxy Racer? Yeah.
Radiant team pick Lion.
Yeah, it's interesting to see because it's not like they picked to win the lane as well. Like, they picked Bloodseeker because they wanted to deal with the Slark. So when you have a Bloodseeker Night Stalker lane, you're definitely not thinking about shutting it down. Execration goes Lycan. Definitely one of those heroes that we've talked it a couple of times. When it has the Helm of Overlord, it just seems so damn strong. I think it's the best hero with the Helm of Overlord, better than Beastmaster, and just because of the sheer kind of factors that Lycan has as an overall hero. Beastmaster, you're just playing around this team, right? But Lycan, you can play around yourself. You have strong laning. You can take towers a lot easier than Beastmaster can because he's a lot stronger in the laning phase, and he does a lot of damage. He can build differently. He can play offlane, but he can also play carry. I've seen people running middle as well, so he's got more flexibility than a hero like Beastmaster. And Royale 5, they don't want to hear it. They don't want to deal with this Lycan in the way that they have to pick their remaining heroes for it. So they're just going to pick immediately a hero that's going to do well in the laning phase against the Lycan if it is a Lycan position 3. I don't think Lycan position 1 is as affected by the Sven itself. I think we saw that in one of our games where the Sven was trying to man up and kill the Lycan, but the Lycan's just so tanky with the new shapeshift, and it lasts for so long that he can just kind of get in and out. So Sven not necessarily the best counter in my opinion against Lycan these days. Maybe against the old Lycan with the book and all that, perhaps, but not the new Lycan. It's just kind of okay, a semi-pseudo counter to it.
"10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining."
Yeah.
Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I think the cool niche about Lycan that people are sleeping on is not just the actual Lycan and the book, the Helm of Overlord, it's also because of the Howl, because you can pair up with a lot of negative armor strats. We saw MY using the Templar Assassin, but there's a lot of other heroes that you can pair up to get that instant burst. And sure, Sven can get Warcry, but in that game we watched, it didn't really seem to do enough. Sure, if you didn't have Warcry, it would go into the negatives and you would die faster, but you can still kill most heroes relatively quickly enough with the Howl paired up with some other hero that can remove a bit of armor, or can go Desolator, or can go AC, or can go with Solar Crest. You can do Roshan very quickly as well, and that's a big one for Lycan users, because not only can you win fights easier, but you can also take towers, you can also take objectives, you just can split up the map as well using the creeps that from Helm of Overlord. We saw the dragon always being abused to split up the map, forcing the enemy to defend, and then if you're defending, then you're not using that hero to fight, and then they can use the numbers advantage to punish you. Like, there's just so many options when you're playing a Lycan and you get a head start, whereas if you were to pick counters against Lycan as well, you're restricting your draft. For example, the Sven now is a bit too one-dimensional. He's going to play the one-dimensional way. So now you can pick heroes that counters the Sven as well. It just allowed yourself to kind of dictate the pace you want the game to kind of progress. But that really comes down to the Lycan player as well. Sometimes we see some amazing Lycan players. I think KNP had an excellent micro. He really understood how to play the hero itself. But then sometimes people are not as familiar and it doesn't look that impressive, and maybe it's not necessarily the hero but the player itself. We're going to have to find out if Execration can really play that Lycan at a high standard, because I think that's really what makes Lycan actually effective. And they go for the Lich here, reducing a little bit of that physical damage. Of course, with the Vengeance and Sven, that's purely based on the physical right-click damage. Lich with the Frost Armor will be able to negate some of that. Sven is not going to be able to just burst someone. And we saw Lich, I think it wasn't me and you, it was me and Mike, MLP. Okay. And Lich looked amazing. The new 1 extra point, just having 1 additional point in the laning phase of the, I think it's Sinister Gaze, allows you to take mana, has essentially a stun, and you can keep spamming it in the laning phase. It just looked overall impressive when it comes to the laning phase. And we'll have to find out if they keep abusing the Sinister Gaze. I think it's definitely one of the new additions that people should be implementing for the new patch.
Radiant team pick.
Winter Wyvern.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
Slog.
Yeah, and this is flexible as well, right? I mean, it could still be Batrider off lane, it could still be Winter Wyvern middle, it could be Winter Wyvern support. I mean, they still have that flexibility on Royale 5's lineup. It's really just the Sven that's kind of staple on the carry role. I don't think that's going to be flexible. But at the same time, they have strong lanes on the side of Execration. It's potentially now just a Lycan off lane with the line, Lich Slug, a lot of kill potential in that lane. But Royale 5, they have a lot of mixed damage here with the Batrider and the Winter Wyvern. I think that's kind of helped out their overall game plan in the mid game now, because they're not going to be as affected by the Lich as they were preemptively. They also have team fighting tools. They have the Curse, they have the Lasso Initiation, they have the Defensive Swap. They have the Cold Embrace to deal with both the Lycan as well. The Slug, obviously, Slug can still keep taking those stats even if he is Cold Embraced, but there are definitely decent abilities to kind of fight and counteract some of the heroes that Execration has. But to close up the draft, Execration does have the last pick. Royale 5 will have to pick preemptively. I'm not necessarily sure what they're going to go for. I think it's going to be kind of a fighting hero that can kind of get to the back line or create some chaos. But Execration's probably just going to counteract and just see what actually looks good matchup-wise. Either it be the Winter Wyvern middle, either it be some other hero middle, such as the Bat Rider or the pick that could potentially come out. Any kind of ideas you have in mind? Because for me, myself, I think it can be really anything depending on the flex.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Spirit Breaker.
Oh! Damn! You got it.
Night. Choose your hero.
Yep. I like what Execration is doing, adjusting the heroes to the matchups, not necessarily to the roles itself. And Bob playing middle Slark will be having a pretty decent time against Wonderboy. However, we've seen this matchup before, and we saw the Barrett actually getting a solo kill just because of that level 6 timing. With that being said, though, I think Royale 5, they have a lot of individualistic stun kind of targetable spells, which Slark really likes to burst because he can kind of dispel it with the Dark Pack. But at the same time, it looks like an amazing Night Stalker game. If he has a start, if he actually has a decent laning phase, I could see him kind of running loose. They have 3 core heroes that gets in your face and kills heroes very effectively. With that also being said, there is a Winter Wyvern, there is a defensive swap as well into play. So both teams can kind of deal with each other's lineup, and it just really comes down to who's getting the initiation, who has the potential vision advantage, obviously Night Stalker being a bit part of it. But I think both teams have the tools. I think both drafts look pretty equal. It's really going to come down to how the laning phase acts out again, but also the just team fight execution. Royale in game number 1 looked like they were 1 step ahead. But in game number 2, I'm not necessarily sure, and it could be a completely different game.
Prepare for battle!
All I am sure is this game gonna be very active like the last game. There's gonna be a lot of blood being drawn, and I think the first blood could be already out.
First blood! 30 seconds to battle.
That was but the first taste of revenge.
Axe is impressed.
Yep. Good start here. It does go inside of Shen, so I don't think Vengeful Spirit is one of the best heroes to abuse the first blood. Sure, you get a little bit more stats and you can play a little bit more aggressive, but what I am seeing here is they're actually swapping their lanes. He's going top. They haven't revealed him, at least not yet, and this event's going to be playing against the Lycan of Palos. Yeah, so they both have different timings. The Night Stalker, as you mentioned, has the nighttime timing at 5, but the Venge at level 3 has a lot of damage combined with Wayne's Spirit Breaker, and they found BDZ out of position. It shouldn't be enough damage though. Aegon? Oh no.
No!
Yeah, this is a lane they shouldn't underestimate as well, because sure, they might think Sven against the Lycan might be able to farm freely, but the Lich has a lot of lane prowess, and eventually he gets level 2. I'm still curious to see if he goes for the Sinister Gaze build-up. Palos as well with the Wolves, if he micros it well, he can do a lot of damage, especially at level 3, as it has that permanent invisibility. He can always abuse it to kind of punish the enemy support in the laning phase. But yeah, I mean, Mega Rose should be okay. Even though his teammate did die, I think he should be able to farm. BDZ, oh, he gets bashed!
Not that way.
Oh yeah, and right now Venge is level 3. This is going to be one of their timings. A lot of damage with the stun. Wayne, preferably you want level 2 bash at the very least. But he's been giving you a little bit of solo experience on Shen. But at the same time, he's actually going to reset the lane, probably get the items for the Vengeful Spirit perhaps, and then charge back towards that top lane. Actually, where's he going?
The start of your suffering.
Indeed, Mega Rose is well in trouble. Not a lot of damage, but should be okay. There is no point in Sinister Gaze, which I'm a little disappointed to see. I definitely think this ability has so much potential, but
Right there. Humble fight. An honorable day.
Yep. And I guess the big thing is that Night Stalker on its own until nighttime doesn't really apply pressure in the off lane, and you are allowed.
My flesh. Fallen forward.
Seems to be the case. What do you think about the lane phase? Do you think anyone's coming out ahead? Obviously, by the net worth, it seems like it's quite equal. But do you think this lane swap, as you were mentioning, is actually favoring them? Angeros?
Antanis, the Alpha Wolf is your Omega.
Top. Yeah, and I look at the middle lane as well. The Batrider, he's very underleveled, and Bob is a whole level ahead of him. He's got the Shadow Dance already.
Dire's middle tower is under attack! Radiant's bottom tower is under attack!
Yep, and now we got the level 3 wolves, which means he's got the invisibility and he's going to be able to use it to either bully the enemy. I guess this is the enemy carry technically, but yeah, it's just going to be a lot harder. You can also frost shield them while they're invis to chase heroes down. If they spot one of the supports such as Aegon, they're going to go for it. And if anything, they're going to go on this event here, because look at Bob, he's actually rotating in with the double damage. I mean, if he's out of position, I think they do, but it seems like they know about this. Completely backed away on Manga Road.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack!
Yeah, I mean, they got the level 6 on them, they got the swap potential. It's really about taking that tower more so than anything and creating a little bit more space so that all the cores can actually distribute their resources. Because right now, in terms of gold, it seems pretty even, but Execration's pulling out quite a bit in the experience. It's 1.5k lead already.
Double kill! Axes pleased! Thrown to the wolves.
Yep. Ooh.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack! Axes pleased! The red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower! Dire's bottom tower is taking many wounds! The dead of night! Mega kill! Axes pleased! Dire's bottom tower is under attack! Dire's bottom tower is taking many wounds. Dire structures can take all the hurt Radiant cares to heap upon it.
Yep. Pulse.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is face down in the stop.
A message.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Is going to be set! Double kill!
That takes that.
Dire's bottom tower is
Yeah,
taking
he's
many
almost
wounds.
got Echo Saber and Tread with the Over Corrosion and a wand like pre-10 minutes, man. This
Dire's
is
middle
just
tower is
a
not what it
beautiful
used to
start
be.
that you would want
That
any
is for
start to have.
certain.
And this is a mid-slug, which means he's going to be a little bit more active than usual. Sure, he can farm, but he's not forced to go for that hard carry build. Yeah, correct.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack. Monster kill! Haste. Rats is pleased. Dire's top tower is under attack.
You were an ugly one.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yep, I gotta agree with you. I mean, he's 9-0. It's the box show. He's been everywhere. It's a 6k gold lead at 11 minutes. Wonder Boy just hasn't really found a place to make moves, and he's making the move top again, but kill anyone? It's only a level 5. Can they get the bash? Oh my.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
He's baiting.
Let the sun bleach my bones.
Wake up.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, and have a quick look on the experience as well.
Bottom tower. Much like cordwood before axe's axe, Dire's top tower is under attack. Heaven or hell, Dire's top tower has been laid low.
Man, he's actually gonna maybe find... Oh, he's going back here. I thought he was gonna wrap around and try to find Mango Rose, because Mango Rose farming pattern's a little bit too obvious now. He's playing bottom, which means he's gonna go into the triangle. And Bob is lurking around. He's actually gonna spot him out with the double damage. There is kill potential.
You're bound.
Holy shit! Axe-like! Double kill!
You should have hid when you saw me coming.
And this is exactly what I was saying, is you play around these players who are so highly mechanically skilled. You give him a good matchup, a favorable matchup into the Batrider, you make sure he has a good start, he makes the rotations, he's just so naturally gifted at using his spells at the right time and being very efficient and not wasting any opportunity, and he's just had an amazing game. Not only has he enabled himself, but he's enabled his whole team playing this Slark.
Double kill! Killing spree! Triple kill!
By the House of Amrit.
Killing spree! Triple kill! Mega kill! Ultra kill! Dire's bottom tower is under attack! Dire's bottom tower is under attack!
It's just looking too easy here right now for Execration with the head start that it got in the laning phase, but Raging Potato really playing fire, but Bob's there.
You fought well and true.
Thinking about it.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Well, we'll have to talk about that after.
I got your number, Lich.
Oh, the stats.
Killing spree! What you gotta worry about? Seeds, fruit.
He's going in.
Dominating! Triple kill!
Oh, he's going for the fountain. He's done.
He's under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack! Axe observes carnage underway at Radiant's top tower. Dire's middle tower is not what it
And
used to be.
always with Raging Potato, all these blink daggers are just making so much work. They just can't even get out of the base.
Mega kill!
You wanted out of here, didn't you?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack! Dire's bottom tower has fallen! Do not blame Axe! Axe is going to be sick! Double kill! Monster kill! Triple kill! Dire's middle tower is under attack!
Yeah, unfortunately to say, I mean, they had some few timings, Royale 5, but the Aghanim's was actually coming at a pretty decent timing, but they just couldn't keep the game stabilized. They just kept getting run upon. Obviously, the 3 calls from Execration, they're just so aggressive and they can make these plays without getting, wait, hold on.
Used to be.
What is this?
Dire's middle tower is under attack! Wicked sick! Killing spree! Monster kill! Double kill!
Yeah, it just seems they have too much of a gap, a deficit in network as well as experience. And these fights, they're not even starting poorly, especially that last one. It's just like, even if they kill the Slark, the Lycan's very big, the Night Stalker as well. These heroes can get to your backline and kill them very quickly, so diminishing numbers is going to be very difficult, because even if you kill one, it doesn't necessarily mean you've won the fight, because a 4v5 will still be in favor of 2 Execration as long as the remaining 4 are grouped up. And it's going to get worse, because right now Bob, he's going to have an Aegis, because the Roshan is about to fall.
Axes, pleased! Mega kill!
If there's sustainable